Good morning, everyone. Everyone, everybody. Here, today we will start with the paragraph 2 of page 19 of the book to The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1. According to Paticca Samuppadaya, the Dhamma of cause and effect, it says Nama Rupa Paccaya Vijnanam, meaning the belief that we have about a thought that comes from inside Nama, and the belief that there are things outside Rupa creates another thought or a knowing, which is an illusion, a lie. The same way coming together of sound and color is called nama, rupa. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, nama, the image of a pineapple comes to our mind, rupa. The coming together of the sound and color is the creation of the illusion called thought or vijnana. The sound and color is put together in your mind consciousness. If you receive a sound, you automatically connect it to a shape or a thing. That means a chittaya or a thought is formed. The fact that you received a sound means it is also a thought. The sound does not come from outside. The sound is also a thought that comes from within. We live in a world of thought. We don't live in a world outside. Upasika. I understand Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa. Nate kamayani chitrani loko. Sankappa rago purisassa kamo. Meaning the naming of something beautiful or ugly does not exist outside. Beauty and ugliness exist only in our thought. We are the ones who think it is beautiful or ugly. The book does not say that it is a book. The mango tree does not name itself as mango tree. It is us who label it, named it. All these words are data that was fed into us from the very small age. They are called Sammuti Prajnapti, meaning that these names have been given by us to all objects, not that the objects named themselves. Aryan Mahansa. Now you are clear about the term Mohattata Avadiya, or the awakening to the moment. Now you have to learn to practice how to awaken to the moment. You must not believe in what all you see. You should not accept things that are outside. If there is a thing outside, that means there is you on this side. Upasika. If there is something outside, that means that there is you, an observer on this side. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansa. If there is a book that you see or that you think of, actually that is you. In other words, you are the book. Earlier in this discussion, we spoke about an awareness. You have to have an awareness which is beyond thoughts. You have to realize that it is not that you see, but what you see is a thought. In other words, what you see is what you think. Awareness is different to thinking. Awareness can be called as wisdom or purity. This is being awakened to the moment. This is where we should always be. The awareness should be our home, or it should be our base. It is at this point that we cultivate Samma Satya. Samma Satya is when there is no Nama, Rupa, or name and form. There is no duality, or in other words, we do not create a me and an outside. This moment does not have the concept of time. There is no thing in this moment of being aware. Being aware is wisdom. A book is a thing, an object. A table is an object. Sankara, or having a thought at any moment, means you have a feeling that you exist. You are at this end and the world at the other end. When you realize the pure truth, or we could say when we awaken to the moment, we would realize that it is our thoughts that creates this illusion of existence. It is also called Vijnana Maya. A thing exists only because a sound and a color came together. If you have a feeling, it is the Vijnana. It is a thing. When Nama, thoughts generated from within, Rupa, thoughts generated due to the belief and an outside exists, comes together, it is also another thought. Thank you.
Teruvan Saranai Shani.
Mr. Bernard. Yes.
Shani, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. What you read is uh, uh, from apart from book one,
Yes.
volume one, and it starts uh, explaining how the mind is created, how a world is created, how the duality starts. It at the beginning, as we had radiant mind, th- we did not have this duality. We saw the things as they are. As time passed on, the teachers, parents, and the adults, they poured the words, name and sound, and into our minds, the child's mind. Then there the child's world is formed. He sees and he hears. uh, there is a name for everything around the world. Whatever he touches, whatever he sees, whatever he hears, there's a sound. So slowly, gradually, he realizes there are things outside. At the same time, he understands he is there. The parents show that you are here in the mirror. So he understands this is me and there is a world outside. This is how the mind creates. At the beginning, we didn't see duality in the child's mind because he had a radiant mind. So, and the child gradually understand there's a world. He experiences it. Then he sees trees, flowers, butterflies, everything, the stars, the sky, and he understand that there is a name for everything. The name for everything. So the parents try hard to introduce these words. The child cannot, actually, the child who has radiant mind cannot uh, quickly grasp these things. He sometimes introduces his own words. He try to sound it, but that original sound, the expected sound won't come. But slowly, the child will understand and will correct himself with the help of teachers and adults. This is how the world is created. So the beginning is as a child, a does not newborn child does not uh, understand the world. He reacts to certain things. Those are reflexive actions. But when he comes to kindergarten, the teachers feed these words and sound by showing the things and all sort of teaching method, using teaching methods. Slowly the child understand the words, and he is gradually and slowly programmed by adults. This is how the world is created. Now we'll take uh, and, the real picture of this, how the world is created and how I am created, how this duality exists. So to understand this, we have to start from the beginning. That is, we have got five faculties, and the other one, the sixth one, is mind. We called it mind consciousness. So when we hear something, we feel I hear. It is not the sound, but I hear. Finally, I is created. That is how the mind starts. So all this happens because of a spark. The mind catches, the eye catches. See, this is how it works. The eye catches a tree. So the child is given a word for this. So he sees not a not an object, just a mango tree or coconut tree. So this is because of spark, as we said, always emphasize that spark. That is eye catches. When eye catches something, it gives the idea. Then the mind consciousness starts, and mind consciousness floods all the experiences you had with that particular tree, mango tree or coconut tree. Then you get the smell of it, touch of it, the sound of the rustling uh, leaves and everything. So this is how the mind creates. It is a spark. At the same time, the speed, the vibration, we can't just understand uh, it reading books, but a noble friend must explain it. Then only we can understand how it works. With this rapidity, the fast movement, with the vibration, manifestation of vibration, we can't actually solve this puzzle at once. But slowly, when we realize, if you want to understand this, because we don't experience a coconut tree or mango tree outside there, because this is programmed thing. This is programmed. Why is it programmed? Because the adult gave these concepts and ideas and all these things. So the created world, that is one side. The other side is, this is a spark. We said a spark. So vibration takes place with the with that rapidity. The rapidity is so fast, so unimaginable speed. So we can't understand it once. So you see, you feel that I see something, but actually there is nothing. That's an illusion, just a spark. The creation of mind, the creation of mind consciousness. That is how the child starts this experience in this world.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Sarnai.
I pay my homage to Venerable Aryan Hanse, තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Miss Shani, Mr. Justin, and all Dhamma friends. Thank you very much for that very beautiful and effective explanation, Mr. Bernard. How you clearly explained how we get caught in this unreal world. due to the ignorance, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? You very well explained how we become victims in a way, though there are no people, somehow we become victims of this mind consciousness or the
That's right.
illusory mind consciousness.
Yeah, yeah,
That's very beautiful. So I
yeah.
would like to continue from where you stopped, Mr. Bernard. So as you said, when we see the mango tree, it becomes a mango tree due to ignorance. So you very well explained the scientific concept actually, that human eye cannot capture all these vibrations and sparking. But only thing we know is ultimately the mango tree becomes real to us. That is because you very well explained all the data associated with that particular image, like rustling of the leaves, the sound you beautifully came up with that, and then the roughness of the tree trunk. If you have touched the leaves one day, that roughness or softness, that smell. So if you have, as a child, even licked, some children lick the tree trunks and leaves, so that taste also, in that very moment, all come in one spark, that is telepathizing. You told all the data comes, and it becomes real to us. And the danger is, the moment that mango tree as a real entity, that objectification or that materialization of this tree happens, the other side, you were explaining duality, the self, the observer, the person who sees this, naturally arises. It's like an equation. The moment you see an object, on the other side, the person is there, and at the same time, what happens is that value, uh, although we use the word value, there we have to be very careful. Even I have realized, because I understood it. I mean, it was not very clear to me unless and until I contemplated it for a long time. Because when we say value, what comes to our mind is monetary value or something, because it has several connotations, this same word. So value is just the subtle need to have this mango tree as it is. Or to, the Aryan Hussain nicely explains this. One day he said that you at least do not know that there was a value attributed to that unless the mango tree was missing. Now, in the morning, you saw the mango tree. We don't know that we had assigned a value to that. But at once the mango tree is missing. So you notice, oh my God, the mango. So that kind of the subtle thing may be something that you, when you walk to your workplace, it's not in your garden even. You enjoy maybe flowers, jasmine. You smell the jasmines of a roadside garden. There's a jasmine wine, and you just smell it, and you even don't know you have assigned a value to that. But the next day, when you walk passing that, you see that they have cut or removed this jasmine wine. So that although it's not your own property or not in your garden, you have assigned some value to that projection of the nose, that is olfactory consciousness. So this is very subtle, honestly speaking, very subtle. And so when we try to make meaning to these Dhamma concepts as mundane people, it becomes actually self-evident to us, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? In this journey, however, not as people, we day by day, we by listening to Aryan Hanse's sermons, our wisdom actually arises. It gets sharpened, and then the things that we didn't experience before, things that we didn't see before, uh, are like we become gradually awakened to them. Isn't it, Mr. Bernard?
That's true. That's true. That slowly, gradually, that happens. But you will understand after some time. You don't understand at once.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why Aryan Hase says that there is some real impact of listening to sermons alone, even if somebody does not have time or does not really want to get into practical path or actually do not have time or due to certain factors are unable to practice it by listening to these sermons with commitment, not just as listening to songs just to enjoy the rhythm, but to, if somebody sees the facts explained by Aryan Wahanse through themselves, that itself becomes insightful meditation. I personally have that experience also. But when Aryan Wahanse says don't listen to sermons as if you are listening to songs, it like I wanted to try what it was. And when we contemplate then and there while listening, of course, that is a real insightful meditation. Then we begin to see what this, how today in the morning actually I experienced something. Now, how we uh, kind of we do not, why and how we do not feel this freedom or relaxation or tranquility, because we all originally, these are Hanse's words actually I'm trying to translate, originally everyone is experiencing this perfect tranquility. Due to ignorance, the moment the self appears, we take it as the person, there is a person, that is me who experience. And at the same time, the original experience of tranquility is always disrupted, always hindered due to the involvement of mind. Now, for example, when we see a beggar or someone, we at once feel like giving some money, whatever that comes, it's a feel, but the mind gets involved and mind assigns the value to that aspect, and so we try to reduce that amount that we are going to give, or we think, okay, I gave that same beggar yesterday, I should not give. So if you are very vigilant, careful, that is actually mindfulness and wise attention, that what is this Yathabhuta Yoniso Manasikara and Yathabhut, seeing the stimulus, that thought occurred, you clearly feel the difference between the feel and the mind. Mind always judges. Mind always gives kind of think of advantage and disadvantage. It's the judgmental. But to understand this, we have to see these Dhamma points through our experiences and ourselves. So, if I get back to what you were all were discussing, that how we can get rid of this illusion called I, which is being highlighted, which is being explained well in this The True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 1 series. So, rising of the self, with as Mr. Bernard said, the role of the noble teacher is vitally important at this point, because seeing okay, a person may be able to understand the mechanism of the six sensory organs, right? Now I perceives stuff, then but may not be able to figure out that all the other sensory inputs merge or fuse into create that mind. And on top of that, when you see an object outside, on the other side, the rising of the self perception, it may not come out in one's life unless the noble teacher opens our eyes to that. If there is something out there, it's you. You can't separate self and the other. That other becomes you. So that is where the Kalyana Mitras or these noble teachers' role is vital. And also at the same time, the value, that's another important thing that we should understand mostly. Uh, we basically, I mean, initial level when we were explaining, we were putting all the effort to explain. I have that experience, putting all the effort to explain the mechanism of the six sensory organs. We go into details how the vibrations of opposite charges spark and then the power is created, and we stop at that. But later on, when Aryan Hanse points out your presentation is incomplete only, we have to show that, we have to mention that. Then if you objectify something, if you solidify some projection of or a manifestation of a particular sensory organ, on the other side, automatically I is there. You can't say I understand the entire concept, but without understanding that self is itself is nothing but this projection, taking the projection of the sensory organ as real, and then assigning the value. That's the three things actually we have to highlight when we explain or when we talk about this. That value, actually with that value, we can connect this to Aryan Mahanse has shown how to see the uh, presence of the three realms in one stimulus. Presence of three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and formless realm in one stimulus. So it is, again, it helps us to understand this. So the sensual realm, that is nothing but seeing the mango tree as mango tree and accepting that mango tree is there. There, everything is present. The form of the mango tree and the feeling that something is there and it is the mango tree, and some subtle liking, subtle feeling that it is, I mean, the moment you accept it as a mango tree, there's a subtle need to keep it as the mango tree. It's not the monetary value. So there, it's the sensual realm. And so when you listen, when we actually listen to true Dhamma, this true message of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, what happens is that wisdom arises gradually. So with that, we can't do it purposefully, but with that gradually, that when you understand the truth that these manifestations are not real, the value is attributed to that becomes less and less, and it fades away. So it maybe you see the mango tree, but it doesn't matter whether it's their own. So at that level, that is called form realm. And at least when you go further, when the realization grows, what happens is that sound and color combination becomes crystal clear within you, not through mind. Through mind also we can contemplate, no, whenever we see. So it's very artificial. As you see objects, as we see objects, if we try to apply it like a mathematical formula, it actually becomes very artificial. We try to apply it as mathematical formula. Okay, the cupboard, sound and color comes. okay, the bottle sound, then color comes. So it's so artificial that Aryanvasi does not promote that, encourage that to do. Once you know the truth, it's forever. That's why he gives these beautiful examples. If you see the stem pattern of a single leaf, it is the same in all other leaves of that particular tree. Oh, another beautiful example is that if you cut open one mangosteen, you know the kernel, the shape, and everything. So you don't have to go on opening all mangosteens. So these little reminders, explanation made by the noble teacher is extremely vital, extremely important for us to liberate from the mind. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Ravi, could you please add your thoughts to the discussion?
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahanse's feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I was listening to part of the discussion actually done by you and Mr. Bernard. As you very clearly said, it shouldn't be something artificial, something that you do like a homework or a bookwork. It should be actually a spontaneous flow actually to realize that there is no self doing this, and this is understanding this automatic system, the system function, which is a part of the nature's law, I would say. So right from any of the disclosures, so Deshana by our noble friend, a person should be able to grab the truth of that, where the ultimate goal is actually to have the realization where there is no self here. But as a habit, this has been happening, and it is something a part of the system, of course, where this automatically the self label is attached always. So as you very clearly mentioned, it's not something which was there in the small baby, but the necessary raw material to develop this last outcome is already hidden in the newborn baby, which we call sasava. And so that is why, because the sasava is there, if a small baby dies, or if he dies at that age, that baby will not reach the arhat state. It's because the glue or the raw material is there, which provides the necessary background to develop defilements later on. So going into the level of thoughts, and which means the defilements or the self-feeling, all these things will automatically happen. There is no way of stopping it halfway. And also a system should have the level of forming thoughts to study and understand about it and then get rid of that. So essentially, the person should be, the child should be old enough to a particular level where the thoughts are formed. Then only the child or the system or the adult, whatever the age, will be able to understand how these thoughts are formed. And then you can disentangle what has entangled up to that point. So by the time the system reaches the arhat state, the knowledge which was gathered all that time cannot be reversed. So the arhat state, the system at the arhat state will see the things and identify in the normal way. system will understand it as a coconut tree and also will know the uses of the coconut tree. And if it looks like a very nice tree with full of nuts, it gives a pleasant feeling. So that pleasant feeling also will be there even for the Arhat system. But the only difference is that the fire related to that will not happen. So as you all clearly mentioned, this is a part of the rapid speed, and we should be able to sort of analyze the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and thoughts are formed as an effect of the function of the sensor faculties. So you are going backwards. That is what Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha did after reaching the final state where he realized the truth, and then he revised what he understood over the next 7 weeks. So it said that he sort of deeply analyzed how the thoughts are formed, and then going backwards to the root of it and identify where the origin is. So that is what is called by Anuloma and Pratiloma way of studying, forward and backward studying of the Paticca Samuppada, or the cause and effect series, which is the basic truth in Buddhist teaching. That is the difference between the other religions and the Buddhist teaching. So when you understand the mechanism of this thought formation and the final result where the system feels that self-perception or there is a person doing this, when you understand, going deep into that, like Sudharma mentioned, cutting a mangosteen and then checking the inside, the nature of it, the kernel, the color and everything. Then you know, as you glance at the fruit, you know what is inside, how it looks inside, how it is inside. So like that, when you analyze a thought deeply, you understand that there is nothing. From nothingness, the thought is being constructed from. Basically, there is zero level or nothing, and then as a part of the illusion, this is being constructed. So when you know this truth, whatever the thoughts which are formed, automatically you get the feel that there is nothing in this one. This is just a creation. This is kind of magic. So the finally what happens is that spontaneous feel is that whatever the thought which are formed, whatever the sense of faculty which is responsible, the value which is given, the label which is given, becomes less and less significant. And then that is where our noble friend has explained a particular samadhi state, which is called adhigata samadhi. That means whatever the thoughts which come sort of is let alone or let go, because there is hardly any value. But there is no change in the function of the sensor faculty as long as the physical body is functioning. So it will continue until the end of that physical body. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Are you in a position to add something? Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Therwan Saranai, Alan Mahasu, Therwan Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to Sudharma's speech as well. So, as she said, so the what we really need to do is that we have to understand the thought. The thought makes everything real. So that is the trickiest part that we have to uh, capture. So Sudharma talked about three realms: form, sensual world, formless world. See, all these three realms are there in one single thought. So it is very difficult to uh, understand fully at once, because we have unless we understand the mechanism, how does it happen, so we won't be able to understand this completely, where how these three realms can be found in one single thought. So sensual world, we know, as Dharma said, this is normal world that we live, where the illusion became a real. So we live in such a world that we think this illusion is perfectly real, and we are the one. I'm the one who is living in this world. So everything happens to me. So I have a birth, then and in some other day I have to leave this world with the death. So this is the sensual world. So but if you understand, so we deal with so many thoughts. We deal with so many thoughts. So in that sensual world, we take all the thoughts as real things. So we don't know we don't know that we are dealing with thoughts. The thoughts, in the sense, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the stimuli that captured via the six senses. Basically, five senses. Then the mind sensor will get created then and there. So we don't know. It is kind of an interplay among these five or six senses. So it is a result. So the self is the result of the thought. So how does this thought become real? Then comes another question. How does this thought become a real for this? Because we didn't know, we don't know the truth. What is the truth? How this thought has formed, how this thought has created. So that means the Samuday. Samuday means how all these things collectively form a existing like thought. How the mechanism, how these senses to collectively form a thought to make us to feel like it's real. Ultimately, what we feel in the sensual world is a real thing, real thought. So that eventually it will make us to feel that I'm the one who is feeling. So unknowingly, a self had already been created in that very thought. So helpless. But we have to, but what Lord Buddha asked us to do, to do a self-analysis or do a research to find out how this thought get created. Then you will understand Buddha told that then you will understand there is no such a thing called a existing field as well. So all you have to do is to see the thought, understand the thought, how the mechanism, how it gets created. The samuday. Samuday means collectively how this one single thought gets a power of make you to feel that it is real existent feel. So it is a completely a process. It is a result of a sequence, a series of things happening one after another. To explain that, Buddha announced a kind of concept called Paticcasamuppada. It is a actual concept that is being created by every Buddha. That is the cause and effect dharma. So if you see this concept, if you try to understand this concept very well, you will understand this thought is a creation. It is not done by anybody else, not done either by you. It is a natural thing. It is kind of an automatic thing that happens spontaneously. So the end result of that entire process is the existent field is also an automatic thing. It is not created by anybody else. So that means the feeling of a self or a life feeling is also a creation. It is not done by you, not by somebody else either. So then what we have to do is just we have to do our own investigation, and we have to be very thorough about this mechanism. Then we realize there should no such a person here who is feeling this a life feel. There is no perceiver here to perceive this a life feel. So then, of course, so in that case, you will understand that then the what do you call that, the niyamaya, the way how your mind gets created is completely happening in according to a certain system. The system belongs to the nature. Then nature, through the nature, it rolls out. The end result is the feeling of existence. So that existence feel would be there, but there is no person to hold that feeling. So that means that is the point where consciousness become what you call appatitita vinnana. So there is no place to fall this particular consciousness. So in the absence of the person, in the absence of a soul, so there won't be any kind of engagement. So that's why Lord Buddha showed it. I found the carpenter who is making the roof of this house. I found the carpenter. The carpenter is the clinging nature of the particular thought. The clinging nature, how does this clinging nature of this particular thought comes? If we take with because of the ignorance, because you don't know this mechanism, you take the thought as real. Thought in the sense, maybe the chair, maybe the tree, maybe as Dharma said, a mango tree. If some, even the light, even the sound, if we feel it's real at that very moment, the clinging nature of the maintaining that particular field will get developed. That is the carpenter. That is the carpenter who makes this entire roof of this sansaric cycle. The clinging. So this clinging has not been created by anybody else. It is automatically get created as long as you believe that thought is a real thing. So if you understand this thought very completely, if you are able to understand this thought has no value for that, it is not real, it is a automatic process, it is a natural phenomena, there is no doer here, no one had done it, not either by you. So the value towards that particular the value that we previously assigned to that particular thought will become less and less, will go down. So that means the clinging nature of this particular thought will gradually diminish. That means the ability of the carpenter to build up this sansaric building will gradually goes down, will gradually grow down. So that means that will enable us to put the full stop to this sansaric journey. So as if you look at this overall picture at once, what made you to believe that the thought is real is because you didn't know the mechanism how it has been created. So once you get to know that the way it is formed, the rest of the things will automatically happen. The collapse and the assigning less value for that, and ultimately collapse of the entire building will automatically happen. What you have to do is just to see how this thought get created. So we have to be very skillful enough to see the thought. That is the merit that we should have. That is the kusale that we should have. We have to be very uh, uh, very skillful to see the nothingness uh, or the uh, yeah uh, unrealistic nature of this thought. So thought in the sense it is so people tend to think thoughts are the things that comes into the mind. That is not true. Everything is a thought. So if you see something, if you hear something, if you so we'll say, so I'm walking on a tiled floor. So we I unintentionally I know that I'm walking on on the second floor of this building. So unknowingly I have a feeling that the second floor is real. The person called me is walking on this tile floor, and so many things are there. So everything has been real for me, has become real for me. So that is my ignorance. So if I get to know that all the things I said earlier are thoughts, thoughts have no actually a value, certain value. They are created as a result of the interplay of these five senses. So then, of course, what will happen? The value that I assign for those thoughts will automatically start to diminish. So then, of course, the clinging nature towards that that was there earlier, now it becomes gradually diminished. So then, of course, the power which has been built earlier within that thought will start to diminish. So that will not be sufficient to give rise to another kind of thought anymore. So that means that your further propagation of this sansaric cycle will stop. So, so that is basically the theory part. That is the theory part in it. But what what we say is we have to be very skillful enough to see the uh, reality of this thought. So reality means this the thoughts are not real. It has to be felt. It is not at at first stages. You may have to contemplate it and get the things cleared up at the first stages, but ultimately and later stages, what will happen? It comes automatically because that is the practice that you do. So with the practice, you tend to feel that everything is a thought. So every thought has a similar kind of structure. So every thought has no value. So what is the purpose of clinging towards it? So the craving, the clinging nature will automatically drops off. So then there is no power will remain to make another kind of a cycle. So that is the way how your samsaric cycle come to an end. So it is a very, very nice story. It is very logical and it can be understood. And only thing what you have to do is just to see the reality of the thought. That just to see just to understand what the thought is. So that will automatically push you towards the end of this entire story. So don't focus to certain levels or certain phala or samadhi or all these things. It will automatically grow. The super awareness and the other jnanas and other wisdom things will automatically grow. But only thing what you have to do is realization and taking the complete understanding the formation of the thought, how the thoughts get formed, and it will automatically push you towards the end of this samsaric cycle. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes,
Do you have anything to say
Sarnai Ravi.
in the comment?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, as you said, uh, uh, every thought is a creation and an illusion. So it's something fake. You can use many words to describe the word thought. But the formation of the thoughts is a part of that automatic, spontaneous chain of activities, isn't it? So
Mm.
everything is explained in a thought. Everything is given a word, and it's how the thought is expressed. Whether it is something, an activity, or whether there is something which is described as a noun. All of them are thoughts, and they are given a name. And as you said, it varies. The thought and the name could vary depending on the circumstance, depending on the person. But all thoughts fall into the same category, where you cannot take it as real, but we are, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and also Dr. Sakuntala, sometimes we see the people do when they do the practical uh, sessions, so they tend, while they are walking, they tend to see the outside world as not real and all these things by focusing their concentration towards the external objects. I mean, birds chirping and vehicle sounds and so on. But they think that those things are thoughts. But they didn't know that they don't know that even the walking is also a thought. They are at the moment they are walking. They are
Yes.
doing the walking meditation, but they didn't realize that they don't realize that the walking itself is a thought.
Is a
So
thought. Yes, exactly. So
yeah,
everything is a thought, basically.
everything is a thought.
Everything.
So
Yes.
yes. So that if you have that has to become from this contemplation, I think. So because we can't perceive things beyond our what you call these five senses. So even we think, even we walk, even we jump, even we climb uh, in a staircase, on a staircase. So all these things are thoughts. So even so if we talk with somebody else while we are climbing the staircase, it is also a thought. So thoughts, one thought come atop of another thought. So everything is a mental formation. So we have to be very vigilant about those things. So people tend, so while they are doing the practical Zoom session, practical sessions, so they think, so I'm the one who is walking. So while I'm walking, I'm trying to see the external things as not real. So, but we that is all right. But he has to have some kind of an idea. The walking, the practice of walking, even a thought. So sometimes they miss that. So it should not happen, I think. So if I take this conversation, so it is also a thought. This
Thoughts,
conversation.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So even though
Actually,
we
last
think
night,
about the,
hmm,
yeah,
hmm,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
yes. Yeah, actually, last night, Dr. Kokila gave a nice, I couldn't listen to the whole thing, but part of it. She
Mhm.
gave a very sort of simple and very practical explanation about these 4 steps. Actually, most of the people, as you said very correctly, do not
Mhm.
understand exactly what our noble friend was trying to uh, give us, I mean, tell us exactly what is meant by these 4 steps. Uh,
Mhm.
so the people who were discussing were giving various explanations also to the way that they have understood, but she was trying her best to correct many things. So as you
Yeah.
said, right from the beginning, the concept should be to get that self-feeling dissolved little by little and coming up to 100% when you reach the end of the practice. That means the 4th step. So
Yeah.
right from the beginning, as you said, if you take uh, seeing a bird and identifying as crow, they are
Mhm.
automatically, you have gone to the outside world, taken the outside world as real. And then
Yeah.
there is an existing self here who is identifying, isn't it?
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 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 As you said, it has to come from the understanding only. So
Mm,
you have
mm,
to understand this Dhamma uh, very good way, in a good way, because otherwise you sometimes you miss some parts of it. So then you try to capture from uh, some places only. Then you will miss the very valuable parts. So that's why you have to apply this Dhamma to. You can apply this Dhamma to anywhere, any
mm,
instance. Even you hold your phone right at the moment, you try, if you can contemplate on that. So
mm,
am I dealing with the mental image right now? So that is sufficient for you to understand this entire Dhamma. So Dhamma is there at least in this very moment. So that means how you feel this solidity or this firmness of the phone
mm,
through sensor. So that is the vidarshana. That is the uh, that should be done. So 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 it is very, yeah, it is very difficult at first time, but if you practice this, if you try to incorporate this understanding, basic understanding to your day-to-day activities, then you will find Dhamma is everywhere.
yes,
Even
actually, yes. Very deep and thorough understanding about the darshana part. That means that the basic Dhamma facts, how the world is created, the knowledge right at the beginning. The knowledge should be very clear and crisp. With that base only, you can build up this practical pathway, isn't it?
yes,
Now, what happens is now there are people who come for this 1 day program sometimes who have never listened to any of the Deshana, any of the preachings before from our noble
Mhm.
friend. So those people, I think most of them experience the concentration type of meditation rather than the facts which is uh, explained in the morning half of the day. Most of them, I
Mhm.
think, just concentrate on the walking and then, but they feel some sort of comfort and they feel some tranquil feeling. So definitely they will
Mhm.
come again. So
Yeah.
when you go on listening to that part again and again, you realize that there is something much more deeper and important than concentrating on the walking, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. Mhm. Yeah. So they get, as you said, they get some kind of a relief and relaxed
Mm,
feeling.
mm,
Yeah. So yes, there's some kind of a notion that, so if you happen to participate in such kind of a meditation program, you have to do uh, walking. So walking in the
mm,
sense, keep concentrating on your foot and uh, chase your thoughts along how they behave and all these things. So
mm,
these are the common practice. So, but we have to take them from that angle to this Vidarshana angle very um, smoothly. So there should be
mm,
some kind of a very smooth shift. So that is the most challenging part for the trainers here. So they tend to feel, they try to seek some kind of a relief from the beginning. So
mm,
that's why they want to take the concentration meditation. Uh, yeah, the concentration meditation for the first time. Uh, whatever we try to explain about the thought and so all these things,
mm.
what they prefer is to go there and do the concentration meditation, because the freedom, the relief is uh, very obvious through this concentration meditation. But from the Vidarshana meditation, it takes some time, because how much you become thorough with the Dhamma, you get this feeling. So it takes some time. But in contrast to that concentration meditation, so it is there. So if you do not feel that you are walking, or if you concentration on one single thought, then if you focus on one thought, then the rest of the uh, thoughts will be suppressed, then you get some kind of a relaxed feeling. So it is very instant. So
Yes,
they prefer that.
concentration is meant, it's easy, no? Very
it's
easy.
it's easy,
And
it's easy.
yeah,
And
even these non-religious techniques like counting up to 10 and then counting backwards from 10 to 1, that is also a form of concentration, isn't it?
and
So
and,
it's
and
very
also,
simple and easy.
yeah, I
Mm,
also heard that there's kind of a singing bowl or something. So they hit that
mm,
ball, then it produced nice melody. Then, of course, then
mm.
you feel so relaxed. So it is also some kind of a concentration meditation.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
but it remains for a very short period, isn't it?
Mm,
So as
mm.
long as your
Temporary.
thoughts are not there, so you
Mm,
get that feeling. But when thoughts come to rushing, so then the peaceful, the calmness will go away.
go on, yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Uh,
Doctor. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Mhm.
When just to add the thought to this walking meditation, in this practical approach prescribed by Aryan Mahanse, as you said, initially the thoughts to do walking meditation, that it comes as a thought. But when you get that mental image, as you rightly said, no longer the thought of walking is there. The person just, even a person is unaware that he or she is walking. It happens as a process. There is some meditative absorption. So that itself is a beautiful experience of um, how a process happens without the involvement of a self, isn't it? At the very beginning, okay, you get the thought to walk. Now standing up, and that when you get that mental image, like in normal conventional concentration meditation, now lifting the foot and taking it and again putting it on the next place, lifting the left step. So we don't develop thoughts related to walking meditation here in this approach. We just walk, then we come to certain meditative absorption kind of thing. They are the external, when the eye perceives a thing, you have a kind of good platform to see through that thought. When you hear a bird, you have an ideal tranquil platform to see through that thought, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay.
Yes, as you said,
Yes.
when you walk, you will also get some kind of a concentration, kind of a
Yes.
feeling, but it
Mm.
should not be the correct feeling. But if you walk, you should feel the firmness or the hardness of the floor for sure, because the your sensors are working. Sensors are working. The firmness should be felt. So that
Exactly.
doesn't mean that you feel like floating or something. So
No,
it
no.
is kind of a result of the concentration, because the
Yes.
thoughts that thought is also gone. So you know very well that you are walking on a gravel road or somewhere.
Yes.
No.
From
So
time to time, you feel
yeah,
it. We feel it, doctor. Yeah.
the actual feeling that comes to the soul.
Hmm.
So you can feel that,
Yes.
oh, now it's pinching, or now it's hurting like this. All these things are there because, but you know, there is no person who is walking there. Only
Yes.
these are thoughts. These are just pure feeling only.
Exactly. Yes.
So,
You
so
awaken
that
to the feel. Yes.
yeah, that doesn't make you to feel like that you are floating in a
No,
uh,
no.
isn't it? So I
No,
don't
no.
know. I don't know.
No,
So
no, doctor. Nothing like that. Nothing
nothing
like
like
that.
that.
Some
Pe-
calmness.
pe-
But
pe-
only
pe-
thing that happens as a process is evident, and how the
Mhm.
thought occurs from time to time, it's evident. Even though you walk, doctor, that hardness also you don't feel regularly. After a while, you feel the hardness of the ground or whatever. Right throughout, when you hear the bird, you don't feel the hardness. When you see the coconut tree, you don't feel the hardness because there is no overlapping of thoughts. No, so that becomes crystal clear when we do this walking meditation, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. That's true. Yeah. So yes, as you said, so the feelings would come. Feeling means that if it is a pain, you feel the pain. That's all right. So if you happen to taste something, you will feel that taste. That's all right. But the tastes are generated within your senses. That is the realization that you take, that you will have. So that is the meditation. So sometimes people might think that if you if you want, once you want to start walking, so you should feel some kind of a lightness or some kind of a floating feeling, or those things. I don't think those things would happen. because it belongs to some kind of a concentration meditation part.
Exactly.
So yeah, because
That
you
is
are very
conventional.
and also what will happen, what is happening here, and another kind of I mean, that said, Dhammachakkhu said that the super awareness will come into action. So that will guide you throughout this entire process. So you know there's no person who is walking, but the thoughts come. So thoughts are interchanging, one thought to another, one thought to another. So the thoughts can't make you to feel that you are alive, you are existing. So that is the super awareness that you get, I think. So so that's why the two different meditation types are there. So one meditation type, you get some kind of a sudden light feeling, lightheadedness or floating light feeling and so on. But in the concentration, in the meditative insight, what do you call this, Vidarsana meditation, you get this non-soul feeling with the super awareness. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing to discuss, because if Arunaz is here, we can ask him these things. But in certain points, we also feel, but not to the uh, not to its maximum level. But so even within this conversation, we tend to feel that this is this incident. This is another kind of incident. So am I really engaged with these things or not? So if what I think is, if you don't feel like these things, this is a real incident. So that is the awareness that you have, because you have very good awareness that this is also an incident, isn't it? What do you think, Sudhamni? I don't know what I'm
Yes,
telling.
doctor, exactly. Very beautiful
Yeah,
explanation, insightful explanation made by both of you. And since today Shanika read page 19, so if we focus on that, you very well explained how the thought is created there. And the trick is, doctor, we can't, without the help of the noble teacher, we can't
yeah,
understand how we feel that something is there. Now we know it's
yeah,
sound and color combination, everything, but still we feel that something is there. So Aryan Hanse explained it very nicely. It's because of this power, no, as you said, the cause and effect. The cause is the very speedy, rapid occurrence of this sparking, right? Spark coming
yeah,
together of vibe. It creates power, and it ultimately develops into mind power and connects with the nervous system, and then that internal current, internal vibration is also like some way connected. So due to that, we feel that it is there. So without Aryan Mohan says, oh, this noble teacher's explanation, no one can understand why we feel as if something there, isn't it, doctor? So you
yeah,
wanted
yeah,
to mention power there. So that's why I
yeah,
wanted to, yeah,
yeah,
because it's the most difficult part to liberate from when we discuss the stimulus, isn't it? This power
yeah,
generated like in a whirlpool in a river, automatically that due to speedy spinning of water, the power
mm,
is generated by itself, and it grabs all dried leaves and sticks around it. And so that similar, that metaphor is used by Aryan Wahanse to explain how this, due to rapid occurrence of the sparking, the power is generated and we get the feel that something is there, although without the name and the form, the thingness. From we need to make a shift to from thingness to nothingness, no, so it's so hard. And so that knowledge, actually that explanation helps us to awaken our wisdom also, no, when we like
Yes.
contemplate on this, at least it comes as a reminder at certain point. And when Dr. Sakuntala mentioned that burning itself is the value, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? You very well explained, because the value is another trickiest thing, because the value is not monetary value. It's you very well explained, because I'm highlighting it related to this text. This value can come as revenge, anger, attachment, craving. So those are very nice points raised in today's discussion. Yes, Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah. Yes. The value in the sense that the burning in the sense, actually, we tend to think that burning is only because so I have a burning towards a burning feeling like about my children. So that is not the exact burning here. Burning is the thing that the feeling that it comes along whenever you take the things as real, whatever the thing, even the chair in front of me, if I feel like it is existing, it carries kind of a burn within me. That burn is to keep this chair as long as possible, to keep this chair, to retain it, the chair with me for a longer period. So that it is also burning. So it does not necessarily to towards some father, mother. So there are certain burns as well. But so if you take something as real, the burning also accompanies with that also. So that's why Aranvasi always reminds us to, if we take something as real, something in the sense one thought as a real, so that means that the fact that you have been born at that very instant. So we have to be very careful, isn't it? We have to be very careful. So
Yes,
that's why we
yes,
need to see the reality, see this Dhamma in every thought. So otherwise, if you miss certain things, we unknowingly, the burn will be there. So that means this carpenter will create the house. So
exactly.
yeah.
Carpenter called consciousness, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, consciousness or the craving or the that thing. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyway, I think our time has gone, isn't it? So, Dr. Saku, can we wrap up this session for today? Is it okay? Yes, I think.
Yes, Dr. Ravi. I
Okay.
think we have few more
Okay.
minutes. It would be useful if we can remind about the opportunities available for seekers of true Dhamma. I don't think we could remind that today, Dr. Ravi.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
The opportunities available for true Dhamma seekers all around the world, websites, and that reminder
Yeah.
would be useful, Doctor, if you like to make
Yeah,
it.
yes. Other than participating in these kind of discussions, so you have basically two websites. So our main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website, and also we have another newly launched website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So please feel free to visit those sites as well. So there are certain books that have been written in English language, so they are free to download. So all these books have been written under the guidance of Buddothpado Wahanse. So don't hesitate to take this opportunity to download them and read them attentively. If you have any questions, you please feel free to bring them up here so we can openly discuss them in this forum. Then if you have any doubts, we can ask directly from our noble friend. So that is the opportunity that we have. So and also we have Metmal meditation uh, center in Damagoda, Angurwatota in Sri Lanka. So we invite you to that to have the real experience of this true Dhamma. So it is a meditation center. So there is a certain, it goes in a certain schedule. So food and other accommodation facilities will be provided. And if you are interested, please feel free to visit Sri Lanka and have this real experience of this true Dhamma in those places. So uh, with that reminder, I'd like to conclude this session for today, so we can start discussion. You can join tomorrow as well at the same time at the 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time. So until then, I'd like to say Theruvan Saranai to all of you, and we'll meet tomorrow. Theruvan
තෙරුවන්
Saranai.
සරණයි
Theruvan
ආරයන්
Saranai,
වහන්සේ.
Sukarna,
තෙරුවන්
Theruvan
සරණයි
Saranai.
Dr. Ravi and all Dhamma friends. That's it.
Theruvan Saranai.
Tirun Sarnai Aryan answer. Tirun Sarnai everybody.
For all your untiring efforts and unparalleled compassion, may you live long and namaskara veva. Now, first of all, let's look at the opportunities made available to the seekers of true Dhamma by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. There are numerous resources available for any seeker of truth, despite the geographical location, language, or any other boundary. It's worth mentioning the Buddothpado main website www.buddothpado-dhamma.com because it's regularly updated, daily updated, and it's so user-friendly because it consists of more than 10,000 Buddothpado sermons, including all Zoom discussions, and it is worth mentioning that all these sermons are classified or categorized according to the topics and the complexity levels to facilitate its users. And at the same time, just by clicking a link there, you can join the Buddothpado WhatsApp groups to get the links for these Zoom discussions, and also to know about the one-day meditation programs conducted island-wide, And at the same time, I should mention that there are YouTube channels parallel to these websites as well. And if someone is into science and has an explorative mind and prefers to understand Dhamma through a scientific angle, the website www.wisdomofasia.com is the best resource for them. Apart from that, the Dhamma discussions operates via Zoom platform throughout the day, covering all 3 languages. So as we meet up here every morning at 7:45, it's the English Zoom discussion, and it's worth mentioning the 11:30 Zoom discussion conducted in Sinhala. It is operated from Australia. I think actually the target group is the people kind of seekers of truth who are staying away from motherland to suit their time schedules, daily schedules. It is operated at that time. And every Friday at 2:45, the Tamil Zoom discussion is there. And also the International Meditation Center located in the beautiful, serene countryside, the locality of Dobagoda, Sri Lanka, is another important landmark. They are anyone, especially the foreigners who are interested in understanding the truth, can participate in residential meditation programs, insight meditation programs. Okay, so with that reminder, let's proceed to the Dhamma discussion today based on volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. This mainly deals with understanding the illusion called I. So we discussed the page 17 yesterday, as our Dhamma friends have already joined, Mr. Bernard, Ms. Shani. I welcome both of you to this discussion. So at any time you can make your contributions. So yesterday the main focus was on the key term awakening to the moment. Awakening to the moment. So valuable contributions were made by the participants, especially Dr. Kokila's contribution. She defined this, quoting a lot of life examples and also the concepts, Dhamma concepts like awakening to the moment is liberating from the mind, liberating from the thoughts, or liberating from the name and form, not to get entangled with the projections of 6 sensory organs, and to have clear knowledge, thorough rather than knowledge, understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So when the shape of light occurs or is perceived by the eye, how do we see it as an object? How does it come real? And how the person who observes it as an object, how the self is created, and how the value for that object, that entity, that person arises with that out of ignorance. And at the end of the discussion yesterday, as usual, Venerable Aryan Mahansi gave a detailed explanation. He again and again reminded what we mean by nothingness, because that's the people in mundane world cannot understand what this nothingness referred to by Aryans, those who have achieved the profound liberation. This nothingness is the profound tranquility or profound peace or profound freedom one experiences with the complete liberation from the thoughts. Otherwise, it does not mean demolishing all entities made up of four great elements. So, with that, I would like to focus on today's section to be discussed. So, that is page 18 of The True Dhamma Has Awakened. If you have a book with you, it's the second paragraph, page 18. The Buddha preaches the following. Skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayang uchati jati. Jati Dhamma Sutra. The birth of the I is your birth. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside, that is your birth. That is where the sorrow begins. That is where the attachment, aversion begins. That is where thoughts begin. Avidya paccaya sankhara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we begin to feel jealousy, revenge, attachments, aversion. Why? Because there are two sides. One side is that we believe we are here and we believe that the outside world exists. There are two sides. The duality. The truth is, there is nothing outside. The outside is only a thought. You do not make the thought outside. It is only a meeting of sounds and colors together. Coming together of sound, color, smell, taste, and sense of touch causes a spark. The mind or the manoviññānaya is formed due to this spark. That is why we say that the mind does not exist inside the body. Even the awareness of a color does not arise from a mind inside a body. We see because there is a light. In that case, it is a spark that allows the sense of seeing. The mind does not exist inside the body. The mind does not exist anywhere. Now it is clear to us that the awakening to the moment or Mohotata Avadiya is experienced only when you don't have any thoughts. Upasikava. Yes, awakening to the moment. Aryan Mahansi. Yes, at the moment of awakening, there is only an awareness. There is no Nama-Rupa, thoughts. The awareness does not have any thoughts. It is just simply being aware. Thoughts mean that it is an illusion of the mind or Vijnana Maya. And the illusion is made by the coming together of Nama Rupa. So we can look at the section that was read. So it starts with Skandhanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabo Ayang Bujjati Jati. This comes from Jati Dhamma Sutra. That is what Aryan Mahansa also always mentions. The birth of the I is the birth of the person. The birth of the ear is the birth of the person. The birth of the nose, the sensation, is the birth of the person. And it applies to all six sensory organs. The mind, when we define the sensory organs from a scientific perspective, we leave out the mind. But in the religious perspective, mind is also considered as a sensory faculty, which is so rational, actually. So here we talk about six sensory organs when we analyze Buddhist philosophy and when we try to understand this. So here, what is re-emphasized is the birth of the I is your birth. If you see the bag out there, the person who sees the bag is here. If you see the mango tree in the garden, the person, the self arises, the person who experiences, observer and the observed, the entity being observed, and on the other side, the person, the observer. So that is the duality, internal, external, ajjata bahidda. So we use diverse terms to refer to this condition. So how are we going to untangle this? So isn't there a mango tree out there? Isn't there a bottle? Isn't there a bag? Isn't there a girl, boy, mother, table? Let's try to untangle this by understanding this mechanism. So the basic concept or the principle is entire universe is made up of vibrations. Let it be solidity, let it be liquidity, let it be heat or cold or space, whatever, everything is made up of vibrations, which cannot be detected by the human sensory faculties or sensory bases. It is obvious, when we go to face an X-ray, that image, the image of the chest or the spine or whatever comes finally. But do we see the rays? Now you have the mobile phone with you. Somebody from UK calls you. So some vibration is happening. So can we perceive? No. So in the same way, vibrations cannot be detected by the human organs. So the shape of the mango tree out there, it's nothing but a bunch of vibrations. The human eye, nothing but a bunch of vibrations. But as Aryan Mahanse explains through very nice example, that tuning fork principle helps us to understand how the birth of these, or how we perceive stuff through these sensory organs. So the moment you open your eye, the vibrations of similar frequencies and with opposing charges, it's also a natural phenomenon. Positive and negative charges, they spark. The sparking of similar vibrations with opposing charges occur. This happens continuously with a very high speed, which cannot be measured by human brain. No, we do not have the capacity to see that speed of the rapid occurrence of vibrations and rapid sparking. This sparking itself creates some power, just like in a whirlpool in a river. We know the water spins really fast, and it generates some power there, and it grabs anything around, maybe small sticks, leaves, whatever in the river around it. It happens due to this power generated due to the rapid speed of spinning of water. So same principle is present here, and this continuous sparking that happens with the rapid speed generates some power. That power, now only the eye is at work, but here even Gautama Buddha has explained, Aryan Wahanse has explained, re-explained it nicely, the 2 rounds of the functioning of 6 sensory faculties happen, which is known as Vattang Vattati. Now the eye perceives stuff, so it's nothing more than a shape of light. Some shape only, no identification. At this very moment, instantaneously, what happens is all other rest of the organs, rest of the sensory faculties come to work, and sparking happens. The second round, although we say second round, they are immeasurable. All the qualities, properties, previous data related to the name, this is the the color identification. If you have touched the mango tree, that roughness of the trunk. If you have smelled the mango tree, that smell. If you have put your tongue on it, that feeling, all associated data at once come together, and the name mango tree appears, the sound, and that's what we say, sound and color combination, and the mind consciousness finally identifies it as the mango tree. So same mechanism is explained as coming together, or the fusion of Ditta Sutta Mutta. In this analysis also there, it's so rational. Ditta is eye, seeing. Seeing means process of seeing, not the this muscular eye, the process of seeing, not this physical eye, but the process of. Sutta, process of hearing. Mutta, the feelings, that is smelling, tasting, and touch. So visual sensation, auditory sensation, tactile, gustatory, olfactory relation come together, the fusion of all sensory inputs come in one shot, and mind consciousness recognizes the mango tree. It doesn't stop there. That is why it becomes a grave thing. It doesn't stop there due to ignorance. The person, some sort of awareness, it goes beyond actually awareness. Some feeling the person entertains. I mean, it may not be the entertainment that you get by watching a drama or eating some food, but undetectable level, by objectifying that projection, some kind of feeling occurs. And the perception, that is how the thought or the perception occurs, and the self is created on this side. The moment the mango tree objectifies or solidifies, the person who sees it here on the other side, here and there, or external mango tree, internal the person, Ajjatta Bahita, the duality arises. And that very moment, the need to keep it as a mango tree, the value, it is not the monetary value. Some subtle or some nuanced feeling or a need to see it as a mango tree or to have it as an object occurs. So that is how we get caught in this unreal world, how the external world becomes a reality. So that mind power, the moment the mango tree becomes real, it doesn't stop there. That power, as I explained using the example of whirlpool, that power connects with the nervous system, and it has an ultimate impact on this change, the inner vibration too. So to untangle this knot, we all must have a very thorough understanding, clear understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So as I mentioned, the moment the mango tree appears, on this side you are there, the value is there. With that value, this suffering defined in Buddhism, it is not the worldly suffering, the need to see it as a thing, keep it as a thing appears. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I read the section to be read today, and I was explaining the mechanism of the sensory organs, taking an example. Would you like to make your additions and continue, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't listening again. I just joined.
Okay.
And there's, I can possibly join here and there. There's so many noises because of my kids. But what were you asking? What was the topic? Sorry.
Topic, Dr. Kokila, I was reading page 18 of the book. It's just the continuation of awakening to the moment. And the line I clarified was Kandanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabo Ayang Uchati Jati. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside. So taking the example of the mango tree, I went into detail with these vibrations and sparking and how the mind power is generated, and when we objectify it, how on the other side the self appears, and that value is given, and the suffering, etc. that bit only.
Yeah, okay. Actually, we were talking about that yesterday as well, how this self arises and how this evolves. So actually, we were talking about the awakening to the moment. What's the importance of that? What's the importance of that is actually you get the non-self experience. When you get the non-self experience, this start to evolve again, because as a child, as a baby and as a child, we started to actually get into the self-perception. I don't know whether you have gone into that, how you felt as a self. There's a thing that happened. It's not that someone has happened and someone did it because of the not knowing or because of the ignorance. Happened anyway. Even though there's no self, the self-perception has occurred. Any system it has. So you have to remember, even the worm has it.
Yes.
So that is the point. Sometimes we forget that even the worm has it. So this self-perception, what importance of awakening to the moment is actually non-self-perception begins. It's the beginning of the path. So when that happens, it begins to evolve again. It begins to evolve, and at one point you become your whole system becomes of it. Like it becomes the normal. It will be the normal, not the self-perception. What happened to the baby? It will be a reversal, but this happens because of awakening to the moment, one particular moment. Because of that, it starts to begin. That in an arahant, all the moments will be like that anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, non-self-perception is very important. Then that will start to evolve. You will feel it everywhere. In the beginning, you won't feel it everywhere, but then with more and more insights, you will definitely feel it multiple times. So then what this says, what happens here will be understood more and felt more, and then it is easier to become. So this is the reversal of the child or the baby, what happened to that baby, and how the baby, when becoming a child and becoming adult, how the self-perception has become a part of our life. It has never left us. And even the worm, it never left the worm. And that's why when the worm dies, there is always this perception, self-perception. How does it happen? It does happen because it's something, a form of vibration which can telepathize, or which can co-vibrate, or so word for that. It doesn't come to me, but it's a similarity of frequencies of that vibration. It is really interesting to know all this and what your vibration is. And when you know what your vibration is, actually you feel it, but you can't explain it. But you will feel that how it is reducing, how it is. It will be a slow process, nothing to fear. But the most importantly, the path begins in the awakening to the moment. So with all the knowledge we have from what we have learned, or what we have heard, or what you read from the book, whatever the knowledge we have, it is a push actually to understand this. Definitely a support to that. And then when the noble friend guides you to try and feel it. That would be a guidance for you to feel that too, because unless you feel it, the doubts will be there until the day you pass away from like after stopping the breathing or the system collapse. So you need to get it. You need to actually make an effort. In that, don't get desperate, because becoming desperate doesn't help here. We feel so. Imagine we want to earn. We want to become a millionaire, something like that. Just an example. There's a desperation, like when we can't do that. So imagine someone wants to be rich or whatever the level they know, and then every day you feel like I'm poor, because that's another perception. So then there is a desperation to do something, to become something. But the problem here is that desperation doesn't help. The other way around, over eagerness doesn't help either. This is very well said in Lord Buddha's sermons as well. Over eagerness or desperation or nothing helps like that. So it is a bit difficult in the beginning, but if you are kind of someone who can stop and see what is said, that would really help you. Just stop, because we are very used to go behind something. Just stop, and then you will be able to realize how much you have not felt or how much you have not experienced. So it's easy to get trapped in this Dhamma as well. So just understand that, because it's out of desperation, or when you feel like you want something, there's always a possibility that you can become very sad in this path, or your confidence can go down. It is normal. So just you have to trust the noble friend when Aranwanse says to keep trying, because the problem with this, sometimes when we tell directly also, so imagine some Aranwanse tells directly that you haven't noticed this yet. Someone might be like, oh my God, I haven't, it collapses. But the main thing is that it is in a way good, because the assumptions are not going to lead you anywhere, and guidance from a friend would be, noble friend would be actually wise, so that your over eagerness or the will reverse. But the problem is the desperation here, because that is why even Aranwanse, I think, it's my assumption again, but he doesn't tell the same thing every Zoom discussions. He makes it different. I don't know if you have experience. He makes this the discussion pattern also different. So from time to time, he discusses about the awakening to the moment. Then he discusses about the samadhi, or what is it? What is samadhi in English?
The concentration.
I don't know about that, but whatever the
meditative absorption, right?
Is that what is said? So that there is samadhi. So whatever he might talk about different stuff, because human mind, we should not let go. We should not drive into being so eager into one, because as you remember, when Aranwanse takes a point, everyone will be thinking about that point. Then he will take another point, and everyone will be thinking about that point. So like it has come into patterns, and here time to time he takes this as well. So it's very important that that Aranhanse is trying to give this in a way that without a human going into desperation. Desperation is sadness that am I not going to get this, or into over eagerness, like I am doing it, I have done it, kind of thing. So those two ends, it's very normal for you to fall into those two categories. Or in the middle, someone we like in Thinamid, or what is Thinamid in English? I don't know, but like kind of not doing anything at all. Laziness, yeah. Even the laziness, I don't know whether it is just laziness that we talk about, or whether laziness to understand the truth, because laziness can be laziness to clean the house, but then laziness to understand this truth or to surface this truth would be a bit tricky, isn't it?
Sorry, there was some interruption here. Yes, Dr. Kokila, as you said, it goes beyond laziness. It could be kind of lethargy or some, I mean, it's a strong version of laziness, maybe. So, thank you so much for that explanation. So the next point that we have to focus on is avidya pachaya sankara. So as I explained how the mind was created, I mean, all this mechanism of vibrations coming together, sparking, and the fusion of all five sensory inputs, and finally the objectifying of the mango tree or whatever. So this scenario, this happens due to the ignorance. The sankara here means mental formations. Again, the how it leads to the perception. It's this through this phrase. It is actually an extension of the previous explanation given to skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayam uchati jati. So if we look at it from another perspective, it is the five aggregates. So one way we analyze as from the perspective of six consciousnesses, and similarly it is again the five aggregates: form, feeling, perception, uh, mental formations, and the thought, finally. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, consciousness. So that is another analysis that can be given to the mechanism of formation of thought. And all this, as Dr. Kokila very well explained, happens due to the ignorance that there is a person, because she went back to the baby who is in a cot, and how the self-existence feel arises at the basic level. I remember Dr. Kokila Aryan Mahanse mentions that existence feel is what comes first, what is experienced by a living being. And we actually initially we do not know that it happens to a person or a self. But with the later on getting more and more exposure to these external entities and certain incidents and conditions, we gradually develop the self-perception, and we gets the ownership of those manifestations of sensory organs or sensory faculties. So this gets stronger and stronger. Probably a child actually child does not know the face of the person, child himself. unless and until somebody shows the face through a mirror and says, you are Baba, Baba, it's you, it's your image. The child does not have that understanding, at least. But gradually, uh, due to the environmental factors, because on top of the mechanism of the six sensory organs, other environmental factors like family, there are explanations, there are interactions, and telling that you are there, you are hungry, you are thirsty, okay, you are tired, you are crying, why are you crying? You becomes it's another, I mean, you becomes the other version of I there, and the self perception gets stronger and stronger. Due to the ignorance, it comes to a position that we experience the existent world and we also exist happily in that world. So this true Dhamma is the only solution to untangle this myth or misconception. Dr. Sakuntala, would you like to add to this?
Therwan Saranai.
Yes, Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Pay my homage at Aryan Mahasay's feet. Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I was, yes, actually what two of you explained were some very deep facts, which is a part of the darshana or the true Dhamma that we have to understand right at the beginning as the foundation of everything. Because as you mentioned, the self-perception is the main root, I would say, of all these subsequent happenings. The current that is there in the radiant mind or the small baby, which is actually the Atma Sanya, or the current which was telepathized right at the beginning to the zygote, and that current gives a push for the fetus to grow, and that is also named as tains or sasava, and because of that nature of the sasava or the tains, the baby also tend to feel that the light is existing, and the hearing is there. Hearing is something existing. So there is a very fine or subtle feel to the baby that these things are existing, but is created by the five senses. But there is no formation of the mind sensor. But still, that is why the baby cries when the baby is hungry, and when the baby is given milk, the baby is feeding with very eagerness, and sometimes turn the head to the sounds, to the voices, and when there is some discomfort, like when there is a wet nappy, the baby will indicate something uncomfortable. This is not what was explained by Dr. Kokila yesterday, not the level of intolerance to the sensor, but this is something beyond that. There is eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste, smell, and tactile or the skin consciousness, body consciousness. So these things are formed at that level, and in a very subtle way, the baby feel that they are existing, but no defilements are formed at that time because the mind sensor is not functioning. So in other words, this current which got telepathized is the one which is going like a stream underneath all these things. And when the thoughts are formed, when the child is a little bit bigger, there is a spontaneous creation of the thoughts by merging of these other 5 senses. So this is what leads to the defilements later on, which are manifested actually when these thoughts are formed. So actually the taints or the sasava are manifested as ashra or defilements later on. So this is a process where the illusion of an existing world also occurs. As you all clearly mentioned, the data gets collected with time. So the data that you have about the mother is by now, if you are 60 years old, for a person who is 60 years old, if I tell the word mother, the spark that occurs right at that moment related to mother has lots and lots of information which has been gathered over like 60 years. Also, now if I tell the word your son, you get certain amounts of data. Maybe if your son is like 20 years old, the data you get. So that means that spark is felt heavy. Whereas if I tell a name of a neighboring house child, the data that you get at that time related to that boy's name is much less heavier. That is because of the nature of each person's thought process. And that current or that heavy feeling is actually, that is the self-perception. There is no different self who is feeling that current. The current that you feel, the current that the system feels, that heaviness that system feels is the self-feeling or self-feeling of self-perception. So when you identify this process, you try to, automatically the camera is turned towards that feeling, and that is recognized as the self-feeling. More you try to, more the system is capable of identifying this heavy feeling or this current. That is the procedure, or that is the only way to get it lighter and lighter. So there is no specific method to get rid of this current, or there is nothing that can be done to shed all that heavy feeling. But only way is to identify it more and more by focusing. And then when you identify more and more, the strength of the current becomes less and less. So what ultimately will happen is that when I tell the name of your son, and when I tell the name of a neighboring house boy's name, the both ways, it is just a vibration of the ear, and there is my vibration of the mind sensor where the identification happens. But the heavy current that was constructed beneath that becomes more or less equal, or there is no current at all. So that is what this teaching is, because there won't be anything different from outside or from what you feel, but the system feels. that there's no difference. The way that you feel, but that current which was underneath is not there. So I think I would like to stop from there. Any comments or any corrections from both of you? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you very much for the thought-provoking inputs, because that when you brought about that example of somebody's son and someone else's son. So those are mere two thoughts, right, that occur in the mind. But when we hear that, let's say my son, when you say your son, why is it heavy? Why is that thought heavy? It is because the value, isn't it?
Value. Yes.
The value attributed to that thought is higher. Neighbor's son or someone else's son, the value is less. So and the other thing that came from your explanation is, Dr. Sakuntala, that this it went away from me. Something very nice came up from that when you were telling. Yeah, the self-perception. Self-perception. That when the word your son comes, there are no two people as your son, the thought and me, self. That thought itself is the self, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the trickiest and the most difficult for a person to figure out. They take as a dual notion, no, that dual, it is the the sun is out there and I am here. But when the thought occurs, it's all one. It's the self that arises, isn't it? With the value. So thank you so much again.
Yeah, thought which has been given a value, isn't it? Now, the formation of the thoughts is a part of the mind sensor itself. But when the thought is given a value, that is where the self is also arising. Yes, Teruvan
Saranai. And Dr. Sakuntala, well, now the person's son and somebody else's son, the perceptions or the experiences or the data one has about the person is also different. So that also has a direct impact. Thank you so much. And Miss Surangika, Teruvan Saranai, would you like to add your thoughts to the discussion?
Teruvan Saranai Sudharma, and let me pay my homage to Buddothpado and Wahansa. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I think that was a good explanation from Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for initiating the whole conversation, Sudharma. That Skandhanang Patubhavo and that whole concept of ignorance. I think in recent times, Aryan Wahanse has given us in the controversial talks another very pertinent point to reflect on. The fact that, traditionally we have been thinking of it as avidya, pachaya, sankara, meaning, one is coming after the other in sequence, and that's the way the whole Paticcasamuppada or the law of cause and effect Dhamma is continuing, or how that manifests. But in effect, when you think about it, we all know that this whole thing happens because of the speed of vibration. And it is the speed that causes that whole manifestation to occur through the senses. And with that speed happens the construction. And that is why Aryan Wahanse clearly pointed out to us, which we have, I think, been very fortunate to be able to have such a noble spiritual friend to point these things out to us, that without that whole construction, without the whole sankara, there is no ignorance. The construct itself is the manifestation. It is almost like creating magic out of nothing, isn't it? There is absolutely nothing, but the conjuring up is like a trick. Just like a magician conjures up a trick before our very eyes on a stage by just moving his hands with a click of a button, with all kinds of little instruments. He creates a trick, or he pulls a rabbit out of a hat. In a similar manner, the senses, due to the speed, there is the manifestation that happens, and the manifestation is the construct. And with that construct comes the sensation, the feeling, and then the feeling, the representation of the feeling is sanya, or perception. And then finally, with that speedily occurring construction of those sensory perceptions, the thought or the mind consciousness occurs. So when we say skandha, skandha meaning 5 aggregates in English, it is actually a collective. It is nothing else. Skandha means a collective, means I think exactly what you mentioned a little while ago, Sudharma. It's form, sensation or feeling, the perception arising from that feeling. We give it a name, so that is what we call sanya, or perception at that point. And then there's the mental formation. So, and then all that, the way we feel about it, the feeling of differentiating that differentiating kind of feeling is what we call the mind consciousness, or consciousness, really. So we can have, in that example of a baby, the baby can still have that sense of light, the light consciousness, the smell consciousness. It won't know that, it won't be able to recognize light as light. I mean, it won't use the word light, obviously, but the recognition of the light consciousness is there almost innately, because of that shashava or zygote level. That whole sense of existence kind of thing gives about that light consciousness, smell consciousness, touch, taste, and so on. And then later on, as the senses mature, and there is the teaching or the association of sound with that form, whether it is light form or smell or something, a sound is attached to that. And then with the combination of all those senses, the mind consciousness or the thought comes, and then the child will know, here is a ball, here is an apple, and here is my school bag, and so on. And so with that comes the mind objects and the manifestation of a world externally. And then comes again that notion of an existent field. So there is a chair, here is my mother, here is my father. So there also Aranmanse very clearly points out, not only do you get the perception that there is a mother, but then the other perception that the mother is there, the mother exists. And then finally, I want my mother, isn't it? So the clearest example he's given is the chair. So first thing is there is a chair, and then the chair exists. And then there is a value attached to it. And the more value there is attached to it because of that ignorance, I want the chair. And then, so there is something outside that exists. One believes that it is real. There is a value attached to it. And moment there is a value attached to it, and there is a false belief that it is real, the duality occurs, and the self who is experiencing it, the self who is believing that to be true, manifests and comes about at that very moment. But in that example that Dr. Sakuntala mentioned very clearly, the reality of actually believing that there is a person or the sun means that there itself, the I is born, isn't it? So if one believes that something is real, that in that false belief itself, the concept of I and self and ego and everything is born at that moment. So what one realizes through listening to the true Dhamma philosophy is initially that whole misconception of self ceases, one realizes how the mind is formed, how the senses create this false manifestation, gives us this false representation of mind objects and external world by projecting it out to the external world, not knowing that it is the mind and the mind consciousness that is playing tricks and creating this within our senses alone. But when the true Dhamma is realized, gradually we understand this process, we understand how this whole self-existent field becomes so strong. And then with that self-existent field, how this whole self-perception comes about, and finally realize that the self-perception is nothing but perception or a misconception. And the whole Sakkaya Drushti, the Drushti or the misconception, then falls away at the very beginning. But still, there is that perception of self, and the perception of self will only through continuous listening of the true Dhamma philosophy and engaging in the practical program, that the defilements gradually start fading away. The more one shines a light on how the mind works, the mechanism of it, and where one gets attached and don't really realize sometimes where the self-perception unknowingly attaches itself in various places, by shining a light on those aspects in our day-to-day life, actually, not going anywhere else and, shutting yourself in a monastery or anything like that, but in your day-to-day activities, by understanding, suddenly, why did I get a burning feeling when I was, talking to somebody on the road, or, when something happened, how did I feel so heavy about it, or how did I get so stressed about it? So these are aspects that one needs to be aware, because understanding and listening to the Dhamma is one thing, but putting it into practice is something that we need to be more cognizant about. And that is something that Aran Vanse has spoken of recently quite a lot, that one has to be self-aware, where this whole self-perception is kind of getting hidden. And if we allow it to be like that, we can easily be complacent, and we can think, because we have that initial sense of tranquility and calmness, and we can, almost kind of go like cruise control, isn't it? Everything is fine. I'm feeling, this nice, and there's this inner calmness, and everything is smoothly happening. I don't have quarrels in the house anymore. Family life is very peaceful, so one can become complacent. But in this path, if one understands the true Dhamma, really one knows that, as Dr. Kokila mentioned at the beginning, one cannot be too eager, but one cannot be too complacent as well. And there has to be some sense of effort, some right effort that has to be continuously applied in equal parts. And there is a balanced approach that has to be taken until we are able to see through the defilements. And it's not an active thing that has to be done, but at the same time, right effort and awareness, all that will contribute towards making that self-perception, actually shining the light on the self-perception, becoming aware of where the defilements are. And that actually is the path to Nirvana. Yes, Sudharma.
Theruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika, thank you so much for this thought-provoking inputs. Very explanatory. You have pointed out very important concepts that actually Aryan Mahanse emphasizes quite often for the followers to understand. If I start with this 5 aggregates, understanding nothingness in the thought. Thought is nothing, although we try to attribute some value into it. Ignorantly we attribute some value. So if we refer to Lord Buddha's example, that form is a form FORM form, is a form FOAM, is a phenomena. Then the feeling is compared to a bubble. All temporary, it happens then and there to show the impermanence, nothingness. Then perception is just a mirage. It's a complete illusion, total misbelief that there is water in a distance. That perception is compared to the mirage. And the mental formations are compared to the banana trunk. When you open it up, peel it, ultimately nothing is there. Finally, the effect of all these consciousness, it's an illusion. As you rightly said, the deceiver, the magic. Now, our Venerable Aryan Mahanse, our noble teacher, has shown and very well explained using diverse strategies, techniques, how the magic is performed, how the mechanism of this internal mechanism of the sensory organs leads us to believe that the world is there, and then definitely the person is there, because world and the person are not two entities, though we so far took it ignorantly as two entities. The chair is you. He always emphatically says, your son is you. That thought, whatever the thought, it becomes you, it becomes the self. So as you rightly pointed out, understanding or finding out the hidden self is a real turning point in this journey. And then again, Ms. Surangika, that value given to the thought, it might come in the form of an emotion, though we summarize it with the word value. It may be the jealousy that the thought, once it becomes real, it might lead to jealousy or selfishness. So such emotions, anger, so revenge or attachment, whatever. So the value is seen or shown to the world with an emotion, isn't it? Or you can just contribute. Ms. Surangika, are you there?
Yes,
Yes,
Sudharma.
yes,
So actually
yes.
that's true, because
Yes.
I mean, for a fraction of a moment, one might think
Yes.
that everything is
Yes.
fine, as I said
Yes.
before, and then suddenly out of the blue, you can immediately get entrenched in kind of a emotion because something happened, something drastic,
Yes.
and then at that point you realize that I thought I was fine. You get this feeling that everything was like, you might even go for a month without any incident happening, and there might not be any discovery of a defilement as such, but then completely out of the blue some incident can occur, or it's something can be just very subtle, somebody saying something, and it might not even occur at that moment. Later on, maybe in the evening or in the night, when one is reflecting on it, one can then start getting agitated and getting that burning feeling, and then you start wondering what on earth happened. And then that actually sometimes it's good that these incidents happen, because that gives one the opportunity to be able to probe deeper and see why this burning sensation occurred. Why am I getting agitated with it? And then realizing whether, going back to the basic principles of the practical program even, and thinking, how did this thing become real to me? And then, going through the whole mechanism of how did this object or person become real to me? Or what was heard was just a sound. So how did the sound become real? And then if that was just a sound, was there even a person here to receive that sound in the first place? So just, I think, people who are on the path and having practiced the Dhamma for a few years, when it happens, when that burning sensation happens, it's such a thing that it immediately gets catches our attention, and the moment it catches our attention, the slight reflection on it helps to dissipate that feeling. But for people who are newcomers, there might be a further reflection that they would have to do, going into the full mechanics of the mind and how it started, and it's a light or a sound, and that's how it occurred. Why did I give value to it, and so on and so forth. But for different people, depending on what stage of the path they are, will not require that much of reflection, may require reflection. And then the other aspect again that Aryan Mahanse recently surfaced is the fact that there can be sadness without actually being a sadness, isn't it? And a happiness, yes. Which can actually be not the mundane world sense of happiness. Yes. So one has to be quite astute to be able to detect what kind of happiness that is, whether it is a happiness that is almost consuming, or whether it is a very, I don't know the English words to say it, sometimes a compassionate kind of happiness, a compassionate kind of kindness, a compassionate kind of, even loving a sadness. One can feel sad about something, about say a loved one passing away. But naturally, it is the natural occurrence or the experience of the mind sensor to feel that sadness. But is there a wallowing in that sorrow? Is there a wallowing in that pity? No, there isn't it? And I'm sure some of us have experienced that as well. Yes. So what happens there is it's just the occurrence of the mind sensor, because it is the natural functioning of the mind sensor. And one can detect that only when there is a realization that the self is a non-entity, isn't it? As long as that realization that self is not, that self is, as long as you don't have the realization.
It's a thought. It's again a thought, and it's empty. That emptiness is applicable to that, the thought of self, the perception of self also, isn't it?
Yes, so I mean, just like the other sensors have their own functioning, the mind sensor must be understood with the functioning of how the mind sensor functions. The emotions, as you said, there's a certain amount of emotions and a level of emotion that the mind sensor, that occurs in the mind sensor, and understanding that to be what it is also a crucial part of the path. But one can't, I mean, a newcomer cannot relegate everything to the mind sensor, isn't it? So it is a very tricky, a very fine point that one cannot, you cannot teach it, you cannot say it. It has to be experienced, and experienced by, you can't say experienced by a person. When the self-perception dissolves, the understanding around the mind sensor and that the happiness is not a real, that kind of happiness, and the sadness is not a wallowing kind of sadness, then that realization happens at that moment, isn't it?
Yes. And you brought up a nice point that the common empathy, transition from selective empathy to common empathy, that divine love, loving kindness, that is, I mean, in the mundane world, we love, we are compassionate, but we are selective for our people, our friends, our family, because all woven around the self-centered kind of love, affection, then compassion, all attachment is there. But once you realize the notion of self is a mean, and once you gradually liberate from the world, that it converts into common empathy. Without my part, that common empathy, you are compassionate with everyone. Every entity, even that's what Aryan Hanse always mentions, there's no difference being compassionate with creatures also, isn't it? Now, nice thing was mentioned by Mrs. Sarunamali yesterday that in refined mind or Sukumasita, there are no kind of aversions to anything. Even somebody speaks angrily, it's nice for them. If somebody shouts or somebody kind of talks in a very negative tone, it's also fine with them. So we are trying to define the experiences of Aryans through words, and that's why Aryan Mahanse always mentions he doesn't want to reveal everything, so the listeners take them using the mundane mind and try to experience it using the illusionary mind. Isn't
Yes,
it?
that's true.
Yeah, and then again, you pointed out the three realms, how you can see the three realms in the single thought, that sensual realm, form and formless. When the moment the chair appears, when the value is assigned, it's the sensual world experience of the thought. And then if the value diminished or it perished fully, when it appeared just as a form, then it's the form world. And then if it stays as the light of, shape only without objectifying, that's the formless world. That is another form of analyzing the thought. So today, basically, it is an extension of understanding, awakening to the moment. And as Aryan Mahase clearly explained, it is nothingness in thought. So we can't understand what this nothingness is unless we are crystal clear about the mechanism of sensory organs and how the thought is created. So, Mr. Justin, would you like to express your thoughts as well? He may not be in a position to talk. Miss Shani, do you have any questions or would you like to add your thoughts? Aryan Mahanse's presence is here as well. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. We were discussing awakening to the moment and the section from the volume 1, and the two Dhamma points focused was Kandhanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabho Ayang Uchati Jati and Avidya Pachaya Sankara. Are you in a position to explain, Aryan Mahanse? Thiruvan Saranai. So we and if Aryan Mahanse is free, we would join. So until then, we can again discuss some of the points that came up in groundbreaking revelations, this Andolanatmaka Deshana. How to identify somebody's there under RA. Would you like to add? Would you like to join the discussion? No. So they may not be in a position to talk. And yes, these days what Aryan Mahanse encourages the people to do is to identify your position, not as a person, but at least to see whether you are on the path. Because we people have ran here and there, were in a rat race to find true Dhamma throughout our life. Maybe 10 years, 15 years, we were running behind it. But ultimately, as per the destiny or the nature, we came across the truth. So we need to make this opportunity the path to liberation from the self. The only way to liberation from the self is this path, and it has been, revealed, and there are living examples too of people who have liberated from the self completely, and they are also joining the discussions and making valuable contributions and guiding the others. So this is self-evident. We do not have single doubt, any sort of doubt about this path prescribed by Aryan Mahanse. On top of this wisdom of truth, the theory, the Buddhist philosophy section, the final stage of path is prescribed or revealed with 4 main steps. First thing is to liberate from the external, to understand the concept chittena niyati loko. There's nothing other than the thoughts. We live in the world of mental constructs. So during the meditation, walking meditation, in the first step of practical path, a practitioner gain clear understanding. It should be self-evident. You may know it through theory that everything is your mind or everything is your thoughts. But still, unless you get into water, you are just a fish. This is the actually beautiful metaphor given by Ms. Swarnamali. The people in the mundane world are just swimming. They are just fish. So fish cannot see the way that it swims and how it shakes, fins and stuff. No, whether it opens its mouth or not. So it's the people who observe that sees it. But this Dhamma helps us to see the observer, to the notion of the self, ignorant self, the misconception becomes the fish, and we get the ability to observe the nature, that way that we swim. So through this metaphor, it's obvious that we should be aware of our actions, how the thoughts occur, how we respond to them. That inner awareness should be there, because we cannot differentiate this awareness from the self. Actually, still I cannot separate. So this awareness is something inner, but still that awareness is the ability to not to judge, but to it's kind of mindfulness. It's kind of concentration, power that helps us to see how everything happens as an objective version. Objective. Normally we are subjective. The self gets involved in all actions. But objective stands to see or to observe how the self comes to play, or how the self is absent, or whether the self is present or absent in the actions. This realization definitely is a milestone in one's path. So this doesn't come only through knowledge. So the practical path, it really helps us to understand without doubts that this is nothing more than the mental world. Mental world means the thoughts. Everything is mind. For example, I go back to the starting point. The moment the shape of the tree occurs, we have the knowledge that it is vibrations, though we cannot detect vibrations or what stuff like that. That knowledge has been shared to us by Buddothpado Aryan. And then with that knowledge, what happens is the whole process appears. I mean, in this meditative person, otherwise you can't always contemplate on every single thought that occurs in the mind. Everything will happen. But while you are in meditation, it's the opportunity to you to penetrate through the thought and understand its emptiness and how it is only the mind, nothing more than the mind, a mental construct. So then it is again, it's incomplete. Then we have the mind that recognizes stuff and the mind is somewhere. No, next step, understanding how this thought is created, how the sound and color combination or nama rupa, name and form, get entangled. The moment the eye perceives the object, how the name and form come together and makes the mango tree. That is the consciousness that we defined it using 5 aggregates, the 3 realms, and also the clear mechanism. Scientifically, we started with that, so it should be clear to you. And then how we have to actually here, Aryan Mahase always mentions that 3 great wisdoms, Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, Chutupapata Jnana, and Asvakya Jnana. So, Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana would help a person to understand how this label or the name part came into the person's life. So, if it is a handbag, how this shape of light got attached with the name handbag, or how this shape of light of flower vase get attached to that flower vase. Or if we take a simple example like apple, how did the apple came into life? How did the apple come into your life? Like, then you go back to, this happens in the second stage of meditation, the practical path. So that's the opportunity for you to go back to your childhood or early childhood to understand how your mother or the teacher introduced this entity to you. So when you do that with a couple of things, what happens is you gradually realizes that it's a myth. Nothingness in name and form, it becomes self-evident to you. You still may eat the apple, you still may buy apples, you still may call it an apple. But that suffering that we had in the sensual world, the value assigned to it, the liking, that the feeling to have apples in our life will gradually fade away. And then the third step is, actually we can't demarcate this into 4 steps, but to make it more people friendly and for the easiness or of introducing it, it is given in 4 stages like this. Probably Aryan Mahase will revise it. In one of his sermons, he mentioned he's going to revise it, because depending on the people's kind of difficulties people face, or to make it more effective, he from time to time he updates. That's the beauty of this actually. He is an active engager of this as a noble teacher. Actually, it's not flattering or anything. It comes from the bottom of our hearts. All of you will agree. If he practiced renunciation in a way most of the others do, being in solitude in a forest, monastery or somewhere, what would be our plight? So can we appreciate his effort or the contribution to the world in words? That's the most difficult thing to do. Aryan Wahansa, all of our gratitude is for you and may you live long. The more you realize Dhamma, you unknowingly grow that gratitude, although he says not to take me as a person or thing. It's actually his nature, but what he does for the mankind is immeasurable. So in the third stage of meditation, the practitioner gets the experience of this process, how it happens as a mechanism, not getting the ownership of any sensory faculty. It's not my eye, it's not my ear, it's not my body, it's not my nose that smells, it's not my, we get rid of gradually, we experience it as a process. So if you actually engage in this meditative position, thing, contemplation, point of contemplation, kamatahana, honestly, you definitely experience how it happens without the experience of the self. And then again, both they also how it happens without the self. It's the eye that sees, not me. It's the ear that hears, not me. So it gets clearer and clearer. The process, how everything happens as a process is self-evident. And actually, Dr. Sakuntala, if she is there, she personally engages in conducting these meditation programs. Dr. Sakuntala, you also please can correct and add to this explanation on the practical approach, which it would definitely be useful for the people, especially so there may be people who would like to join the International Meditation Center also. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, I will just briefly add few sentences, I think, because the time is packed right now. Yes, as you said, actually, though it is divided into 4 steps, it is just a process, ongoing process. Right from the beginning, the attempt is made to dissolve that self-perception, the misconception about the self right from the beginning, from the first step onwards. It's gradually the push is to get rid of that, dissolve that feeling of self-consciousness or self-feeling. So it is a more systematic way, and first, as you said, is cutting the bonds from tied up to the outside world, because we assume that everything is outside there, whereas I am here on this side, and without realizing that the concept of me is also part of that outside world. So the first step is the biggest hurdle, actually, cutting down that connections to the outside world. And the second part is actually when you realize that there is nothing solid called mind also. Now, the first one we try to understand that it's all the mind, created by mind. But the second part, then is there anything hard and fast called mind? No, there is nothing called mind also. So how the mind is created? It's an instant spark at that time, at that point. So when you go through these two steps, then automatically the realization comes that there is no doer here, and just the sensors are taking turns and functioning automatically. And then subsequently the feeling comes to the system that there is just no ownership to this process, just a matter of happenings one after the other. So though many words are used, finally it's what you feel, what the system feels, which is sometimes difficult to explain in words, but it's the feeling that is important, and that is what is called the sandittika, where the individual person should get that feeling. I think briefly that is what I can explain it
Thank
that
you
way.
very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay.
Your reference to feel, it is the most important thing, right? In the mundane world,
Yes.
people, we all go by the mind. We all go by this illusionary mind. It's to liberate from the mind, one should awaken to the feel. That
Yes.
is the nature. So gradually the person will dissolve into nature, the self will dissolve. So thank you very much, Dr. Sakuntala. It's time to summarize the day's
Fine.
discussion. Yes. And
Yes.
first of all, actually it is an extension of awakening to the moment today also. So it comes from the volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, to understand the illusion of I. So first we analyzed how the thought is created from a scientific stance, talking about vibrations, going into details, and then we analyzed it from the perspective of 5 aggregates, how the thought, and then Dr. Kokila's addition, it refined the discussion, and then the valuable additions of Dr. Sakuntala, Ms. Surangika, made the discussion more meaningful and insightful. So thank you so much. So, and let's all pay our homage at Venerable Aryan Wahanse's feet, our noble teacher. Your service is immeasurable. So I think we can wind up the session. Or do you have to add anything? Ms. Surangika, is it okay to wind up?
Yes, of course,
I
Sudharma.
think
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, but we can give others a minute. All right, okay then. So let's meet again tomorrow at the same time. And Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Thank you.
Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma, Teruvan Saranai Hansa, Teruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Dhamma to the mankind out of immense compassion. And as we all know, the Gautama Buddha Sasana gradually disappeared from the world over the time. Fortunately, after 2500 years, it has been made available to the mankind by Venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Venerable Aryan Wahanse, please accept our gratitude for all your untiring efforts and unparalleled compassion. May you live long, and namaskara veva. So, first of all, as per the custom, let's look at the opportunities made available to the mankind or the seekers of true Dhamma by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So there are countless or numerous resources available for any seeker of truth. despite the geographical location, whether you stay in Sri Lanka, which is actually the center of this truth, because Aryan Mahanse comes from Sri Lanka, whether you are staying away from your motherland or actually this Dhamma is for the mankind, entire mankind, humanity. So it transcends all boundaries like race, language, geographical background. So humanity is the humanity for the noble teacher. So basically, it's our responsibility to remind you about the resources available, the Buddothpado main website, www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. It's a regularly updated, user-friendly website. It consists of more than 10,000 Buddothpada sermons, including all Zoom discussions, and all these sermons are categorized according to the topics, probably, or according to the complexity levels. Basic sermons about philosophy, Buddha philosophy, and complex ones through the advanced wisdom, how Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse reveals the ultimate truth. Such sermons are also there. So, and also when you visit that website, just by clicking a link there, you can join the Buddothpado WhatsApp groups to get the Zoom links and other useful notifications by yourself, and to be a part of this Buddothpado family. And there are also YouTube channels parallel to these main websites. And actually, if someone is into science and has an explorative mind or prefers to understand Dhamma through a scientific angle, the website www.wisdomofasia.com is the best resource for them. On top of that, the Dhamma discussions operate via Zoom platform right throughout the day, covering all 3 languages. As we meet up here at 7:45, it's daily English Zoom discussion, and every Friday at 2:45, the Tamil Zoom discussion. And the newest addition to the list is the Buddothpado International Meditation Center, based in the serene locality of Dombagoda, Sri Lanka, where the residential insight meditation programs are conducted. So with that usual reminder, let's proceed to the Dhamma discussion today, based on volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. This is in the PDF format. This is available in the Buddothpado-dhamma.com website. You can download it. They are free of charge. Even the hard copies are available in bookshops island-wide. And yesterday we discussed up to page 17, if you have the copy of that book. And so we are starting to read from the 3rd paragraph of page 17 today. And this is an interactive discussion. No one is an expert. This is Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma that we all discuss here with his permission. So Aryan Mahanse, I worship you once again and beg your permission to discuss. And all Dhamma friends, please join the discussion and inquire. If you see something is not telling with your understanding, or you then and there, you might get certain questions, doubts, because this, as Aryan Hanse always emphasizes, this is a Dhamma to be realized then and there, understood then and there, not to accumulate as knowledge. So let's focus on this. This is volume 1, page 17 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, which focuses on understanding the illusion called I, which is the biggest barrier, which is the ultimate goal of any seeker of truth. So, when we have a deep understanding that there is nothing in this world, the awakening to the moment takes place. At this point, you let go of the belief in Nama, means thoughts, belief of an insight, and Rupa means image or form, belief that the outside exists. Then the awakening to the moment takes place. In Pali, it is said as Viññānaṁ Anidassanam. It is also named as Paccē Pariññāya Gnānaya, awakening to the moment. So let's discuss this section, this extract from the book. So please join in the discussion. So as you heard, the key point here is awakening to the moment. Awakening to the moment or liberation from Nama Rupa or name and form or the duality. So as listeners of True Dhamma, you might have heard, even a newcomer, if you go through the sermons, you may hear 1,000 times Aryan Hanse mentions entering into the noble grounds or Arya Bhumi itself is understanding the thought or the stimulus or liberating from name and form combination, which creates a non-existent world for us. So here, whatever the term we used, we might, Aryan Hanse has told, seeing the truth of the stimulus, liberating from the mind, or understanding the combination of name and form, or awakening the three great wisdoms or Trividya. So, or liberating or understanding the three realms, form, formless, sensual, form, formless. In all these sermons, he explains the same message, the truth, in numerous ways, in diverse ways. It is exactly what Gautama Buddha did 2,500 years ago. But for a person in the mundane world, in total ignorance, even we used to believe, if we are to be on the path to Nibbana, we should accumulate this knowledge. We should read as much as possible. So if we refer to Gautama Buddha's doctrine, we have heard that 84,000 sermons. But all these 84,000 appear in a single stimulus. It is the magic of Buddothpado sermons. Same message is being repeated with diverse examples to cater to the entire mankind, despite the educational level, level of intelligence, age, etc. So here the key point, liberating from name and form and seeing the truth that the external, both external and internal, are non-existent, or see that is seeing the nothingness. When one has the skill to see this, how this name and form come together to create a thought. Now, if you look around, now here in this place, I can see a bottle. So bottle, is it actually out there in the form of a bottle? Let's try to understand this name and form, what is being highlighted in this extract. So the bottle, it's the name. It comes from within. And the shape of light, that particular shape, that is perceived by the eye, doesn't have a name. It is just a shape, unless and until somebody at some point in the past introduced this label, showing this image that it is a bottle. That suffering of becoming a bottle a reality, and on this end, seeing the person, the rising of the person who sees the bottle, both wouldn't have been there. So, as we all know, as a natural phenomenon, 6 sensory organs are at work. It's nature. It's nature. It's common to anyone. But the problem is the accumulation of data in the forms of diverse perceptions and entangling these names and labels to the projections of 6 sensory organs. The moment a sound is perceived by the ear, it becomes the sound of the car, sound of the crow, sound of the drum, due to ignorance. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Today we are discussing volume 1 of The True Dhamma Has Awakened. It's page 17. The key point here is awakening to the truth. I have already read the simple paragraph, and it deals with this Nama Rupa, name and form. So I was just elaborating on this. Please join in the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, sorry, I just joined, so I wasn't listening. So we'll start the discussion and I'll
yes,
join
Dr. Kokila, Yeah, doctor, I will continue. Please join in and elaborate and let's make it more interactive for others. And your presence is highly appreciated here at this moment. And it's just 5-6 lines we mentioned. And awakening to the moment is nothing but seeing the truth of the stimulus and liberating from that name and form combination. So I explained it. And so the next, moving on to next paragraph, at the point of awakening to the moment, this moment does not belong to the concept of time because there aren't any thoughts at this moment. When you are aware, you don't have any thoughts in that moment. Let us say that you see a brick wall. At the time you see the brick wall, you are aware that you saw a brick wall. It is just an awareness. So that is the next point. Now in this sermon, Aryan Mahansi moves on from the basic step to the next step, giving more and more examples. So as mentioned before, awakening to the moment is understanding how when a sensory faculty perceives certain image or sound or smell or some feeling, how the label, the name gets in naturally due to ignorance and create a thought. Now here, awakening to the moment, it is just this moment. This moment, the beauty is, at this moment, we cannot refer to past or future. Even though we refer to past or future ignorantly, that past or future becomes the present moment. For example, at this moment, I think of my village school. At once that telepathizes, I got the thought occurred, the village school. But is it the past? It occurred that very moment and it perished. It vanished. Then okay, let's even you can join. We can think about something that we are going to do next week, probably to see a drama or a movie. That thought occurs at this very moment. So it's
I'll add on something there.
Yes,
So the
yes.
awakening to the moment actually is when the value of the name and the form is not there. So it's actually not the name is not coming. It's actually name
Dr. Kokila,
as usual comes. We can't actually understand it's a chair. Sorry, do you hear me?
Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai, there is a small signal issue. We can't hear you properly. So she will join in. So let's continue reading. When you are aware, you don't have any thoughts in that moment. Let us say that you see a brick wall. At the time you see the brick wall, you are aware that you saw a brick wall. It is just an awareness. So if we go into deeper to understand these lines, what Aryan Mahansi mentions here is, when your eye perceives the image of a brick wall, if you haven't heard of true Dhamma, if you haven't actually realized this message, how the stimulus or how the thought is created. You see nothing but a brick wall. But for a person who knows the truth, that inner mechanism, how that label of the brick wall at once springs up and connects with that image. We can't see that at physical level, but through wisdom, if you see how that name, the previous data, at some point in the past, somebody introduced it as the brick wall to you. Then, of course, you can't see nothing but the brick wall on. The moment you see the brick wall, the suffering is there. What's the suffering? This is the unique suffering that we can understand only from an Aryan or in the Aryan ground. This suffering is the moment it becomes a brick wall, this image becomes the brick wall, the person who experiences that is on the other side. This duality, internal, external, is inevitable. If you see a bottle, that you can't say, I have transcended the external, internal. I have realized, I have liberated from duality. If you see the chair as a real entity, you can't say you have transcended the duality. Because it's like an equation in simple terms. The moment the external object, even though using the mind, you can, it's again a problem, a tricky thing, that knowledge is there, because Aryan Hanse always says there is nothing external, nothing outside, no bottles, no bags, no brick walls, no houses, just things made up of 4 great elements. So that knowledge might come as a deceiver or a hindrance. We think that there isn't anything out there, but actually everything is there and suffering is also there. Everything is real, but we have a faith, belief due to ignorance that there are things. It is not the Aryan Hanse's message. That's why after listening to Dhamma for 3-4 years, just to get a superficial understanding of it, one still is in the mind or is lost in thoughts or experiences the world as a real entity. In these sermons, through their experience, actually, it's not our experience, the noble teacher, one who has achieved, sees this clearly. The moment the entity becomes real, it becomes a bottle, it becomes a brick wall. On the other side, the self, the person who experiences, person who hears the call of the crow, person who hears the sound of the drum, person who smells the jasmine, person who tastes pineapple, arise. So that is the knot that we have to untangle. So as Dr. Kokila pointed out, awakening to the moment, when you know the truth, what happens? That inner awareness, you still see the bottle, you still see the brick wall, you still see these entities, but that awareness it is not a thing, but only way to know that it is the reduction of value attributed to those entities. That's what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight, because otherwise this is incomplete. Because always what someone who walks on the path, the practitioner of insightful meditation experiences is everything happens as usual. You do your job, you look after your family, you use all the objects in the kitchen, in the living room, everything. But as a natural phenomenon, the value attributed to them disappears or fades away gradually. So one may feel it as a kind of tranquility or reduction in the inner burning in the sense the craving, the aversion, attachment, the actually all these heavy emotions attributed to people and the entities. So next point, again I quote from the book, a newborn baby has the same awareness of the surface, but the baby cannot name them. Therefore, the baby cannot generate thoughts. His mind is pure. His mind can also be called as Prabhashvara Chita, or radiant mind. Even if he sees the brick wall, it does not mean anything to him. He only has an awareness of the brick wall. There aren't any thoughts generated regarding the brick wall. He does not distinguish anything as a bed, a brick wall, or a table. The baby is unable to distinguish anything or even name anything outside. Therefore, a small baby is not able to generate thoughts. So, in this section, it is further elaborated how the thoughts are formed and how everyone experiences thoughts, how a person who has exposure to the world, to all these sources of knowledge, who has accumulated perceptions, experiences the world, and someone who has the least exposure to the world experiences it. So, Aryan Mahanse's sermons, in Venerable Aryan Mahanse's sermons, he always mentions that this existence field is the biggest challenge. We can't solidify these concepts, but still there is no other way of explaining. So I beg your pardon for using words, to explain all these. So actually, the person who has accumulated a lot of perceptions has to make a backward journey to untangle all those perceptions he or she believed to be real. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, please.
Is it clear now, the voice?
Our voice is not clear.
What I'm asking is my sound...
Now it's clear, Dr. Kokila, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Teruvan Saranai. Yes,
So
Dr. Kokila, this refers to radiant. Yes, please.
We don't actually try to reverse everything. If we see one moment, or if we cut one mangosteen, we don't have to cut every mangosteen. Likewise, we don't have to reverse every aspect of these Dhamma, like the perceptions, as you said. There's nothing like that. Then this, like if we have billions of perceptions, are we going to reverse all the billions of perceptions? That's not how it works. We humans, as humans, has like a very good mind power, where we can actually understand these things. We can incorporate our understanding and have a idea of
exactly
prajna, or this ability to understand is really high. So what happens is we see this one moment, as we are talking about this moment.
Yes.
There we only we see through this how this happens, and actually the baby can only feel. Baby can only feel. Even the light, the sound, they feel it. They can feel the difference in the vibrations of the sound. So if it's a high vibration of a sound, then if it's a low vibration of a sound, and slowly and with the time they understand. There's no time to the baby, but with the age is when they grow older, they understand that this vibration, the particular sound came with this particular form. So then they collaborate that. Not they, actually it collaborates itself, like it combines itself, and that's how mother comes, like the thought arises. So you have to understand this fully, otherwise the reversal of this in one moment is not fully understood. So we have to understand that the baby actually has only a vibration, like a field. It's only a field. So that field also is nothing but the vibration of the particular sensory organ, whether it is eye, whether it's ear, whether it's tongue, whether it's the nose, whether it's the body, the sensory part of the body. So that is the point. So that's the vibration that the baby feels. I'm not talking about 2-year-old, I'm talking about the baby in the cot. Baby in the cot only feels stuff, but there is no self who feels that. There is a vibration, but in that also there is sasava sabhava, like sasava, like that. The interpretation of that feel is like there is a perceiver. So that's where the beginning of the thought happens. So when we talk about this moment that Sudharma was talking, that moment, actually what happens is the value of the chair is gone. Then you come to that level of perception where it is only a feel. And even that, if you can understand that it's only a sensory formation, then comes the non-vibration, or means the perceiver vanishes, because it is the sound can be there, but it is not exactly. It's very in a like a subtle way, but still it is there. So that is the moment. What do we get from that moment is nothing but the understanding that when this perception is nothing. In the sense, it is handed over to the sensory organ. It's not a burden at all. So it's there, just there. But the perceiver, the actual, how do I say, the within, the person who's sensory, how do I say that? Who feel like you sensing something, it has disappeared. That is the moment that you have to feel it. It's a only momentary thing in the first time. Were you going to ask something?
Yes, Dr. Popila. Thank you very much, and Peruan Saranai for adding that. And please go ahead, Dr. Popila. And what I wanted to ask was that radiant mind. When we talk about radiant mind, Dr. Popila, even the newborn has the existence field, right?
Yeah.
Although
it is very subtle, but it is there.
Yes. So if a bright light is directed to the baby's eyes, he or she would react, right? But
no. So don't confuse.
Yeah.
Even the Arahant would react to that. So they don't get confused. So like the chair, I told you, I corrected that. The chair would be seen, but still the valley would be gone. It's similar to that. An Arahant would feel the discomfort and might move away from that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is a problem to that Arahant. So when we interpret this is a bit subtle, so we have to be careful. So because one might think it is the aversion delusion that the child moves from the eye, the bright light. No, that's actually not the truth. It is because that sensory organ can't handle it. Our sensory organs, the human sensory organs, have limitations. So that actually that sensory organ can't handle it more than that. That's why that thing happens. But the actual it's not because of aversion delusion and what is the other one? The
aversion, delusion, no attachment.
It's not because of that the child moves the eye, because it's too bright means it is limited to the eye. We need to get that. It happens to anyone, and there's no aversion or like attachment or delusion in that just because they are taking the eye away. That's not the truth. But what happens here, the way they perceive that has the ability to we have to understand this. So when a vibration happens, because of the not knowing, it produces the feel that it is felt to someone or felt here, like in this area of the body. That is normal, but that brings up the all the other problems with the mind. But only Arahant who has listened to this Dhamma, that's why a child can't attain anything. The small baby in the cot has no ability to do anything because there's no burning. So for the burning to happen, this thought process should start, and they will understand that this is happening to me, and then the sinner, or not sinner, the person who suffering, the person who suffers is born. That's where that happens. So it takes about few years for a child to actually get into this thinking pattern. Once this thinking pattern has begun, then if that child hears this Dhamma, likewise which happened to Vishaka, so at 7 years of age, she listened to Lord Buddha and understood or listened to Dhamma and then felt that that moment. What happened there was, after listening to Dhamma, whatever Lord Buddha said at that time, she understood that the feeling of self is there only because we take these things for granted. We automatically we have given a value because from radiant mind we didn't stop. We never will stop from the radiant mind. If the radiant mind is only there, then nothing would happen. But the radiant mind, because of the blueness, it goes on to form the thoughts. If it is only radiant mind, no one has to actually attain nirvana because no one is actually suffering here. But it doesn't end up there. The radiant mind actually ends up with the thoughts. So then the suffering begins. Then if the sufferer listens to this Dhamma only, then they understand, okay, this is how the suffering begins. Then if they understand that when a particular some form of something is taken for granted or taken as real, only this is that the feeling of alive feeling comes, then you might feel it too. And that moment, the moment you feel it, nothing, it's only proving that to you that nothing else is happening, because after that, Vishaka led a normal life. Remember, she led a normal life. The only difference is she knows what is the meaning, what Lord Buddha is trying to say. She knows that, but it's only a fraction of a second she felt it. She didn't feel it again. Mm-hmm. So, but the good thing is that she knows that there is something like this. What is that? Is that if the stimulus is
existence feel, isn't it, Dr.
Yeah, if the stimulus is not taken as real, there's a chance that you may not feel the existent feel. That is the end part of it. That's what you feel. And in here, so when you ask about the radiant mind actually doesn't have any problem. But radiant mind can't understand them. So radiant mind will never attain nirvana, because radiant mind actually doesn't know anything about self at all, because the mind hasn't formed yet. So the burning will happen, the baby will cry, eyes will get burned. If someone doesn't pick up the baby, we might get burnt, yes, and die. And still that particular vibration will carry on. It will carry on. It will never stop carrying on. So but the thing is, understanding this Dhamma, a person who is like 50 years of age might actually feel the radiant mind as well. But that doesn't mean that he or she has forgotten the chair or forgotten the water or whatever. No, nothing like that. But they feel that tranquility because there is no value to the thoughts. Do you think it's clear? I mean, it's very difficult.
It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai. Our gratitude to you for this explanation. And Dr. Kokila, you highlighted a very important point there, that blueness or sasrava, isn't it? The change that we call, that the vibration that happens, telepathizes into the zygote.
Yeah.
Yes. So I need to clarify again this, Dr. Kokila. Now, when we think of a newborn in a cot, at sensory base level, does he or she gets the existence feel?
There is existence feel, but there is no form to that.
no form to that. No thoughts are not formed, right? Labels
Yeah,
are
but
not
there's
there.
no form, so it's arup actually. So that means it's a feel only.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. And I need to re-emphasize what Dr. Kokila mentioned, that Aryan Mahanse always warns us that you don't have to cut all mangosteens to see the kernel. That kernel is white. Understanding or penetrating through one single stimulus will awaken the wisdom and contemplation. If, as she also explained, if contemplation happen continuously, that itself becomes a thing for you. And yesterday in these groundbreaking revelations or Andolanatmaka Deshana, also Aryan Vanse emphasized that people do not know that they are experiencing this uh, perfect liberation or this Nibbana. They go on contemplating, having known the truth, still they are not satisfied. It becomes a thing. Nibbana becomes a thing, and they go on searching for it. They, in the sense, I might also fall into that category. Ignorantly, we do that because we have a kind of now craving towards
No, we have
Nibbana.
to look at that in different way. So our
Okay.
mind is anyway like that. So we have to appreciate that our mind anyway likes to incline towards something. So because the mind, the radiant mind doesn't do that, but after the thoughts, it's usually even radiant mind has the inclination to feel things, but then after that the person with the mind, normal mind, has the inclination to think and get attached to that, or aversion, or because this happens due to delusion, in the sense ignorance. So in this sense, you have to understand anyway, everyone, for everyone, the Dhamma becomes a thing, like this what is it, insight, meditation or whatever, it becomes a thing initially anyway. So don't be upset about that. It's okay. But with wisdom, with help of the noble friends, you slowly understand how mind works. Then you know that you are not attached to the sun now, you are not attached to the family now, but you are attached to the Dhamma now. Yes. So it is normal, but then you have to keep understanding. That's where actually that the few minutes ago we were talking about the one moment. What is the moment called?
Yes, awakening to the moment.
Awakening to the moment. That is the importance of awakening to the moment, because we are actually not exploring whole billions of perceptions we have. We are not doing that. We are actually exploring the self-perception. If we forget that, our journey becomes a different journey, then it becomes complicated. We are only trying to understand this self-perception. Then we understand that the self-perception is related to the other perceptions. Do you understand?
Yes,
because self-perception is the only main thing that carries on this samsara, not the other perceptions. So what happens is, though, all the other perceptions are actually related to this self-perception, because if the other perceptions are a thing, or there is a value to that, then only self-perception appears. So then this revelation, this understanding is the groundbreaking moment. So because then you know, in that moment, that awakening to the moment, you know that that's what didn't happen. You know that in that particular moment that didn't happen, or whatever happening in this samsara didn't happen in that one particular fraction of a moment. It didn't happen. So it's so groundbreaking, because that particular experience makes you to realize the whole truth about what non-self perception is. That's not going to last forever. It's going to, you're going to go to the self-perception again, because things are still things to us. Do you get that point?
Exactly. And Dr. Kokila, you highlighted actually a very important point. Now, if we, as you said, if we go on analyzing each and every stimulus, on the other side, it's that internal, external, probably the external experience changes, that eyes perceive images, ear perceives sounds, but still on this side, the self-perception, the self or the soul who takes everything as I experience will grow. And the contemplation, when it comes to contemplation also, if we try to analyze each and every single thought, the person who analyzes it and sees grows unknowingly. That's what you wanted to explain. Yes, Dr. Kokila, it's a great reminder for all of us. It happens. And another question I would like to pose at this moment, Dr. Kokila. Now, when the mothers in Zoom discussions, they mention, okay, now I understand Aryan Mahanse's sermons, the message, everything, it's very clear to me. And with that, the burning diminishes, and I don't feel like attending gatherings, occasions, functions. I more or less feel like avoiding them. So, what was given as an answer was, okay, the person who refuses to attend, the person who kind of drawing little aversion towards such occasions or functions or gatherings, who tries to enjoy solitude or isolation, grows. But Dr. Kokila, can't we take it as the effort the person makes to listens to Dhamma and to like penetrate through this, and to depending on the person's level, if the person has not fully understood the message, that kind of feeling to be in isolation or to be all by the person to discover this more. Can't
Yeah, now,
yeah,
we'll take it as an example. See, the radiant mind, we'll talk about a baby who has a radiant mind. Do you ever think that the radiant mind does something like that knowingly, that they will move away from the light? They don't move away from the light knowingly, do they? That this, my eye will burn, my body will burn, I have to go away from the light, otherwise I will die. Is that why the baby moves from the light?
It's a natural reaction, isn't it?
Natural reaction. That's the. So there are so many aspects of that question. So one aspect is radiant mind may move from a place. There's no indication for that. That's what that radiant mind felt. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. But now we talk about a person who has not gone yet to radiant mind. So there are stages. So we can't really talk like this, because if we talk about Lord Buddha, we'll take it as an example. Lord Buddha might go to a biggest function ever in that time, biggest function ever. Will Lord Buddha be upset about going there or not upset about going there, or what is it? There's nothing like that. Can we imagine something like that? Lord Buddha is doing something and we try to put interpretations to that. It's useless, isn't it? Because Lord Buddha doesn't feel any existence. That's even different to the radiant mind. Do you understand?
Yes, doctor. So the mundane person's mind always has judgments, right? It's judgmental, no? Naturally.
Yeah, I'll come to that. So, then we talked about Lord Buddha's how he handles things, because Lord Buddha has no delusion, no aversion, no delusion, nothing. So, in that sense, he can actually attend anything, and there's nothing in there as a feel of existence. So, it is nothing abnormal, nothing normal or abnormal. There's nothing like that. So, but normal person, imagine not knowing Dhamma, like haven't heard anything. That person is going to be actually activated into this system, like like you are in the film, inside the film. You are inside the film. You're not outside the film, but you're inside the film. And you're acting in it. You feel like you are invited now. There's so many thoughts coming. Should I go? Should I not go? Should I go quickly and drive back, or like go and show my face and come back? Or should I go there and show that I enjoy? Or should I actually not enjoy? And if I'm not enjoying, should I stay and apologize or tell a lie? So how many things can cross that mind? So are they valuable? These are all thoughts.
Yes.
But if the thoughts are not important, that if a person has not been an arahant, still hasn't attained that level, but still, if someone has understood this Dhamma and has felt it, whatever that person does is whatever that person feels like doing. That's it. And there's no much judgment on yourself. So it's about actually judging yourself. You said about judgment, but this whole life, what we have done is we judge ourselves. Well, how do we judge ourselves? We think that I saw this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to drive, I'm going to go there, show my face and come back, or I'm going to go there, be there in the party for some time, I'm going to like show that I enjoy. It's all thoughts. What's the nonsense about that? What's the big deal about that? So if it is a big deal, yes, then if you feel that your if you feel like such aversion, it's better not to go. That's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is, if it is not a direct attachment problem or an aversion problem, if the delusion is not there, whether you go or not, it's not a problem. You will do whatever you feel like doing. Do you understand?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. You quoted a very beautiful example that anybody can understand. Lord Buddha attended the biggest event ever, right? Because it was not a thing for that.
You can't even talk about that to an arahant.
Yeah, exactly. We can't exactly. So that solved a lot of problems and doubts I had, because what happens is, Dr. Kokila, when somebody explains an experience, it becomes our experience. So that way, this entire mundane world is also a single kind of thought or a vibration. I'm not talking about the people who have realized, I mean, have walked on the path for some time like you, but still most of the majority of disciples, listeners, their experiences become our experience as well, and they solve our problems by listening to them. We also come to a lot of realizations, because as you said, I stopped at that 10, moving on to what you tried to emphasize, our mind actually, that is what is being highlighted all the time. One, if you liberate from the mind, you are there, right? It is not an easy thing. Understanding this, as you said, Aryan Hazze gives another example, seeing the pattern. What is that stem pattern or what? I don't get that word. Narati vinyasa of one leaf of a say mango tree or a certain tree, it is applicable to same thing. And as you said, if you cut one mangosteen, it is applicable to all mangosteens. Understanding or penetrating through one thought will solve lot of our problems and will help us to untangle the knots that we have in life. And with that, Dr. Kokila, I see, yes, our friends, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sakuntala, even Mr. Justin are there. Dr. Ravi, the topic today is awakening to the moment. Would you like to add your thoughts in terms of this? I shouldn't say thoughts, your realizations in terms of this. Are you
Yes,
in a position?
yes, Sudama Thirwan Saranai.
Thirwan Saranai, Doctor.
Thirwan Saranai. Yes, awakening to the moment. Yes. As you said, so realization, what the thought is, makes you to be on the awaken to the moment. That means that if you can, that. So what the Dhamma talks about the nothingness or the non-soul state. So
yes,
what
I
Lord
do
Buddha.
apologize, Dr. Ravi. I know you are not well today. So
No, you said you want to leave now, right? Anyway, that's
no,
fine.
it's all right, Dr. Ravi. It's okay. I will continue. Thirvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Yes, please relax. It's all right. So, Dr. Sakuntala, Thirvan Saranai.
Thirwan Saranai Sudharma and all Dhamma friends. I think Dr. Kokila gave a nice detailed explanation, and discussion by two of you was very interesting. Yes, if I add something shortly something brief. Every teaching, the Lord Buddha's teaching was actually to be aware of this present moment, because the thoughts that come from the past incidents come as a thought at this moment, and the thoughts about the future also comes as a thought at this moment. So then you can see very clearly that there is nothing called past and there's nothing called future also, because both situations or both timing actually comes to one point where the present moment. But there is nothing called present moment also, nothing sort of solid to
actually, Sakuntala,
stand on. Yes.
Sakuntala, that the awakening to the moment has all these things. In that particular moment, you don't feel a time, and there's no past or present, and even when you understand that it's a vibration of the sensory organ, and that moment actually there's no this moment either. So that's actually nice to feel. So
Yes.
that is the main thing. So this whatever we say, it is very, very important to feel this. That's actually the awakening to the moment. Yeah, I've just added.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the correction. Yes. So it's that is why it is called the Akalika Dharma. That means it's a timeless teaching that Lord Buddha did for us. So when you are awake, when you say that you are awakened to the present moment, it indicates that there is no value to the present thought. Also, the present thought is also a construct, a collection of forms, and right at this moment, a spark which cannot be given any value. So when you sort of analyze in that way, you can see that there's nothingness, but from the nothingness, things have been created as forms of illusions, and there is a baseless construction or baseless construction as an illusion. So this is what we have to understand. The illusion is taken as something really existing in the form of perceptions from different senses. The sensor itself is the function. Actually, there is nothing called existing sensor. Sensor means the function. It's a verb where there is seeing, hearing, feeling the smell, taste, etc. So that itself is the result of the speed, a speed that cannot be given a figure actually. So due to the speed, there is some creation, and the creation is taken as real, and that is where the ignorance is. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila? Any corrections of what I mentioned?
Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, nothing much. So the more we understand about this, more we relax. The relaxation, actually the problem is the relaxation part, because Dhamma should inspire us. Dhamma should activate this part of our kind of this looking, the way we look, the way we look at the life. After that, there should be some kind of relaxation. Then only you can awaken to the moment. You can't awaken to the moment while you are in a rat race for something, like even for Dhamma. So that's where I think the problem lies the most of the time. But it happens to everyone, so it's normal. I would say it is normal, because it happens to all of us. So first we like kind of drive, like we drive for year 12, we drive for, graduation, we drive for post-graduation, we can do anything like that. So we take this as like that, and we kind of try to grab something, like achieve something. Then you will never achieve that. So the more you understand about Dhamma, the more you relax, more you understand that you can't grab Dhamma like that, or the moment like that. You relax. The complete relaxed moment will actually bring up the awakening to the main moment. That's what the problem is with a lot of our friends. The inability to keep even that Dhamma part away and relax. That comes with time, though. It comes with the help of the noble friends. It comes with the help of some discussions. It comes with every discussion we have. So then you learn. You can't awaken to the moment while giving a value to that moment. The more you understand this, the more you relax, isn't it?
Yes. Exactly. Actually, many people, including myself, I also had that same thing. We feel that there is many more things to do to understand this Dhamma. What else to do? What else to do? What should I do? That is the thought that was sort of bothering sometimes. Even I mean, I have experienced that. I mean, you don't feel like relaxing. The
Yeah, even
feeling of
Sudharma
doing
has said that in
something.
the Sinhala Zoom discussions. Even Sudharma has said.
Yes.
So everyone
Mm,
has that problem, but I think it's normal. I think it is
it's
normal
normal.
because
Mm,
it's how we were. I mean, it's normal. But the problem is with the help of the Nobel friend, you have to realize this is not something like year 12. This is not something like graduation. It is not something like you buy a house. It is not like that. So if you can't relax, then you have to find ways of relaxation. Yes. So when you go to a place, you feel like relax, then it is some kind of a support to the situation. But you don't have to. You don't necessarily have to. The more you understand Dhamma, you will realize there's nothing like that. Then the value of that moment is gone. Then the awakening to that moment will come. But it doesn't happen because always we are trying to search for the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. Until we drop that part, the next one part, the awakening to the moment will never happen. So that realization will settle down us. It will settle down the ego. It will settle down the attachment to Dhamma. It will settle down even the delusion. It will settle down a lot of things. I think so. I don't know. Do you agree, Sudharma? I think she.
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you so much for the valuable additions you made. Dr. Kokila, we are fortunate to meet up people like you, although not as people. Nawais, people like you. Actually, when you explain Dhamma points, you always add the things that one should be careful about. That those warnings, little warnings, helps actually maybe for everyone, for me personally, to come to certain realizations then and there. More than you never put a tick. As a normal friend, you always say where we have to be careful. That is the most, essential thing for someone to come to these realizations. As Aryan,
yeah, but Sudharma, I will try to add something to that. Even that, don't take it too harsh.
Yes.
Even so, these words are meant to correct you, yes, but don't take them too harsh. What happens? Otherwise, what happens is you self-doubt every step you make. No, this is not the way. That's what I'm trying to say. When you relax fully, not by one. Whether you will do a mistake or not, you just relax like a child. Do children run around in a garden like thinking? I mean, they might think that my mother might blame me now, but they might still keep on doing. So when I talk about relaxation, the doubts about whether this is correct or not is not necessarily needed because we have listened to Dhamma for a long time, isn't it? So then these doubts or whatever, this I have to do it this way or that way, drop all of that.
Yes.
So then when you drop all of that, the relaxation will automatically come and the awakening to the moment will automatically come. Actually speaking, what Aranahan is trying to tell is you have passed all these moments. Sometimes you might not know because of due to the agitation or due to the the rat race we have, we might even miss that. That's what it is. That's what Aranahan is trying to say. Sometimes we pass all these moments, we don't know. So that's why we have to relax a bit more. So when I mean relax, it doesn't mean like relaxing the body part, but you can relax the body part too. It's okay. I'm mostly talking about pretending, predicting, or self-doubting, whatever. These aspects of us who try to compare, just drop all of them. Yeah,
I would
because
like
we
to
know
share.
Dhamma, we know Dhammina. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I would like to share a personal experience. Actually, in my childhood, my father was very strict, very strict. So he used to. We were kind of really scared of him. He was doing the needful. He was actually a principal by profession, but he was very strict. Being the eldest of the family, I suffered a lot, I should say, because he was like, I had two younger sisters, so uh, there's a gap between the second sister and me, 5-year gap. So always, whatever happens, the blame comes upon me. So until at the age of 11, we were sent to boarding houses. We were in the boarding places, but that early childhood period, because I was really scared of my father when I was playing. If I see him coming from a distance, I stop it and run into the house. So like that was the time, and still. He's a father by the name. It may this not be a kind of disgrace to him at all, but still now also, Dr. Kokila, to be honest, when Aryan Hanse asked the second question from me, that same fear telepathizes. So as you said, I am so agitated, I cannot clearly explain the next point. So it was there, from the very beginning. So that experience, childhood experience, till hospital, I get really upset, and Aryan Hanse used to ask, why are you so upset and scared and you are not telling a thing? Even a year or two ago, he used to get. Very recently also, now when I explain the point, but when he asked the second question, that fear arises and I go blank, and then I start talking nonsense, and everybody feels that, Dr. Kokila. So that is a personal experience.
See,
actually.
this is the way. This is the way. So
Yeah, Dr.
now a lot of us will have moments like this which are imprinted. The main important thing is to understand the imprint can be there, but there's no self who is feeling that. So what happens is you get used to this imprint. So when you get used to this imprint, it doesn't matter anymore. What happens is any experience, when it is happening now, even though we call it telepathize, it is happening now, isn't it? So when the vibration becomes equal, it you feel like it has happened before, but what is actually happening is happening here now. So in that perspective, the self-perception which happened with that previous one also is here. But if someone understands Dhamma, he will feel that, but will not perceive it as private. Because you feel that this is private, something happened to me.
Yes.
But what actually is, it's another perception. It's another perception where if you combine that with compare it to something else, if you had a beautiful experience, imagine something, whatever, even that can come as a beautiful experience. You might telepathize it now, you might telepathize it to a beautiful moment which has happened before. What happens is not these moments overlapping. What happens is the self-perception occurs everywhere. It's the same vibration. There's no change in that. It's the same vibration. Do you understand that? Even though the perception of the actual thought is different, or the perception of the past is different, or whatever that moment, we can name it differently. But the self-perception is one single self-perception. Though it appears at that particular moment, it is the kind of one type of vibration. What happens is that vibration will not start appearing at one moment. So the telepathization will happen. So you will find the similarity, but you're not shaken. How is that? Do you understand?
Yes, Dr. Kokila.
So in future, what will happen is you will feel the similarity of the vibration. But who cares? It's not your private experience. That's what the problem is. We take all our experiences as private, or like it happened to me. That's what the delusion is. So when you drop the delusion or the idea of the self, who has this experience? It's another experience. That's it.
So whenever I try to be brave, it's again the mind. No, now it's crystal clear.
No, you have to feel that.
Yes, I guess it becomes worse. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, may I ask, other friends have left, I think, right?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, just I want to make a comment. Actually, that was a beautiful explanation. I also have similar experiences, not from the childhood, of course, later on. There are certain memories like that which keeps on coming. But as you said, if you do not have the ownership to them, and it is just goes to the pile of the normal experiences that goes on telepathizing, isn't it? But automatically what happens is that the ownership label is coming to that particular memory or the thought, which you explained very nicely, so that you leave alone that ownership label, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very beautiful, and it will be very useful for most of us, I will say.
Yes. And thank you, Sudharma, for asking that question, which brought up a nice explanation.
It came naturally. I mean,
yes.
It came naturally. Yeah. So,
yes.
So Miss Surangika is not there. Yes, Dr. Kokila. So another question, Dr. Kokila.
Ownership.
Yes, please go ahead. Please go.
No, tell. Yeah, it's okay.
Another problem, Dr. Kokila, that sorry, it's 9:15. We have 15 minutes. No, we have 20 minutes more to go. Yeah, until the next.
Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, another problem I had was with this mindfulness, because when I was listening to sermons, actually, it is clearly stated that mindfulness and wise attention, yatha bhuta jnana and satsiya, that is to see the truth. I mean, see the truth not as a person, not from thought to thought, but still, again, is it more or less the same as awakening to the moment, Dr. Kokila? Having persistent, this ability to see the truth in the moment, this yatha bhuta jnana, or wise, clear knowledge and wise attention is.
Well, those words are new to me. So what is clear attention?
Clear knowledge means the knowledge of this truth, how the mind is created. And wise attention is having the mindfulness to see, not to cling to that wise attention is the chance. Is it?
It's a bit confusing with the words, but anyway, I think more
it's
important.
also this. Yeah.
If you feel that if you hear this Dhamma and you understand what is being said, that how mind is formed, how the sensory faculties work, and how mind is formed, and how mind is causing all these troubles of self or the thought of self, because actually speaking, we don't exist, but we have a thought that we do exist, that I do exist. It's a thought that is impregnated in the system. It's like deeply engraved. So we are fighting with a deeply engraved thought, which is like, I do exist. Everything happens to me. These are my experiences. So that's the thought that we struggle with. So we understand how this thought happened. We understand that how these thoughts generally occur. Like every thought has a way of occurrence, and it is similar to the self, the thought of I, or the thought of me, I, or mine. So when we keep understanding this, how this happened, and how this is felt, and how this feeling or the perception has arisen, then you start to settle down initially. You start to settle down. Then more you see how you arise, more you feel comfortable with Dhamma. The Dhamma becomes a part of you, not because you're thinking about it the whole day and night, just because you keep feeling that. Because you feel the truth of the Dhamma by way of, you feel that whenever you take something as serious or something very alive, or like, then anyway, the self has arisen anyway. So it becomes evident in the application. So application becomes easy. The more you apply it, more it becomes easier for you. And the actual awakening to the moment, it has no part in this, because awakening to the moment is actually the freedom of all this self, the feeling of existence. So that's a bit different to the path. So the path is different, but the awakening can be slightly different, because it's something you feel. Usually feeling of existence is something you feel, and no self existence, or I don't know how you say that, if there's no self existence feel, you feel that too. Like it's a different experience. There's no doer. There's no person who's sensation anything. It's a different experience. But that particular experience is different. The path is different. Path is you, whatever you do to get to that point. Do you get it?
Yes, Dr. Gopinath.
Because it's a lot of words when you talk about.
It is so meaningful, because actually this volume focuses on understanding the illusion called I. So that is, you actually finally you were emphasizing on that, awakening to the moment. What is it for? It is to get rid of or liberate from the self. And Aryan Hanse's presence is here. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Hanse, Namaskar Veva. The topic is being discussed is awakening to the moment.
Teruvan
Saranai Aryan Hanse. The topic is being discussed is awakening to the moment.
Yeah, so awakening to the moment is that someone is coming, this awaken to the moment is the meaning is we are talking about superviolence. Yeah, how is coming here? the understanding. What's the understanding? What's happened here? The truth. Someone know the truth. That's a Buddha's explanation. What's Buddha find in the truth? What's that? It's nothingness, yeah. But you know, it's not normally guys are talking nothingness, but it is not that one. What is that Buddha's explanation? It's nothingness. What's the difference of other nothingness? Normally someone is thinking nothingness is there, nothing, but it's not nothing. Everything is there. And the awaken to the moment is, so example is the film is going. You are not in the film. You are wake up. It's the same example similar. Your dream. Someone is in the dream, but someone wake up in the dream. That's the awaken to the moment. So this moment is example. This moment, one thought is here. Every moment, every second, one thought is here. So that thought is not real. It's understanding one. What is the thought? It's a chair, example. There is no chair. But chair is there. What's the double meaning? Yeah, chair is there. And you can see the chair. Yeah, you can touch the chair. But that one is not a chair. Why? The kindergarten time, how is chair is coming? How is chair is constructing? How is chair is happening? So little child, little baby in the cot don't know the chair. So that baby in the cot, the little child, have a radiant mind. That's a the radiant mind haven't defilements otherwise. Radiant mind don't know anything. That baby don't know anything. But you know, after grow up in this baby, kindergarten time is coming. Teacher given the pictures and given the sound, red, yellow, blue, chair, table, everything like that. Everything like that. So chair, I given the picture and given the sound. It's chair, sound and form together. That's the chair. It's our five sense creations, sound and picture and feel, touch, solidity, liquidity, and the this type of smell, taste. That's a feel. Ditta Sutta Mutta, Buddha's word. Your eye creation and your ear creation and your body feel. That's smell, taste, and skin sensor. Together coming, that's a feel. So these are one spark happening in the kindergarten time. That's the thought. How thought is creating the chair. That's very important. That's very important one. So that one is understand what is chair. Light also, there's a vibrations, no waves. Sound also vibrations, waves. Otherwise, heat, hot and cool, everything is waves. You know, smell. So these are waves. So these waves combining. That's why these waves are speed. No, rapid speed is there. The sensor given us light, eye given the light, and the ear given the sound, and the body feel given the hot. Like this one time, this sensor creations speedily happening, that's together coming one spark, including this everything, the combining. sound and firm and the how speak. That's okay. It's together coming. It's very yeah. That's a thought. One is part. So this chair is a thought. So one is part. You see that every spark have a power. Because spark have a different name. That's why power is there.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Today I am explaining about Nissarana Maga to the Dhamma discourse. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has done 6 years ago and at the same time uploaded to YouTube. Nissarana Maga means the path to liberation and the way out. A drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence. So Aryan Mahanse is explaining this Dhamma for us to understand there is no outside, there is no inside. Outside is a creation of the mind, and there's no, the inside mind is also not permanent, and this body is a system of six sensor system like a human machine, and there is no owner for this body. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is explaining Lord Buddha's true teachings according to the true Buddhist philosophy, the foundation of this true Dhamma, the only way out of this samsaric journey. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is telling us we have to, there is a kind of a meditation we have to follow on this path to freedom, but it is not the one-pointedness meditation, because
each and everybody in this world now mainly focusing on the one-pointedness meditation, but it is not the path to freedom. Actually, there is nothing is happening in that one-pointedness meditation, but we need some kind of focused mind to do the insight meditation. So Lord Buddha taught us the law of cause and effect, and to understand the true nature of this sansaric journey, to see this body and mind, there's no self here, and there's nothing outside and nothing inside. Therefore, we will have to do the meditation of contemplating the nature of arising aggregates and contemplating the nature of passing away of aggregates, because each and every thought is made with those 5 aggregates. That means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. That means form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. All these 5 things are included in each and every thought. So Lord Buddha asked us to do contemplation, meditation on this arising and passing away of aggregates. Not about the concentration, meditation, and looking at the breathing in and out. If we are pointing, if we are doing the concentration meditation up to the end of the life, even there's nothing is happening, because it is only a thing what we are doing with the self, because suppressing one thought and going to the concentration, samadhi, attaining samadhi, and just being there for a while and coming out. But Lord Buddha has never told us to do that kind of meditation. The true teaching is of Lord Buddha is the only theoretical philosophy. Buddhist philosophy shows the human realm there is no soul. This Dhamma is a soulless Dhamma. All the other religions in this world are thinking there is a self in this body, and the self is going after the death. But it is not so. The only truth is what Lord Buddha has revealed, and the only truth based on Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is preaching Dhamma based on this true teachings of Lord Buddha, which was hidden for about 1,000 years. Before that, there is something for us to do. Idi ajjattang va kaye kayanupassī viharati. In Dhamma, it says, Lord Buddha says, Idi ajjattang va kaye kayanupassī viharati. That means we should contemplate the body in the body internally. So that means while looking the body inside, and we have to redeem from the body, seeing the nature of the body inside, the actual nature of the body inside and redeeming from the body. Bahiddhava kaye kayanupassi viharati. That means Lord Buddha says, contemplating the body externally. This part is in the mindfulness meditation as Lord Buddha said. Aryan Vahanse is explaining according to Lord Buddha's words of Dhamma, contemplating about this body internally and externally will be helping us to redeeming from the body. When we are looking at this body externally, we know how it is uh, aging and how it is getting sick, and so finally dying and things like that. Inside also, looking inside also like that. There are so many 32 parts of, we can share this body into 32 parts and see how, what are the things inside this fragile body. Then you will be not having a liking towards this body inside or outside, because knowing the actual way of understanding the life body system, then you will be redeeming from the body, because it is not easy to maintain the body because it's very much, there's a likeness, like it's like more likely aging and becoming sick and things like that. We must talk about it. Body means we shall take the leg and see. Yes, if we take the leg and see, then this is my leg, this is my nail, these are my hair, these are my teeth. Mine means something belongs to me. Yes, mine means something belongs to me. My dress, my home. Mine means things belongs to me, but there is no me here. According to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's explanation in true Buddhist philosophy, there's no me here. That means what we are thinking is the ajjattangva, inside out. Bahiddhava, outside, means we think about others. Normally we think inside means our things, outside means others things. That is the way of looking at it. Other one's house, other one's body. No, it is not like that. My body, my house are also in outside. That is why it says, Idi ajjattang va kaye kayanupassi viharati. That means we think our nails, eyes, teeth, hair, all are outside. Ajjattangva, my house, my car, my mother, my father, my son, my husband, all these are outside, not inside, not ajjatta. If so, if the ajjattangva is creating inside the mind, it is also outside. Yes, that we think our things, we think these are our things, but all those things are also the projection of the mind. That means the light vibration, the shadows we see as due to the light vibration. That means my house, all my things, my car, my mother, my father, my house, my son, my husband, my nails, my eyes, teeth, hair, everything is also outside, not inside. Mine means not me. If so, all those are outside. Iti ajattamma, the creation of me inside the mind, creating something. So that means there's no me also here, no? But the creation me is happening inside the mind, creating something, becoming a thing. When we are taking it as it exists, the point where taking aggregates, we are putting a name to this concept, and all that outside and belongs to others, all those are equal to mine. Whatever thought, whatever thought uh, created with those aggregates occurring due to some kind of stimuli outside, that is completely a shadow effect of light vibration happening inside the mind. Therefore, others things, the things belongs to others and things belongs to mine also in the outside. But there is no me here. Iti ajatta bahiddava means everything is outside, nothing is inside. Understand this point. Iti ajjattam va kaye kayanupassī viharati. If the seeker is staying continuously in a state of practicing observing the body within internally, he will be redeeming from the body. Yes, if the seeker is continuously in a state of practicing observing the body within internally, then he will be redeeming from the body. Idi bahiddava kaye kayanupassī viharati. If the seeker remains observing the body externally, contemplating the body externally, he will be redeeming from the body of outsiders also, bodies of outsiders also. That means if the seeker is observing the body externally, contemplating the body externally, he will be redeeming from the other people's bodies also. Then both of these two are creating inside your mind. Your things and others' things, all are creations in the mind. It creates in the name, in the Nama sector, Nama section. If you can see this in aggregate section, then you are making a wrong view upon the thing created here. Here you can see you are creating something inside your mind. You are creating something inside your mind. Whether you call it as inside or outside, everything is a creation of a mind. That means a light shadow effect of light vibration. Then this whole world you live in whatever way you call it. Ajata inside or Bahida outside, all are created inside your mind, and you can realize it. Also, you can see it. In at one point, name or form only there for you to separate. So, the knowing coming through, that is the one you are taking as something. Finally, there will be a knowing only. Knowing he is a child. You are going to uh, you are going to this knowing. Then what you have known is an illusion. Nothing is there. Yes. But you are what about in about anything? What your knowing is only a illusion, because you are seeing a stimuli, which is a shadow nature of the light vibration, whether it belongs to others or it belongs to yours. Each and everything are an illusion. You are living in a world you have created. Yes, you are living in a world you have created in your mind. It is not a world existing. Yes, it is not a world existing. So, there is an idea coming to you to redeem from this. Yes, you are now you are understanding. You can see only perceptions. All those perceptions are coming through your six senses system as names and forms. That means all are stimuli. So those stimuli are complete illusion. Then you will be knowing, you can understand that you are living in an illusionary world created inside your mind, because it is not a world existing. Shadows are not existing, no. They are just appearing and disappearing. So there is an idea coming to you to redeem from this illusionary world. That is why Lord Buddha said, Udayavaya Jnana, wisdom of arising and fading of aggregates. Bhaya Jnana, insight into fear. Bhayatupattana Jnana, the fear you feel. Insight into fearfulness appearance. That is Bhayatupattana Jnana. Adinavanupassana Jnana. You want to redeem from it by looking at the drawbacks and results. That is the insight into the drawbacks and results. Then coming Nibbidanu Jnana, the feeling of non-sticking, insight into detachment, where the seeker deeply sees the impermanent nature. That means when you are understanding this, there is nothing permanent here, so you will be having the wanting to detach from things. Then coming Unyatu Kamyata Jnana, knowledge of desire for liberation, wanting to become free from suffering, wanting to become free from suffering. Now you feeling to redeem from this situation is definitely arising. then you are understanding the Munyatu Kamyata Jnana. That means wanting to become free from suffering. What are these 10 wisdoms? You must try to understand these. There are 10 type of wisdoms for you to understand. These 10 type of wisdoms are actually helping us to understand the true nature of this illusionary world, and to the wanting is coming to redeem from that. Thereafter, before coming to Sankhara Upekkha Jnana, there's another jnana called Kanka Vitarana Jnana. That means knowledge of overcoming doubt, insight that transcends uncertainty, insight by which one overcomes doubt, especially doubt regarding the path, causality and nature of phenomena. Then the Sankarupeksha Jnana, that means knowing of insight of characterized by balanced equanimity towards all conditioned phenomena. The mind observes experiences calmly, evenly, and without attachment or detachment. Then comes to Magga Magga Jnana Darshana Vishuddhiya, purification by knowledge and vision of what is the path and what is not the path. So for all these, you need some kind of, you will have to create the Shila Vishuddhiya. That means purification of morality. And then you will have to create the Ditti Vishuddhiya, purification of views. So that is the most important thing here, because without having the correct view or understanding, we can't, at least we can't understand this true Dhamma, because Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining true Buddhist philosophy based on Lord Buddha's true teachings. So to understand the true Dhamma and all the sermons done by Lord Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa based on Lord Buddha's true Dhamma, the first and foremost thing you must have is purification of view and purification of understanding. So the first thing is you must go through the true Buddhist philosophy. Then your view will be naturally purified, and the natural purified understanding will happen, because in the true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is very clearly showing us what is the correct view. That means correct view means to understand this world is a complete illusion. A creation is happening inside the mind, a projection. And to understand there is nothing outside is the first point, because this human body is just a machine with 6 sensor systems. If we can slowly realize that everything or each and every perception, the stimuli is coming through this 6 sensor system. So through the eyes, we will have to see things. There should be light vibration. When there is light vibration, we are seeing things through our eyes through our eye lenses as shadows, and all those shadows are creating inside the mind as shape of light. Then for that shape of light, a name is appearing from the mind, because according to the conceptual data we have put into the mind from the early childhood, there is a heap of names and shapes there. So when we see a shape through our shape of the light, a shadow through our eyes, we are matching that shape with the past data stored in the mind. Then the mind suddenly come and show you and giving a name. When you see a shape of a parrot, at once the mind comes and says, this is a parrot, because it was inside the mind. The mind data combined with the name and the form is there, and suddenly the eye consciousness is coming with the name and telling the shadow effect you are seeing is a parrot. So that is how we are seeing things. But though there is a shadow image inside the mind, that is not equal to the parrot outside. So if we are trying to take the inside parrot to the outside and try to match it, it won't happen, because we are seeing only a creation in the mind, and that is not equal to the outside parrot. 100% it's not equal. So we are just seeing a parrot, and that is also not permanent, and it is arising and fading. So that is how we are looking at things. Seeing is happening that way. Then the hearing. When we hear a sound, it is just a sound at the moment of hearing. Then the ear consciousness is matching the sound with the past data and coming and telling what you are hearing is the sound of an aeroplane, because the sound with the name, that means the name and the form combined and stored in the past data inside. So the ear consciousness is matching the sound vibration and telling what you are hearing is the sound of an aeroplane. Then the touch. When you are tasting something, when you are tasting a ice cream, at once your mind comes and telling this is fruit and nut ice cream. With that is also the tongue consciousness is matching the past data and coming and telling. So that is the way of tongue consciousness. And when we smell something, some smell, then that Ghana Vijnana, the nose consciousness comes and telling, oh, that smell is jasmine smell. That is jasmine smell. So that is also a kind of a vibration. Smelling is vibration, tasting is vibration, and because of the hot weather, perspiration and the heat is touching the body skin. That is the heat vibration. So we feel heat, and that is also the body consciousness says, yes, it is hot outside, therefore you feel the vibration of the heat like that. So through these sensors and the sixth sensor, mind sensor, is flowing, sending thoughts, different kinds of thoughts. So all these six sensor system, there is a kind of a synchronization is happening. Because of the synchronizations happening synchronization, we feel these outside things according to the nature of the six sensor system of the body. If our eyes are not properly seeing, the synchronization of the forms are not very much clear. Hearing is also the same. When growing older, people can't hear very clearly because their ear drum is not working properly. So tasting, feeling, smelling, each and everything is happening according to the strength of the senses. So that is why this whole world is creating inside the mind based on these six sensor systems. Mind is sending thoughts. If the mind is very much scattered, it brings so many thoughts. If the mind is naturally more likely anger type, then the angry thoughts are more. Otherwise, lusty thoughts are more. Otherwise, ignorance thoughts are more. That is the way of flowing of thoughts are also happening. So synchronization is happening according to the actual nature of the six sensor system. So right view means this. We must see how this right wave is happening. So understanding the right view means looking at the mind, the creation of the mind-based world, how it is happening. So understanding the true nature of the mind-created world is the correct view. So without the right view, we can't see anything clearly. So if 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 we are able to see this illusionary world in a correct view, then only the Shila Visuddhya is also happening. The purification of morality is happening due to this right view. Because when we are seeing there is nothing outside and it's a complete what we are seeing are only shadows. So there's no need to run behind anything outside. Useless, because we can only grab vibration. Light vibration, sound vibration, and touch vibration. So our world is created with these three things. So there's no point of running behind any other world. When we see this truth, that is the right view. So Shila Visuddhya means purification of morality. That means if your six senses are calm and quiet, if your mind your mind will not running here and there. So to practice this insight meditation, you should have this Ditti Vishuddhya and this Shila Vishuddhya. Shila Vishuddhya means purification of morality. That means your six senses should be calm and quiet. If your mind is running here and there, you cannot watch the stimuli. That means sense objects. You can't see the sense objects. There should be some kind of a purified nature in your mind, sensory systems. So then only you are able to see your sensory inputs, external trigger. Then you will have to watch the stimuli. And when you are having this purification of morality, guarding the sensor faculties are also naturally happening. Thereafter, you can understand all these. That means when you have this purification of view and purification of morality, then your mind is somewhat quiet. Then, as Lord Buddha asked and Aryan Mahansa is explaining, you can see each and every stimuli appearing in your mind through your six senses systems. So when you see a shape, a kind of a stimuli is appearing in your mind through your eyes due to light vibration, you know that is only a shadow. shadow effect of a stimuli. There is nothing important in that. So there is no need to run behind it. Then you can just watch it. The stimuli is appearing in your mind and it is disappearing. Then again, when you are hearing a sound vibration is happening, creating a sound. And you know that is also a sound vibration. Yes, we can hear a bird sound. It's a sound vibration happening in the mind through it comes through the ears. Then you know that is also just a sound vibration, and it is appearing in your mind as a bird sound, and at the same time it is disappearing. So you know that is also not permanent. Then, due to the hot sun, perspiration is happening. You can feel your body skin can feel the hot weather, the vibration of heat. Then you know it is also known by the body consciousness. And it says that this perspiration is happening due to the warm condition outside. And what? And understanding that, you know, this is only a heat vibration. So there's no need to panic or no need to run behind it. Just wait, just understanding it and can be seen it as a vibration. So that is how we have to see each and every stimuli creating inside the mind. And if we are trying to grab it with craving, then only the problem is arising. Craving is the most dangerous thing underneath this each and every stimuli. You have put inside something, you are thinking there is a soul in this body. So it is only a perception, self perception. You think self perception is there. When you think only, it is arising. When there is something is creating, that something is happening, a thing, then the self perception is also arising. So that is also a imaginary illusion only. When the self perception is coming as a feeling or a thought, then you must understand it is also having some kind of vibration. So self perception, self view, and self everything, self vibration, self perception, all are having power. All those are thoughts. So you think there is somebody in this body. That is also a complete illusion. There is nobody here. This is completely a machine. Nature made human machine with 6 sensor system. So if you can understand this, The craving will vanish, slow, little by little. If there is no me here, what is the use of craving for? The shadows appearing in the mind through the eyes, shadow, that means light vibrations. Or what is the use of attaching or detaching to the sound vibration you hear? Or what is the use of attaching or detaching to the touch vibration you feel? This craving is happening if you are trying to grab what you see, the uh, illusionary form of mind, the illusionary form of the shape. If you are trying to grab it, then this craving is happening. That means you are having the kind of feeling is coming to possess it, to have it, or keep it with you forever. That is the craving. When thinking about your house, you want to keep it as far as concerned. You want to keep it. The wanting to keep the house is the craving, and each and every uh, thing inside the house, you want to keep them. You want to keep them. That kind of wanting is the craving, and that craving is the main problem creating this sansaric journey. That means the power of rebirth and death. If the craving is there in your mind to something in this illusionary creation at the time of the deathbed, then the synchronization is happening to a lower realm. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is trying to clear our wrong views and trying to redeem us from this craving to the illusionary mind-based world. The world means only light vibration, the shape of light, sound vibration, the sounds and hearings, and the touch vibration of the body skin, smells, tastes, and body skin, and the mind vibration, where there are so many thought processes are creating without an end based on each and every stimuli creating inside the mind. So when you are practicing this uh, Dhamma and try to understand the nature of the stimuli, then you can see the path of Trisiksha, Sila, Samadhi and Prajna, morality, ethical conduct, concentration, mental collectedness, and Prajna, wisdom. Shila means morality, ethical conduct. Samadhi means concentration, mental collectedness. Prajna means wisdom, insight. So then you, while practicing and while listening to this Dhamma and then practicing the insight, meditation, the then you can see the path of 3 Siksha. That means Shila, Samadhi, Prajna. Morality, ethical conduct, and the wisdom. So these 3 things are very much useful for a seeker to understand and to go through the path to realization of the ultimate bliss. Shila, the morality, ethical conduct of should be there for your 6 senses to be calm and quiet. Some kind of samadhi, a concentration, mental collectedness should be there to see the nature of the stimuli appearing in the mind, to understand the nature of the stimuli. But it is not the concentration meditation and looking at the breathing in and out or anything. Concentration meditation is not the thing. The main point is to come into the insight, prajna. So to arise prajna, there should be morality, ethical conduct and some kind of mental collectedness. It helps you to feel, that means arise wisdom. Arise wisdom is happening when you are trying to see the actual way of things creating inside your mind. That means you have to understand the stimuli coming through your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, skin, and the mind. Each and everything are stimuli. They are trying to grab this machine into the samsaric journey. But your path is to understand that stimuli properly and let it go. Then only you are redeeming from this samsaric journey. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Theruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Theruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Inside silence, with all things going round, wild voices, storms passing mild. sit still, do not flee, just watching what arises in me. Breath by breath the noises fly, like passing clouds across the sky.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado PeoTV YouTube channel. And this is the English Tamil discussion that happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. under the guidance of Buddothpado and Hansi. Welcome to the Dhamma Forum. So until our Dr. Kokila joins, Terwan Saranai Champa, we can discuss some important Dhamma aspects. So, are you there? Okay. Until our Dhamma friends join, let's discuss the main concepts of this cause and effect Dhamma, or the Dhamma of dependent origination, disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse. So the focal point of this philosophy is the absence of a self. So just saying so, one cannot achieve the non-self nature. Just because we listen to sermons and we come to know that there is no self, it is just a system that functions. A system consists of 6 sense faculties. Just with that knowledge, we cannot experience the non-self nature. But still it is important to know it, because in the path prescribed by Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse, there are 3 main stages as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. So Satya, the first phase, is all about the Buddhist doctrine, the theory, the philosophy, or the truth. We should hear this from a true disciple of Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse. We should hear the proper message shared by Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse. Why I am saying so is, by now, this original message of Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse has been subjected to a lot of twists and turns. It has happened due to the time span, and as well as due to certain invasions which completely destroyed the original scriptures probably, or certain translations made. This
But still, Gautama Buddhacharya Vahanse has given a clue to any follower, any disciple. If you experience the diminishing of raga, dvesha, moha, that is desire, aversion or hatred and delusion, take it as a true sermon or take it as the true philosophy. He never wanted the followers to be blind followers. He always instructed to uh, tally it with the experiences, its impact. If a sermon makes you more agitated or more like if it arouses the desires or aversion and delusion, it cannot be taken as the true message of Gautama Buddhacharya Vahanse. So, listening to sermons, the first phase of the path, is extremely important. First, you should know the truth. By listening to them, these true sermons, and by, contemplating while listening, anyway, you contemplate. You see it through yourself. Alone, we shed a heap of defilements. It happens because we have lived so far. Now, personally, me, this is my 56th year. So after the infancy, from age 5, we remember what we have been doing. So we have been slaves of the mind all these years. We have made everything that got formed in relation to the eye, in relation to the ear, in relation to the nose, in relation to the tongue, in relation to the body, and even in relation to the mind, to be true and existing. So, to be honest, we had a lot of aspirations, hopes, targets, goals. So we were achieving them one after the other. We were jumping from one goal to another, one hope to another, without knowing that we are struggling with our own thoughts. We were trying to secure a job. No, basically we were trying to pass grade 5 scholarship exam. Never knew grade 5 scholarship exam is in the mind, not external. Then we tried our best to get 8D passes in ordinary level examination here in Sri Lanka, without knowing that this exam is also in the mind. It's just a thought that God's created. Then there was the biggest battle, the advanced level examination, the university entrance.
never knew that we are fighting, struggling, or battling with our own mind. Then the university, that first degree, maybe the master's, PhD, then the marriage, children, house. So if we talk to 100 people, their experiences are more or less the same. All have like being in this anusota path. Anusota means easy, that is going with the current, very easy. We just say going with the go. So without thinking about uh, sufferings, without thinking about uh, tranquility, without thinking about uh, relieving or liberating from the mind, at least without knowing that these thoughts give us trouble. We because the thing is, we never knew or never experienced the liberation from the mind, at least for an instant. Now I can give you this example. Just imagine someone who only lives in Sri Lanka all his or her life without any exposure to any other uh, life, like even on the mass media or social media, or without from a book reading about the nature of lives people spend in other countries. So the person is very happy in the sense, quite accept this life, to travel on buses, standing, to travel on the footboards of the trains, then actually no place to park a vehicle. Sometimes they have to jump into the roadside train when they were walking, no pedestrian like pavements. So if such a person hasn't at least heard or read or know nothing about well-facilitated country, they quite accept that agony and it's so good. So that was the nature of the life we spend, going from one goal to another, because we never experienced an instant of liberation from the mind. We thought that is the only thing there for us. So when we listen to this Dhamma, gradually, when we came to know that there is this Patisota path, so far we have gone with the current, and now we have a path to follow, going against the current, Patisota. And this instant, at least for an instant, if you experience the liberation from the mind, that heaviness of the thought is not there, then only we feel, oh, there is another experience. So that is the magic of this Dhamma. So now Dr. Kokila has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Yeah. So what is happening? Anything new from the listening?
No, Doctor. Yeah, nothing like that. As Champa was also not available at that time, I just gave an introduction to Dhamma and what we have been doing so far without Dhamma, going with the current and going from one goal to another, one hope to another. We thought that's the life.
Yes, Dharma gave a good introduction. Yes, I heard it.
That's good. That's good. Actually, when you get older, only we realize that how things are different, right? Like when you are young,
Yes.
it is quite very kind of like magic, like I would say.
Yeah, we never knew that we were suffering even.
Yes,
Because
we
we
Yeah.
were
were
raised
enjoy. Yeah.
in the race. Yes, that is right.
Yeah, actually. But things are changing. A lot of young people are also in depression and anxiety a lot nowadays.
Yes.
Yeah, slowly changing because the nature is not there with them. Mostly it is the phone. So phone and the mind.
Yes.
So phone and the mind means phone is also the mind. So the everything is mind. So there's no chance for the system to stay away from the mind unless you are sleeping.
Yes.
Sometimes people can't sleep also.
Yes.
It is the thing. Yeah, not easy. I mean, I think natural disasters also can give rise to trouble in younger generation, but mostly it is their own mind which is making it so difficult for them.
Yes, doctor. True.
And as adults, most of us are adults, so adults have gone through all that and has gained some maturity. The problem is we also feel like we actually spend time in a actual reality, and now this is another reality. And when you come to the very old age, they don't like the reality, so that's weird. If you come to the understanding of how our parents died, you can see they were not fully satisfied.
Yes.
They didn't know what to do even.
Yes, true. Dhamma was not there. Yes.
Yeah, and even though a village mother, they didn't understand how to relax, and yeah, every time then the death time comes, they get agitated.
Yes.
With the help of
Those
the medications, they will calm down, but that's also kind of a artificial calming down. Yes.
those days, doctor, in the form of Dhamma, what they listen to, even on radio, television, were just Jataka stories.
Yes.
I mean, all sermons, even traditionally, the monk started with Jataka story, then explaining,
Yes.
because it is all about being good and performing good karma.
Yes.
They were so much involved in organizing alms givings, giving donations, being kind, looking after social service. They were all very good. But this, I don't think my parents ever listened to any sermon on this mind creation and
Yeah, no,
sensual.
my parents were not into Dhamma that much. They would actually say all the Pali and all the stuff, but not actual understanding side. They know how to chant Pirit and all that.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. My mother also did that chanting Pirit all the time, but other than that, didn't know some Buddha puja and things like that. That's all. There was nothing much of those days.
Yeah, and nowadays, I think it is coming up. The real meaning is coming up, and the thing is, this social media can be used in order to spread that as well.
Yes.
The phone and the young adult is a disaster. And being in the mind, they can't handle it. They can't handle the mind. I mean, the mind is so heavy now.
Yes.
So even a chanting pirit, like actually speaking, it takes the mind away.
Yes, I also did it so many years, doctor. Now only I am not doing it much. I don't have much time. So
No, but do you know, like it takes the mind away.
Yes, yes.
So
Yes,
that's why it gives you some relief.
Yes.
Like even going to a temple, it takes the mind away. You have to get silent and you just become the place, and it's so beautiful.
Yes.
The sound vibration soothes the mind. No, doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, and the environment.
Mm.
So beautiful smells and so clean usually, and everyone is not shouting.
Mm.
And everyone is usually kind. So it brings that euphoric kind of situation where you feel so good.
Yes.
Which vanishes after you leave that place. But at
Yes.
least temporarily you get that.
Yes.
So
Going to a temple is actually good for now even. Yes.
yeah, true. And the thing is, you can actually understand that the actual Buddha status is here. We can achieve that here and now from outside. But we didn't know that before.
Yes.
We didn't know how to worship Buddha, how to worship Dhamma, how to worship Sangha.
Yes.
We didn't know it was a status of like a person can achieve.
Yes.
We knew it can be achieved, but we didn't know that it can be in this birth, because all the time it was a wish.
Yes, doctor. Yes.
And about recent discussions, did you get anything new?
Last night, one I heard. Today morning I couldn't. Last night thing I heard, and so many ladies were talking, and Nancy was telling, some are still telling that thoughts are coming. So Nancy said thoughts are normally coming. That is still there. So, but you will have to understand that there is nothing outside and nothing inside. Those are the things you have to know. And the first lady Arenvanse said, you are still in the mind, that you should understand that still this world is true to you like that. The second lady Arenvanse said, you are having very big ego like that, because of the egoistic nature she used to, when she's talking others are irritating, and something happened in the place where the Metma Larana she is going to. So Arenvanse said, you have to see your ego. Then a gentleman from Mathali, he talked to Arenvanse and said, he is very much liking towards this Dhamma, and he will be coming with Arenvanse. And he went to Anuradhapura, and he has explained Dhamma to few people. And
Do you remember the one he did yesterday morning?
no, yesterday morning I couldn't hear, doctor. Didn't have time. Something we have, something about that, doctor. It's important, it seems. It was.
No, before that, I think it was before that, Dr. Sevan. This one is also important, but the one before that, there was a mother who was trying to talk about this. It was a very good discussion where we all have to understand that she was talking about Dhamma in with Pali, but she was telling. I hope it is Saturday morning or Sunday morning. I can't remember now. She was talking, as the galak kakule or something. When you walk, if a stone is hitting your feet, you get a pain. And she was trying to say something.
Yes. I can just.
Saturday morning.
I can't remember, but I heard something like that. Yes, pain. She was talking about the pain.
But
No?
did you get the point that I don't know whether Sudan heard that? Did you get the
No, doctor.
point?
No. I was unable to listen to.
She was trying to tell something in a Dhamma way, but she was telling it. No, it is only if you hear only you can really try to understand what she is telling, and the way she is trying to tell it, and the way the answer is giving good insights to every one of us, because she was trying to say, I think kakula ridenawane, and how when we are walking, if a stone hits our feet, it will hurt. But then she was trying to tell the truth. She was actually trying to tell that it doesn't matter. But actually, in the way she spoke, it sounded as she has already taken stone is also there, my feet is also there, and then it got hurt, and then I had to accept that. Kind of that. It's better to listen, and then we can talk about
It's
it.
the morning one, doctor.
I think it's the morning one. I can't remember if it's the Saturday or the Sunday, but I thought it was very good.
I can't remember it. I just heard something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, she finally realized it and she calmed down. But initially she was trying to say in it as correct. But the thing is, if we talk only, we get into these situations also, then only we find out that we have these concepts getting true. Anyway, if we are talking about something, of course it can be caught sometimes, because it's the way she talked about that. Because she was trying to tell the truth. She was trying to tell the Dhamma. It's only a subtle way that Aranwase picked up that if you go like this, you will lose everything, he said. And I thought it was a very important thing to actually understand.
Right, must be.
So maybe listen to that little bit and we can talk. Dr. Sevan, this part was very straightforward. There was no...
Sakuntala's one.
Sorry,
Sakuntala's one, I heard Sevan, Dr. Sevan, I couldn't.
No, Dr. Sevanti, no, Dr.
Sakuntala Sevan.
Yeah, talking about Sakuntala.
No, Dr. Sevan, they also talked, no? Ravi's wife.
There is another doctor. I didn't know.
No, there is two Sevandis. One is Sevandi
really?
Gala and
From
there's Dr.
yeah.
Sevandi.
Really? I
Ravi's
have she joined recently, doctor. I never.
And all
The doctor is wife. Ah, right. I have met her. Yeah. Now she is also coming. Normally she doesn't talk in the Zooms.
she is from Malabay site, I think. Yes.
Malabe, yes. Dr. Ravi's wife.
No, that was straightforward. She was asking a lot of things. They were very straightforward. She took as she doesn't understand Dhamma, so it was very straightforward. This problem comes when you think that we understand and then try to say something. Only the problem comes of detection is a problem. And I thought that was the tricky area that RNC handles all the time. Because if you say something, I don't know this RNC, it is very easy now.
Yes. And the believing in that I know and I have made some achievement, and then to find that the person is not there is the problem. And
yeah, that is a problem. And the way that that story was told about the stone and the feet and all that, it is very subtle. Even I mean, I was also thinking, if I was there and Naranahansa was not there, how would I answer? Because I felt the same thing. But the thing is, answering these things are very tricky also. Because you have to actually catch the actual spot where she has gone wrong. So now even our discussions, sometimes we take everything as static and sometimes talk, right? So these are the things that actually speaking.
No, but you can catch our wrong points, no, doctor, and you can correct.
To a level, not to the level of the feel and stuff, but to a level, yeah, I can, but to a limited area. So the main important thing is this understanding whether the outside is true still.
True, that's the thing, doctor. That means the first thing is we have to redeem from the outside.
Yes. Yes. And redeem from the outside is not easy as we think, because outside is blended with the inside, right?
Yes, both. Yes.
Yeah, it is blended. Actually speaking, it is blended, even though it's the same chair, no, outside and inside.
Inside, yes. Redeeming from out means in both is happening in the same moment, I think.
No, not really. What I'm trying to say is, if someone says, yeah, there's a tricky area in that.
Yes.
Because that's why Lord Buddha or even Narayana is not actually appreciating any of these things, because it's half done, and half done can be undone also.
Yes. But doctor, that knowing is slowly, then now it's upcoming like.
Yes. Yes. When we say, now if we take our stories, because we have our own stories now. So if we say, like there is a tornado in America, just imagine you get a text saying tornado in America.
Yes.
The heavy feeling we get.
Yes, I was normally I used to check the weather of my son's area. I used to check to say whether it's over
or like some kind of checking is happening. Yes.
Yes, I have learned this from my sister also. My sister checks my weather before I check my weather because of the fire season.
Yeah,
Because
forest
fire
fire.
season it is very tricky.
Yes, in Australia, yes.
So this, the importance that we give to things,
Yes.
we don't even know sometimes that it is going outwards.
Yes, doctor. Now,
So
no.
how do we know actually?
Yes.
How can now that's why I asked you to listen to that bit, and we need to have a better understanding now about ourselves.
Yes.
But if we don't talk there, we don't know.
Yes.
But that mother was so nicely talking that she understood Dhamma.
Yes.
When the way she talked about it, everything was real.
Yes.
Same thing I can say an example. There's one time there was someone was talking about an accident that they both got into.
Yes.
And husband and wife. And then husband told it actually wasn't a thing. But the way he explained it at that moment,
yes,
suggested otherwise.
Yes, yes.
So it is here and now Aranhanse takes a decision, it's not actually going back to the past.
Yes.
So if we are actually telling something and tell it as really as it is, now imagine I'm telling something here and I'm telling with so much power, it's useless. In the sense that Dhamma is also useless then.
Yes.
That's the thing. The power we use, or in the sense not power we use, the power there which is imposing or generating in that talk,
yes,
whether it is a past incident or now incident, that gives the whole idea.
Yes.
That's why the talking is important.
Yes.
Because you talk now, you can't be talking while the accident is happening. You're talking now.
Yes.
But when we talk about the accident now, the way you talk can really imply what even Aranwase doesn't need to bother about the actual accident.
Yes, yes.
Because he is concentrating on the way that we talk now.
Yes.
Do you get the thing?
Yeah, how we reproduce it. Sometimes with emotions are given the power. No? Yeah.
Relative past. Yes.
Yes, and the importance that now, imagine you talk about your sister-in-law. Now, it's a old story, Sudharma. So pardon us. So if you talk about the sister-in-law and you, if I can actually feel how your voice go up and down.
Yes.
I can actually understand it is still a thing.
Yes, yes, that is why. Yes, and now I can understand how it is happening. Yes, the way of thinking is with the power. Yes, and
With the power.
the power,
Yeah.
talking with the power. Yes.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter what happened at that moment when she came or when she gave the call. It doesn't actually matter. What matters is now.
Yes, yes. Now, when we talking about the relative past, there shouldn't be power. Without power.
I mean, we shouldn't talk even like that. We shouldn't be. There is no shouldn't be or like should, shall, will. They are all kind of very strong
Words, yes.
I, me, mine words.
Yes.
Those days I've been trying to change my voice when I was talking to Aryan Maharaj, and every time I got a good scolding. what is this dance? Are you really crazy? So one day he told me, oh, I can understand that now you are not in the path or nowhere near the path. First time he said, oh, I am happy to see Ugatitana people are there. So I was in the heaven and I thought I am about to be an Arahant, and I was like continuously talking to the Zoom now as because it's what an achievement. So next day he was telling you are you are nowhere near the path. Now see you haven't understood it. Then I was thinking, Ane Aryana can't recognize me. I wanted to tell I am that Ugaditana person.
Arana's face now, Sudharma is like a baby.
Yeah, now he's criticizing like, oh, yeah, for everything. No, I am talking about the very first, I mean, maybe 3 years ago. No, at that time, didn't know my name or whereabouts or whatever, but still just listen. So then I was changing the voice and talking. යකෙක් ඉන්නවද උතන මොකද මේ බයෙන් කතා so is there a devil nearby? Why are you so scared? Aryan has said, I don't know how he feels that we are like he feels that we are trying to it's artificial and yeah that's it. So
Yeah.
very recently when he was calling me Dr. Kokila for something, when I was answering, he said, oh, now see Siddharma, when you talk like water, see how beautiful. Because he asked me something and I said, no way, Aranasa, I have to go to the market and buy vegetables, so I won't be. See how beautiful when you talk openly like that, like uh, so he always he feels whether we are talking with the field or even Dr. Kokila has told that several times to me. And when I was talking about my sons also, you felt that power, no, doctor? And you said you don't want to bring in Dhamma even at that point. Is, is it
No, because
what?
I wanted to actually for you to come out with that so that
Yeah,
it
yeah,
feels
true.
better. Because
Hmm.
I mean, even Champa was talking like that.
Hmm.
Actually, because Champa was talking about 40 years of suffering. So I had to
Yeah.
bring it up all the time to attack that 40 years of suffering. So now she doesn't talk about 40 years of
I
suffering.
can't even now. I'm not thinking, not imagining.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So the now 40 years of suffering is crying in a corner.
Now it has gone. That is
Yeah. So Champa is 40. Does it mean that?
No. It is about
Ah,
workplace.
40 years,
workplace suffering. Right.
40
Okay.
years working experience. 40
I
years.
see. I see, Champa. Okay. Okay. Because when the world is so true, everything is so true, definitely the
Yeah,
suffering is there.
suffering is more, no? Yes.
Mm.
And the thing is, everything happened to us. So the 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 interpretation is always that this happened to us, like that.
Self.
Yeah, self, and or to someone. This happened to my brother, or this happened to my sister, this happened to my mother, this happened to my father. So everything is kind of real, static.
Yes.
Even the dead father or even the dead mother, when we talk about them, they are kind of alive, right? Like
Yes.
actually they are. So this is not easy, even
Yeah.
though we feel like the first step is easy.
Yes. Yes.
One thing I know, doctor, every day the Amma talk really works on us.
Yeah.
I mean, it has a real impact.
Yes. Very true. Yes.
Yeah, because what I mean, constantly you and I mean, all of us remind that external world is real and this mind, so they are not day-to-day talk. Nowhere else we go for such discussions. So this should be, I mean, this is really, really uh, it really helps me actually.
Aranwansi recently
Because
asked, if you remember, whether we actually see the sky, not the clouds. That has actually a very good, nice metaphor. Because we always see the things.
Things, yeah.
Not the actual space. So we feel like our attention or the focus is always the picture drawn in a wall, not the actual wall.
Yes.
So if we have drawn something in a photo, when you look at a photo, if our face is there, it directly goes there.
Yes.
So,
You don't see the background as such.
Yes.
Background people, if background people are there, then next thing the attention would go to others.
Yes.
But if it is you, you might actually zoom it in and see whether you are looking okay.
Yes.
These are the things that I have done all the time in the past. So I'm talking about my experiences. So we are very keen to see how we looked, how we appeared, how everything is. And like the background was never a focus.
Never seen, yes.
Never seen.
That is, doctor, in other words, we are still believing in things, no, thickly, like now that with those examples you gave, that black dot in a white sheet, we see the black dot, not the white background. So I mean, inherently there is a tendency to look for things externally.
Yes. And can you see, I think this is important for us. If you draw a mountain with the 3D effect, can you see that the background, maybe a child may have drawn just blue color, and there's a beautiful mountain that the child has drawn. Just imagine the mountain gives you the perception of solid thing.
Hardness.
And even though you say that it is the thing there, actually even you can't say that the fluidity is not there also.
Yes.
I think everything is incorporated in anything in a different way.
Yes.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah.
And if that mountain has a small waterfall,
Yes, it is also there.
it is also there. So the what catches your eye can be the waterfall, can be the mountain, can be even a small
Space.
house which is drawn in that.
Yes. That means all the 4 great elements are included in each and everything, I think, doctor. With that
Yes.
others, 8, ashta, something.
I actually wanted to ask Saran about that thing which I never had a chance, that Dhatu Manasikara. I wanted to ask that, but I haven't had a chance because Lord Buddha has talked about it. I can't remember whether Aranwasi has talked about it, but he said one day, if there is someone who has understood fully, then who is called Sangha, or then should be able to say all about the Dhatu and all about the Ayatana like that. But anyway, what I was trying to say is, when we look at something, we see the clouds, but the clouds has that all the aspects of it.
Yes. Yes, doctor.
The clouds have that floating aspect also.
Yes.
Mm.
That fluidity, space, and everything in that.
Space is actually the Akasa Dhatu, is it? Akasa Dhatu?
Yeah. And doctor, I also wanted to ask this from you. Although we, I mean, say five great elements or four great elements, they are anyway kind of molecules, no? So when they are thickly set, it's Patavi nature, then what is solid nature, then liquid nature, then more space among molecules. So that way, no, yeah.
Yeah.
However, the composition is more or less the same, isn't it, doctor?
And there's another four added to that.
Is that what you meant? I remember you telling that it's one
No,
vibration.
actually,
Yeah.
that is not the thing I was trying to say. I was trying to say the mind aspect of it.
Mind aspect. Yeah. Hmm.
No, it is a picture. No, I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It's a photo.
yeah. You were explaining something else. So
Yeah.
you
So
were telling
in the
that,
photo,
yeah.
even the Patavi Sanya doesn't have Patavi Sanya.
Yes.
No. Perception. The waterfall may bring the, I mean, feel of water even. That mere color, bunch of colors which appears as the waterfall gives us the feeling of coldness even. Isn't it, doctor? Is that what you
Yeah,
were?
that's the perception level I was trying to say.
Mm.
Actual, if you become the actual molecule, yes, you can. I mean, if you are standing there, you might talk about these things as a molecule level, but still it is perception.
Yes.
So after the mind is formed, in a baby, it is not like that. But after the mind is formed, we always handle the perceptions, not the actual thing.
Yes.
Even if you are standing near the waterfall and you are touching the water, still it is with this water perception or
It is the
liquid
perception, doctor. Yeah.
perception.
We touch the waterfall in the mind. That now only, actually now it's clear to me. That much
Yeah, like the eating the
it's your
banana.
effort actually. When you were talking about the shoe, the dog, I didn't get it, but actually, I'm so much grateful to you now. Quite often, I feel that it is the thing in the mind that I deal with that comes more often than before.
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, doctor. I got to go. Teruvan
It's
Saranai,
okay.
Janata.
So, yeah, that was the example Sudharma brought long time ago. She opened the door and she found one shoe only. Dog has taken the other shoe. And then she was talking about that it didn't become a thing. But then I told, no, you still have that perception in your mind. That's why you're talking about all these things. That's why she's telling that she didn't understand it at that time, but she's understanding it now.
Yes.
So when you talk about 40 years of suffering, it is the same thing.
Yes.
Even though you can say it is not a thing to you now, if you still have the perception, it is still kind of gives you the life, like the self-perception.
Yes. Each and everything we see, the self perception is appearing, no, doctor?
We use the perception, yes. It is okay to use the perception. None of these things will vanish as an arahant.
Yes.
Mountain, you know what mountain is? If I say now, dung in the waterfall, you know what dung in the waterfall is. You have the perfect idea about the dung in the waterfall.
Yes.
But if I say just waterfall,
Yes.
you will just think about whatever waterfall you have seen.
Yes. Just creation is happening.
Creation is happening, and how is because it has. But the thing is, it is having all these idea. You know, when I say pencil, doesn't actually match the eraser. No?
Yes, yes. Pencil comes with the eraser. And the hardness of the pencil also appearing.
Yeah,
No?
it is. No, but what I'm saying is it is different. No? Yes. If I say pencil,
yes.
You don't get the perception of the eraser. Even though they go together, you don't actually get the perception of the eraser. And eraser is actually, we know eraser can be like solid, kind of like a small brick-like thing, no, like a rectangular stuff.
Yes.
But the pen is different, right? It's long and can write in the end.
Pencil, yes.
Pencil or the pen, we have so much different ideas, right? Same thing, they are all perceptions.
Yes.
So the actual touching the pencil is a different thing. Still, the perception is also
having that
a different thing.
Sensation is coming, no, doctor?
Yes, yes. So when someone talks about something, if there is a power, Aranhanse takes it as power now.
Yes, he can feel it. Yes.
Yeah, he's feeling the power now, not about the story.
Yes, yes. The way of the sound, ups and downs of the sound, no?
Not only that, the way we talk, actually there is different areas, you know, whether you're actually taking it very seriously.
Yes.
So if someone says my pencil lost,
yes,
you can say, you're my pencil lost. And also someone can say with so much power also into that, right?
Yes, yes. Tone, no? Voice and the tone and the vibration, everything. Yes.
Everything. Yeah. So the most important thing is this heaviness of this thought should slowly go away.
Yes.
It is very heavy when it is projecting outside.
Yes.
Actually, what it means, it has so much power. You know, you have to have a very good power to project it outside.
Yes, yes.
Now imagine hitting someone for something. You have to have so much power.
Power, yes. Must generate power to do that, yes. Even to scold, yes. Even to scold somebody, it's difficult, no?
Yeah, you have to have a massive power. And actually shouting, I mean, we can shout for something, like if you want to shout. Like if you want to shout at kids, you can shout. But the thing is, actually shouting when you really get annoyed, you know.
Yes.
It is different now.
Yes, doctor. Actually speaking, now I am sitting near a window and I can see the trees are moving. So that means now slowly can understand.
So now see, even moving is a perception.
Yes. Then can understand this moving is happening inside the mind, not outside.
100%.
So the feeling is slowly coming, not at once, but the understanding is slowly happening. Oh my God, we are seeing not outside, only inside.
Yes, moving is inside. You inspire me also, by the way. I have to tell that. Because of your meditation, I like that now. So I'm actually getting something from you as well.
You know, doctor, now I can feel the wind, right? The sensation of wind. But it is also happening actually inside the body, no?
Yeah, inside the mind.
Mind, inside the mind.
Actually, the way you talk, we have to be careful. There is nothing called mind.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so we have to be very careful. That is what that lady got caught, because the way she talked, she took everything as real. Outside real, mind is also real. Actually, there is nothing called mind.
Yes.
The
Then
mind is that particular moment.
yes, it's happening and appearing and disappearing. Only a power generation is there, no?
Yeah.
Power is happening and disappearing. So when I feel this wind now, when I feel this wind now, the body feel is understanding by the body consciousness. That means the mind, no?
Actually, now there is a different thing about that.
Yes, that is
mind doesn't necessarily need to come for the body consciousness.
That is why there is a difference.
That is a difference. Yeah. So when you see and when you hear, definitely mind consciousness is needed.
Yes. For those two, yes.
Those two, 100% you need the mind consciousness.
Yes. Yes.
But the temperature, the light touch, crude touch, smell,
yes,
taste.
Yes.
I think I don't know about the taste though. I'm a bit confused about that.
No, taste is also body skin, no, doctor?
Yeah,
Taste.
body skin. So that also, you don't necessarily need the mind. That's why Aranas is saying chili is it's so much katadanawa thing. What is that called? Hot mouth.
Yes.
Yeah, is there a mind in that? No.
No mind.
No mind. That's the thing. So that but we can include the mind.
Yes, that is true, doctor. Then to feel this wind, you mean there's no need of mind? Is that so?
No, if we take it as Ambo Sitalai, then mind is there.
Just the feel of this wind.
The feel doesn't have anything, but when we interpret it, the mind is there.
Otherwise, this body consciousness is slowly understanding the wind. That's all.
No, actually, even wind story is in the mind. Just the feel.
Just a feel, yes. That means
the story is in the mind.
Yes, story is in the mind, but the touch sensation is happening naturally at once. Yes.
100%, yeah.
Then
there is no interpretation whatsoever included in the actual touch perception. Sorry, not touch perception, actual touch. In the touch consciousness, there is no mind consciousness.
It's happening individually, you means?
It can happen, yeah.
It is not belongs to the mind. Right.
You can include the mind as soon as you say Ambo tile marata rattala, it's there. Oh, my feet are hurting, it's burning. It's the mind. This wind is so cold, that's the mind.
It's if we are trying to talk about it, then the mind comes there. Otherwise,
not talk, even think.
Think. If we are not
talking, no?
Yes, if we are not thinking about the touch, it's just a touch.
You have to experience this, Champa. I think you can because you are master in meditation. You can feel this. Without the mind, feeling is different.
Yes, yes, yes. Mm. Now I am doing that, watching. That means after each and every day-to-day work, I used to sit near this window at night and slowly, that means no noise at that time. I just watch outside and atmosphere, the outer space, garden, and waiting at least half an hour, sometimes more than that. Then, as you said, the mind is that means the mind activities are becoming less. The calmness is slowly happening.
Yeah, but then samatha can happen.
No,
This is
just I'm just watching at these trees and clouds and the dark, no, at night. No, no noise outside. So just it's giving a this creature sounds only. There's some kind of calmness can feel. Then when I feel sleepy, then I go to bed and sleep.
Yeah, that's good. You know, sometimes Aranwan has given examples like you may have done this as a child, you know, in like hillside, there is so many water places that we can jump.
Yes, yes, yes.
And when you jump, suddenly you feel so cold. It is very sudden thing.
Yes, yes, doctor.
Then there's no mind. Suddenly there's no mind. I don't know whether you have felt it.
Yes, I used to go through those small deer kaditi, no, those days. They are there, no?
No. When having a bath in them.
A bath in them. Yes, yes, yes.
When you jump to them.
I can't remember such things. I just have baths also, but I can't remember. But there was a narrow river also adjoining our home there. So when the rain is there,
Just imagine. Suddenly you fell into the cold water. You kind of there's no time to think.
No, nothing.
That moment you don't have a mind in there, just the feel.
Right. Yes.
It's not about the Dhamma though. I'm talking about just
yes.
Just the feel. I mean, that's the body feel.
Body feel, yes. Body consciousness is very much something different to the mind consciousness, no? Yes.
Yeah, and understanding that body consciousness has no self is a important thing.
Yes.
That is actually the part of number one.
Yes. Both are not having self, but actually this is easy to understand, you mean.
That is no number one in the sense the Aranwan says number one outside is not true thing.
Yes.
What is it called? Kamatahana? First Kamatahana?
Yes, contemplation. Yes,
First contemplation includes this one.
Body also, yes. This body is outside, no? Yes.
Yeah.
Body in the sense face, each and every, the full body is outside, yes. Yes.
So that's the body consciousness being not a self can be understood easily.
Yes. because I had that. Actually, I had that in a different way, no, doctor. I told you. So I
Yeah,
was
but
not.
then that thing is,
Mm.
the problem is the out of body experience. There's a problem in there because you have already taken mind as you, so the self view is there.
Yes, yes, I know that is not a good thing to happen, but I understood this body as a separate thing at that point. That is the.
Even that is not what you are going to get here.
Yes, yes, I know.
Because this is going to understand the actual body consciousness, that
Yes,
how
yes,
not out of body experience.
yes. This body is actually this body is not me. This is
Yeah.
complete.
Anyway, you understood it in a different way. Yes, but what I'm trying to say is,
Yes,
this there's a very important area that to understand this, or any or none of these consciousnesses are also not me.
yes. Very true. All the consciousnesses are just these aggregates. No?
Yeah, just happening.
Mm. Just happening and disappearing.
Yeah, and when you actually talk about that,
Mm.
you can only feel the body consciousness only,
Mm.
without the self part, without
Yes,
the power.
yes, yes.
So that's the difference. But the out of mind experience is the important one.
Yes.
Imagine
Body and both, no. That means out of mind and the body.
in the sense, actually there is nothing out of mind and out of
Yes,
body.
blank. Yes, the
So
blank.
that is only jnana, no?
Yes,
What
only
you feel,
yes. Wisdom, yes.
wisdom and jnana. So there's nothing to talk about that in that way.
Yes.
Because if you talk like that, it gives an impression that someone there is there
Yes.
as a vibration. No, nothing like that.
Yes. Now slowly understanding is coming. There's no me, there's no outside, there's no inside mind. That understanding is slowly establishing.
Yeah, that thing you told is very important. The uh, the shaking is actually a mind thing.
Yes.
That's a beautiful thing.
The shaking and the trees and everything. I just this moment can be seen is everything is happening inside the mind, not
No, that is the thing Aranahanse is trying to
you.
remind us
Mm.
that if the shaking is not a thing, what is left is just the emptiness.
Yes. Emptiness. Actually, outside and inside and everything is only the emptiness is there. No?
Yeah, but you have to feel that, no?
Yes. Must feel it.
If the shaking doesn't become a thing only, then you can actually experience that.
Yes.
I haven't experienced that, but it is I can understand that it is the possibility.
Yes. Because when we are fully understand only this happening, no, doctor. Otherwise, it's not happening. Because
Yeah.
from the beginning we were thinking there is outside and there is inside, there is a me, and outside everything is outside, like that we lived in that duality. No? Now only
Yeah.
we understand there is no duality. Yes, then we are coming to the madhyama pratipada.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
That's what Aranwasi was that day saying. Actually, he was saying that in another long time ago sermon. Is someone who is in the path has to have a balance with the Vidarshana and Samatha.
Yes, yes, yes.
And he said if the Vidarshana part is too much, also it is troublesome. And he said Samatha is too much, it is troublesome. Finding the balance is very difficult, he said.
Yes, yes.
Because if you go to, now imagine Champa. If the mind goes to a Samatha, completely, you might, in Anapanasati, they go to Samatha, same thing can happen, no? Because you are looking at something and the same thing people did not looking at a Nila Kasina and stuff like that. I have never done, but I have heard people doing that.
Yes.
So you keep looking at that and then manifesting it in the mind, right?
Yes.
And then, but the problem is the Sangava යන්න පුළුවන්.
Oh, but doctor, I didn't do those things. No, I couldn't.
No, I haven't done either.
Yes, I couldn't
but
do.
It is the same thing. But what Aranwansi was saying was there has to be a balance because the whole mind can't go to a sleep because then Vidarshana will not happen.
Yes, doctor, because of that Chittanupassana thing, some kind of balance has happened naturally, right? To watch the mind, there should be some kind of one-pointedness, and the looking at the mind is the inside part. So, with those both together, no, I tried. I did it both together. Only that. Then
only the Dhamma wasn't there.
Yes, Dhamma wasn't there, but the practice, the Lord Buddha's practice was there. So actually, it's helping because I couldn't do this breathing meditation. I tried so many times, I couldn't do. And I used to do this walking meditation also, not like this. Ussanawa, ඉදිරියට යනවා, තියනවා. Those things I tried in different way. And one day I tried to this casino thing also, no, doctor. One day I put something on the wall and try to sit down and do it. However, it didn't happen. I tried each and everything, but I finally put those things away because I had no time because I was working and house thing, son's thing, and so many things to attend. So, however, I went to a place to meditate near Mihintale. There is a place.
Wow.
Yes, doctor. One of my friends is there. She's not married, and with her and her father and mother, with myself. Once I have taken my son also for a few days. There was a place near Mihintale. That is the place this Mihindu Maharatan Wahanse came to Sri Lanka and stayed there, it seems, to build the area. So I was there. Kaludiya Pokuna Aranya. Right? So we stayed there and one Hamaduru, one monk told us to do this concentration meditation. Oh, when I try to do it, the burning is coming. I couldn't do it. But I stayed there until midnight.
What burning is coming?
That means the day to day, that means burning in the sense can't do this, but the life problems are arising.
Yeah.
So I knew what is this? I can't do. I tried. I went there for 3 times. So that experience I had because
Until midnight, some monk had Dhamma discussions, but actually the normal way, they didn't know anything, but it's Aranya. But that kind of experience I had, but nothing gained through that. After that, I didn't go there. So it was a good experience only. There's a nice thing. Pokuna, Kaludiya Pokuna is also there. Still that place is there in Mihintale.
Aranwase never encourages samatha because everyone has some kind of addiction to samatha, so he never encourages samatha bhavana.
Yes.
And I think the pointedness is enough because Lord Buddha said no.
Yes. To a certain point.
Certain level of pointedness is enough.
To see, watch the mind. That is the thing we need. No? So luckily I couldn't do those things. I don't know how these people are so hard, doctor. I don't know how they are doing this. Very difficult meditation. This one pointedness meditation is. It gives such a problem. That means pressure.
You have to put a lot of power, right?
Pressure. You're pressurizing one thought, it seems.
Yes. That's what Lord Buddha is never telling to do that. He's telling to tatra tatra vipassati this. See that with wisdom.
Doctor, again, I can remember something from last night sermon. A lady talked about her way. She said when everybody's asking her to do this work, she's getting angry. She's
irritated. Yeah.
Irritated. So Aryan Mahansi asked about her. She said she's not working and living alone or something, but she said she is divorced or something like that. Then Aryan Mahanse said, you don't have this normal, that means your mind is not having any satutak naji.
Yeah. Not having enough manosanchetana.
Right, manosanchetana. So you should, that means to Topia, she should give like me the story. I am story reading no once a day. At least the Topia should be there. Aryan Mahanse said, without, that means with the paining mind can't get this Dhamma.
No.
Yes.
Not at all.
Yes.
When there is 5 hindrances, nothing will be there.
Yes.
Everything will be blocked.
Yes, Vyapada.
Too much craving, too much ill will.
Yes.
If it is sleepiness, anger.
Yes. Because the self is arising with the anger, all are telling her to do this, do that. There's no satisfaction in any way. So mind is irritated and can't get this Dhamma, it seems.
And he said it can happen to even the Mahinvanses.
Yes. And he said for our Mahinvanses, he gave a nice talk and described how these women are suffering. So it's very much lucky to be a nun in the young age, like that.
Yeah, the thing is, very rarely only they will realize that unless they have gone through some hardships.
Yes.
But I have seen some nuns like that. I have seen young nuns who actually feel like this is pointless and go to become a nun.
Yes.
And I have been always thinking why I never got that kind of, sensible maturity at that age. I never had that. I was like, only after all this, I finally realized, okay, what next? And there's
Yes.
nothing next.
You know, doctor, I had that feeling, no? I told my mother I want to go to be a nun. So many times I said, my mother said, you don't know how they are suffering. Those days there was no real Dhamma also, no? And they are
Actually,
fighting.
maybe good also. We never know that you didn't go.
Yes, good, I think. Now when I see these things, I think, oh my God, if I go on finished.
Because you might get harassed there also. Because
Yes,
if you have the luck to happen that,
yes,
who knows,
yes, yes. My mother said, oh, you are the only child we have. And my mother and father both were shocked, like when I said it, right? Then they were trying to uh, tell so many stories. You don't know how they are fighting, and they are, that means there's certain kind of harassments they are also getting from the outside worlds also. So don't think of going to that, she said.
Mm, yeah. And in a way, I don't mind what has happened in the film.
Yes.
I don't really care what has happened in the film. I actually, in my past, I have always thought that the future is better for some reason.
Yes.
And I think the future with this Lord Buddha's Dhamma is much better.
Yes, I also not thinking what has happened in the past. I am not bothering about those things. Though I have told you that botheration is not there, because I knew only way to go out is this Dhamma. Dhamma was not there actually at that time. But I knew however I should get this in this lifetime. So I tried it all the
That's the
time.
perception that has come as a child as well, right?
Yes.
I
Yes.
remember as a child, I saw one day I went with my sister to the Bandarwala town for some reason. And then I saw a monk at that time. He was very popular. He was coming under a big Muthukuda. And I was crying. I was endlessly crying. I was like, what the hell? Why am I crying? Because I felt so inspired by that. I felt like Lord Buddha is coming. It was, as a child, I still remember that.
Yes.
I don't know. My sister is 6 years older than me. She said, no, don't cry. But I was crying. I remember I was just looking at the monk.
You know why? Some kind of synchronization maybe happen.
Yeah, we never know. It is such a beautiful feel. I still remember that. Yeah. But I refused to go to the Hampasala because it was so boring.
Yes.
And it was all the, I wish I went because now I don't know much Pali words. But I refused. I remember I refused.
Yes. I also didn't go much about it. And at the school even I couldn't understand anything in, I just like a parrot studied and wrote those answers only. I couldn't understand anything about this Dhamma lessons. Ola.
No.
Yes,
No,
Ola.
yeah, everything was like, I remember like Chaturara Satya, I could say 4 things, but
Yes.
yeah, didn't
Very deep.
understand a single thing. And Narayanasi is saying, no, what's the use of this Dham?
Yes.
Our children can't understand.
Yes. Still like that? No, it's the same thing is happening still.
Now, my children, they don't get even that.
Yes, yes, yes.
But I really don't care because even I don't know from where they will get Dhamma. Something will happen one day, hopefully. But
they what is their religion then, doctor? They are Buddhists, no?
by the name, yes.
But they are worshipping Lord Buddha's statues, maybe, no?
Yes, yes, yeah. But they don't really want to do any religion.
Really?
Yeah, they don't want to kind of do any religion. They are kind of having very what do I call very independent ideas. But I don't blame them either.
Yes.
I just remind them that the mind is not true. That's all I remind them.
Yes. And tell them that outside is also not true. They will come to that point, doctor. If you are their mother means they are naturally they are having this Dhamma. One day they feel it.
One day, hopefully, yeah.
Because they are living with you, no, still. Therefore, they don't feel anything. If they become big and when they are separated from you, they will find this.
They will, and because they are not suffering also, no?
Yes.
I mean, they don't know the meaning of suffering.
Yes. There's no need of suffering, no? And still you are giving that you can understand the mind levels also. So there is no other mothers and fathers can't do that, no? But you can still calm their mind without their knowledge. So what is what is there to suffer? But when they become big and when they move outside, then they will think, oh, what is this? We didn't feel it like this earlier with our mothers. Like they will be
This world is full of suffering. They don't know.
Yes, yes. Yes, doctor. But they will have it. They will have this from you.
Actually, it is in the mind.
Yes.
This suffering is in the mind.
Yes.
That also we didn't know. No? We thought suffering coming from outside.
Yes, others are giving us sufferings like that. No, we thought.
Yeah, we thought this with not having enough money is suffering, not having enough health is suffering, not having enough people, good people loving us is suffering.
Yes.
There was so much suffering labels, but the thing is, this existence in the mind is a suffering in the end.
Yes.
And Cheto Vimuktiya is the Nibbana.
Yes.
Just imagine now only we even realize slightly what that is.
Yes. Those days our mind is also that means worrying type of mind we had no earlier. We used to worry and everything we used to worry, no? And trying to overcome that worry. And they will then after that we are finding another worry.
Yeah, we keep doing stuff.
Yes.
We
And
keep doing stuff.
running towards goals, no? So many and finally fed up.
Yeah, actually, I have thought after coming here, there was some time left, not like in Sri Lanka. So I was thinking, now kind of I don't have anything much to do anymore.
Yes. After your goals are achieved, then thereafter, yes.
Yes, and I'm thinking, what is the point here now? There's no point.
Yes, that is what no.
Because still the happiness is not there.
Yes. Yes, yes. That is what them. That means running towards goals and finally at one point we are thinking, so what all the whatever way we have achieved something and there's nothing
nothing is there, and only the worries.
Yeah, additional worries.
Additional worries. And others' problems are coming towards us and things like that, no?
Mm. So when this Dhamma is there, when we understand that the outside is actually a mind perception,
Yes.
as you said, very well said about the shaking of the leaves also.
Yes.
But the beauty is in their Champa.
Yes.
Now imagine there is a duality now.
Yes.
The duality when it doesn't vanish even in the mind.
Yes. It's inside the mind, yes.
Yeah. Then you realize
Yes.
that actually this side should vanish.
Yes.
Then it is kind of as it's the other way around. It flips.
Yes. You know, doctor, I have practiced that also. According to that priest, he said, when you're looking at the mind, it in another way, you see your thoughts are running towards duality like a Orlosu Bhatta, an old clock. Orlosu Bhatta, it's going to one end and another end. One end is Sapper and the other end is Dukkha. Like that, the duality is happening inside the mind. To watch that. So I have done that also.
Mm.
That is
But
the
now, when this side is gone,
yes,
what is left is again the outside.
how is that, doctor?
Now you said no, shaking is in the mind side.
Yes.
But actually, even the mind, you still can feel the mind perception and the self perception both. No?
Yes.
Still the two ends are there, the power is there.
Yes.
That is the problem with the mind.
Yes.
So if this self perception is gone,
yes,
for that you have to understand that the shaking mind perception is not true. You have to
yes,
actually, Dhamma should come there. That is the trickiest part.
yes, yes, yes. Outside is not true, and the inside is also the shaking perception.
No,
is
outside anyway you felt it. No, the shaking is in the mind. Now you
Yes.
don't have to talk about that first one now.
Right, right.
Second one
Yes,
is not true. It didn't come now at that point.
yes, yes. That point it didn't come. Yes.
So if that come only, you will feel as you become become something.
Become outside. Yes. The outside and inside both become one.
No, actually, when your side is gone, when the self perception is gone, what is left is the seeing only.
Seeing only. Seeing, hearing, and feeling. Yes. Yes. Mind part.
I
Yes.
can't actually say that in the example, but you can feel it in that example. If you actually went through the whole thing, you didn't went through the whole thing. You just felt the first one.
Yes.
There's 4 steps. Don't forget.
No. Every day reminding it. And the mind is actually the happening, rising of thoughts are also disappearing no, at the same time. So that is also.
No, but this is piercing one thought.
Yes, yes.
Don't forget.
Right.
just looking at the thought doesn't matter.
Yes.
Just piercing one thought
Yes.
with wisdom
Mhm.
and catching your tense.
Yes.
All could have been achieved in that one line.
Yes.
Shaking.
Yes. Shaking. Yes. Shaking is happening inside the mind, and that is also vanishing. Yes.
When that vanishes, that is Kriya Siddhi, that is just seeing.
Just seeing.
And in that, the Dhamma should come to say that there is no self in just seeing.
Yes.
And that is where seeing is happening, but self is not there. That's what Aranvansi is trying to say.
Yes, yes, yes. Without self, yes. That is the point.
Now, this is getting too complicated now, but I have to add that.
Yes.
Now, if the shaking is there,
yes,
in the mind,
yes,
that won't come.
yes, yes. That should also go, no? Arising.
That is the same problem that we have, because all the perceptions are still there.
Yes.
With power.
Yes.
This self-perception is also there.
Yes. Yes.
We are kind of sure that the outside is not true, but all the perceptions are still valid inside.
Yes. Yes, it will be understandable slowly.
And has to be felt also after that.
Yes, yes.
Because releasing from the mind is a difficult aspect.
Yes.
Because after all, this is to understand that there has never been a self, no?
Yes, yes. That is completely a wrong view. We have taken it. Sometimes I'm thinking, oh, for this machine, why should we take this as a person? Like that thoughts I thought yesterday also. In vain.
Yeah, true. We have taken it because of the habit, I think. And because self-perception is the most repeated perception in the whole samsaric journey.
Yes, repeated, yes.
Most repeated, whether it's a light perception, whether it's a sound perception, whether it's a touch perception, whatever the perception, self-perception is there, no?
Yes. Yes. That once it's appearing, no? Yes. Seeing something thoroughly means here the seer is here.
Yeah, but when Aranvansi says, can you see in between the clouds? I think that's a different point he's telling in a different way.
Uh-huh.
Because he's pointing out to the Arupa.
Arupa, yes. The cloudless sky, yes.
He's kind of master of that.
He was looking at the sky so many years, I think. Some are telling when we are looking at the sky, the thoughts are reducing.
Yeah, thoughts will reduce, yes.
Because there's nothing much to see there, no, all of that.
But see, when a cloud comes, our attention goes to the cloud now.
Yes. Shapes, there are shapes of clouds, no? Different.
Yeah. And that is the Rupa.
Yes, Rupa. Rupa Loki. Aranasi said not to
It's
watch.
a metaphor though.
Yes, not to keep attention on clouds and the shapes.
Yeah, but you just can't do it by force. If it is a thing, it will be a thing. Just
Yes.
imagine a plane goes,
Yes.
how intently we look at it.
Yes. But these clouds are just passing away now. Much, there's no much attention is taken for that. But we can just watch the sky.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get the mind down by that.
Yes, yes.
So that the transformation is easy.
Easy.
I have an idea.
Yes.
But Dhamma, with Dhamma.
Yes.
Because without Dhamma also people can keep looking at the sky, no?
Yes, they used to do it, no?
Yes, because you can like the emptiness.
Yes. There are so many different kinds of meditations, you know, doctor. This Hindu yogic culture, they have created so many so many kinds of meditations using the mind.
But they have so much power, right?
You know, doctor, one day I was following Sadhguru's some post. No? One day he said, close the eyes and think that you are catching my hand and I am going to the under the sea, right? Don't open your eyes. And so many people around the world connected to that through the internet, and we are catching his, imagining that we are catching his hand, and he is taking us to the under the sea. And after some time, he's coming slowly, and then said, "Open the eyes." That kind of things he's doing. One day he said, again, sit and you just close your eyes and think you are going up and up and up in the sky, and you are just going to a place where you like, a nice garden without people, a jungle or something, and you are just coming down and watching the surrounding, and again you are going up and coming to the starting point. That kind of things he is doing, doctor. Useless things actually with the mind. No?
With the mind, yeah.
Some name is there, I can't remember that name.
Ekacharan Divaguham, right?
Yes. No, he is doing
Lord
this.
Buddha said, no, it goes everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah, it can go to the moon even or Mars.
Yes, so the followers are doing these things to calm their mind. That is why. A monkey came and my husband is shouting, monkey. Monkey is in my mind now. Monkey has to go from the mind.
Monkey mind.
Monkey mind.
Now, when you said that, I remembered how monkeys used to jump onto the roof.
Yes, doctor. They are very heavy, you know. About 10-15 kilos. They are so big, black monkeys running, dancing on the roofs. They are. It came to the roof, jumped into the roof. Everything is mind now. The film is going inside the mind. And
It's recreated. Now, that is the thing. Lord Buddha actually said that, Nama Vijnana Pacchaya Nama Rupa Pacchaya Vijnana. So it is recreated.
yes.
That in Aranahanse's sermon that you are doing,
Yes,
that
yes,
was
yes,
telling how this is recreation done.
yes. Both
Now,
ways.
monkey appeared, and after that, now monkey can
Monkey,
be recreated at any time.
yes.
That's
And
how our sansaric journey also happens.
it's over. Now see, doctor, monkey came and went. Vanished.
Yeah. You know
That
that storage, that how a monkey can come and go,
yes.
is in my system also. No, that is why it is coming. Otherwise, I can't understand when you say something.
Yes, yes, yes.
Recreation is very easy. The self-perception is recreated all the time.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's the problem that we have,
Yes.
that it will not go away quickly.
Yes, that means when I tell this, you can also.
Monkey also, the self-perception comes.
Yes, that the monkey means the self-perception. No, doctor.
No, existence, no, monkey perception, existence perception, self-perception. That's how it works.
Yes. Monkey exists and then the self-perception appears.
Yeah.
Ah.
That it's the same thing basically.
Mm-hmm.
To feel that monkey is an existing thing is the
Yes.
same thing as a self-existence.
Yes, yes, yes.
At that moment, the mind existence is monkey existence.
Yes, yes.
Like the same thing like the toad, but you didn't dance up and down because you are not scared about it.
Yes. There are so many contemplations here, actually, in this area.
Yeah. And because of that monkey, I'm also contemplating a monkey now.
Yes. The rising and fading of aggregates in the mind.
But you heard a noise?
Yes, heard noise. Sound vibration.
That's a sound vibration, yes. Same thing. When you look at something, it is the
light vibration.
Light vibration.
That is coming now, doctor. After you showed me, when I see something, oh, light vibration. That is naturally coming. This is light vibration, sound vibration. This is touch vibration. Without even thinking, it's coming now. Like that. That means, doctor, අර පොඩි කාලේ when we say hide and seek, when we are close to that LL gini, it's like that. Now I am LL gini to this Dhamma.
Interesting, your talk. I remember that. When you're close to that, I think gini. And when you're far away, you become LL.
I can't remember that part. I only
Yes.
LL gini. I just
Because
remember.
if you have hidden something and the person is going closer, you say gini. And then if you're going far away, LL. But the problem is when Aranvanse talks, everything is LL.
Yes, we are so far, like, no? No, gini.
In the mind, you can imagine it is gini.
Yes, mind is gini at that time. When we is talking.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yes, doctor.
Because mind likes to achieve something, then it is thinking, you must be gini.
Yes.
When talking with Arananse, everything is parallel.
Parallel. When he talks, we are like we are nowhere.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Thinking, how are we going to achieve this Dhamma, my God?
Yes. He must be thinking the same. if we how am I going to correct these people?
Yes, that is right.
But
Yes.
I'm at least happy that I had been listening to the Dhamma for some time and had been very
You are very much
consistent.
fortunate, doctor. Yes, very much fortunate. And he said last night he has now 7 steps to upbringing this Dhamma in this world.
I heard that. Yeah, he will. If he thinks, he will do that.
Yes.
I mean, I think if he is doing, others can help because Lord Buddha actually, took when he took for like the step forward, only the others are taking a step forward.
Yes.
He has to do the guidance and the everything.
Yes, he does everything according to his feel, no, doctor?
The timing, everything.
Yes. Without troubling the monks. If the monks are not there, he can easily talk about this.
No, even monks has to start telling this now.
Yes, they are still not, without any, they are just waiting without talking. I don't know why. Aryan Hansi is trying to talk.
No, that's a ego issue, I think.
Yes, ego issue.
Because Sri Lanka is a very egoistic culture is there. Nothing out of place can take place. Like tradition is taken very seriously now.
Yes. But they should understand, doctor. On behalf, they are the representatives of Lord Buddha. No? So they should help Aryan Mansi to bring this up. In this area, there are 75,000 houses, I said. Aryan Mansi don't like to post letters, it seems. So, 2 of us are here. And
I think Aranwanse will send a battalion to go with you.
I don't know, doctor. Only myself can walk. The problem
that's
is...
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He will send because that's what he said. Where there are no much people, he will come with some others, he said.
He said that where there are no representatives, he will come. He will send people.
Yeah, you can request few. Or maybe request, please, Aranwanse, come with me.
Yes, must do something. That innocent girl, the other representative is about 15 years younger to me, but she has some knee problem. She is unable to walk. That is the problem.
Yeah. Yeah,
Anyway.
But if there would be answer.
Yes, I think that nature will give the correct answer to this.
Yeah, because his way of delivery is not the postal delivery. No, he's thinking about face-to-face delivery.
Yes, because this area there are a lot of temples, doctor, and they are against no. That is what we have to do it like hide and seek. That is also another problem.
Okay.
Anyway, doctor, now time is
nearing completion. I must thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much for coming for the discussion, Champa. Thank you, Aranavansa, for
Thank you, Aryan
the
Mahanse, for his great, noble. Thirvan Saranai, Dr. Thirvan Saranai.
Unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thirvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 1 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com. And today we are starting with page 15. The same process happens in our minds. We assume that the outside world is real and create a complex set of emotions entirely within our mind consciousness. We generate raga, dvesha, and moha, attachment, ill will, and delusion. And these sparks ignite continuously in every moment. These sparks continue as long as we breathe. All of these are thoughts. There is no inside, ajata, or outside, bahidha. In fact, we could say there is only one end, the present moment where thoughts arise. But even this end is ultimately non-existent. A book does not exist outside of thought. It's merely a frequency of sound and a frequency of color that come together to form a thought wave or chitta. Nothing reaches our six senses except for the raw data. Color to the seeing sense, sound to the hearing, smell to the smell sense, taste to taste, temperature touch, and thoughts to mind consciousness. What we perceive is a combination of these sensory inputs. So yesterday we talked about how name and form union occurs, or how mind-made objects come into existence as sound and color and sound get entangled. So this is the process of our minds, and because of this illusion, we assume that the outside world is real. And because of that ignorance, it creates a complex set of emotions, because the mind consciousness is created. And due to that, the way the system works, if there's something out there that feels like that's existing, that the system believes to be existing, of course, then there's either attachment or ill will or delusion will be there. These are all due to the sparks we talked about, the continuous sparks. As long as we breathe, these sparks continue and they mature into thoughts. And in reality, there's no inside so-called external or internal world. It's just one field. But when mind comes alive, it creates this duality, because the function of the mind is always to name something, label something. So when something is labeled, let's say something is labeled as, an image is labeled as a table, that means table is there. So if there's a If the table is there, and with respect to it, there's a self who's observing it. And also, if there's a table is there, there's the other probability of table is not being there. So there's that duality is already created. But if you see that it's a creation of the mind that's being projected outside, that's a different scenario to saying that the table is there or table is not there. If there's one end, the other end automatically arises. And if this is seen as non-existent, as a function of the mind, as something that comes alive when the necessary conditions are met, that is seeing the truth. Nothing could exist outside of thought. If this truth is seen in the thoughts, in whatever we see, in whatever we hear, smell, taste, and touch, and then we are kind of stripped off of these thoughts, and we are down to the experience itself. And even in the experience, it's a manifestation of vibrations. What we see is the manifested form of vibrations, visible form of vibrations. What we hear is audible form of vibrations. If that truth too is seen, there's nothing. So slowly but surely, what we are awakening to is to nothingness. Nothingness in the sense, not in the context how it's popularly used, where the world is void of things, but the so-called external world is not in reality existent as we thought it was, but it's an effect that's visible when the necessary conditions are met. Merely a frequency, bunch of frequencies, bunch of vibrations, frequency of sound entangled with frequency of color predominantly to create that sense of something's out there with respect to its sense of self and the self-identifying view. When it's identified as a thing, then the chitta or the mind wave is created out of these frequencies. Nothing reaches our six senses except for the raw data. I'm sorry. R.N. Wahanse, Paticca Samuppanna refers to the coming together of all these senses. This is also known as dependent origination. The dependence on causes and conditions. Through this cycle, we assume that a thing exists. I have explained this in detail in my sermons. Now, let us address how to awaken to the moment. Also, R.N. Wahanse, you understand that the outside does not exist, neither does the inside, nor the concept of me. The thought of a book is just a thought. It cannot be found outside, nor can you find a book inside your mind consciousness. When you truly understand this, thoughts lose their value. They no longer deceive you. You stop accepting thoughts as real, and they cannot generate further thoughts. So this process of entanglement, also called as Paticca Samuppanna, being entangled, or when the necessary conditions are met, this effect comes alive. In other words, these senses coming together. However, the way it's explained, it's this dependent origination, because nothing can be existed on its own as an independent thing. Rather, there dependent on certain causes and conditions. Due to ignorance, when this circle comes alive, we assume that something's out there and we are experiencing that. If we understand and realize this, we awaken to the moment. We no longer cling on to thoughts about the past and the future, and then they lose the power they have over self, over the system, and then slowly it's awakening to the moment. And with that understanding and realization, the inside and the outside, which is born in one thought. When a thought says, when you look at the so-called table, and when the label appears in the mind saying that's a table, automatically there's the table and the self who's seeing, who's experiencing that, underlying that thought. What is just so with that, the so-called external world and the internal world is created in that thought in that moment. However, when the truth is seen, that the fact that there was an external world and an internal world cannot hold true. So that thought collapse of its value it had. It loses its value. It can no longer deceive you. And if you had any defilements with regard to that, this table was given to me by my grandfather, whatever the emotional values that's been created, they could no longer be valuable. Therefore, they cannot generate further thoughts also, because now the veil of illusion is kind of shattered. Like if there's no belief that this table is something of inherited value, how can further thoughts be generated based on it? That base is now shattered. As a result, a thought ceases to arise in that moment. The forming of an image with a sound no longer occurs. This is called Namarupa Uparujjana. You realize the truth. There is no outside, no self, no inside. You emerge from the illusion of mind consciousness. You understand that the book you see is a thought and it does not exist. When we stop assigning value to a thought, it ceases to exist. There is no thing, no thought, only nothingness. From that moment onward, you stop giving value to experiences, knowing they're all illusions. So, table cannot be held true anymore. And these kind of thoughts, the thought itself loses value, and there's no, these kind of thoughts cannot arise anymore. Of course, the recognition will be there, but the internal burning that it was able to create once is no more. So this name and form union we talked about, an image with sound being entangled. Now they no longer hold value, means Nama Rupa Uparujjana, they are like now disassociated, yet one knows that it's a table or a chair, is able to recognize these objects, but the value that's been attributed by the system no longer can be true. And the truth is seen. There's no outside, there's no inside, there's no self here. And that's how the illusion will be, you will emerge from the illusion of mind consciousness. The so-called external world is the one that's slowly collapsing of its value. It says we stop assigning value to a thought, but it's not us doing it. It happened due to the system. When the baby was born and as he started speaking the language, the value being assigned to different mind objects differently, that happened due to the system, not a self did that. As we understand and realize Dhamma, what we realize is that there is no self. So it's not that a self assigned the value, but that's how the system was created in the first place. So that is what is losing the value. Even when we perform daily activities as usual, you would go through the day, go from one activity to another. Since this belief of the objects are no longer there, there's nothing to hold on to, nothing to cling on to. The performance of the activity will just go on without that additional burden of being entangled with this object, that object, and the other. Let's say you're cooking or whatever, there could be, you will spill something, you will cut your finger, or something will get burnt. But before realizing this, you would get entangled with all these steps and get upset or mad or get pissed off or whatever. But as this realization comes to place that the so-called external world is a creation of the mind, moment to moment, you will perform all that. But like, something will spill, it doesn't really matter. You will wipe it off and continue to the next step, and you will end up cutting the finger. Just wash it and put something and just go on to the next thing. So that is why that is what's meant by nothing becomes a thing. It doesn't become a thing with value. It just becomes merely an incident. So with this, we cultivate deep insight. This is we call it a avabodha jnana. It's a realization. It's that comes with insights. So slowly, it's deepening our understanding and realization that the so-called world is not true. Sankirtene Vidaya. That means it's a Dhamma that you realize. Rather, the system realize. You can't. There's, when we use words, things like that will be said, but it's not somebody's doing. The belief in the thoughts is slowly diminished, and this transcends thought to attain pure moment of seeing the truth, awakening to the moment, letting go of all belief, name and form, and all these ideas, thoughts. And that what will happen is this mind consciousness cannot fall on to anything. Cannot be projected anymore, non-projected. Anidassana vijnana. In Pali we call it. So that's all I got for today, that portion of the discussion. Shani, if any of you all have any questions or comments. Shani, you have any questions? Everyone's online? Your mic is unmuted. Are you trying to say something? I can't hear. Justin, you have any questions that or comments? Everyone, Sarana?
Deruan Sarnai.
Yeah.
Deruan Sarnai.
Yes, Deruan Sarnai.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Guide. Can you explain a little bit about the Anidasana Vijnana again, the non-projected these thoughts? How did it happen, occur?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question. So non-projected consciousness or mind consciousness, it's the same thing as um, something not becoming a thing, meaning whatever when we understand this Dhamma, realize this Dhamma, not just understand intellectually, but also realize and see it within ourselves, that internal burning is slowly diminished. It's the same thing as internal burning is not there, because if there's no internal burning, it's already projected. There's the mind consciousness is projected. But when one sees the truth, how the internal burning goes away is the belief that one had that something exists out there is gone. Now that person sees it as an entanglement of vibrations or entanglement of name and form. So for an example, one would be upset about, let's say, things that the partner says or the husband or wife says. Every time this will be bothering this person. Now this person is on the path, and every time there's an internal burning due to something being said by the wife or the husband, this person sees that, that incident, contemplate on the incident, that there's no wife or husband as we thought they existed, but if at all they existed only as a mind creation. But let's say there was a fight in the morning, husband or wife, let's say husband, and whatever that scene, whatever the visible way was a manifestation of vibrations, whatever the words that were uttered, that's also a manifestation of vibrations. Just the sounds, the meaning came because those words, let's say somebody, husband called you a loser or wife called you a loser, to get a simple example out of it, that the meaning of that word has been assigned before, given to us before as a child or whatever the age, and there are like mental images associated with it. It's not a good word, it's undermining or devaluing or whatever it is, it's a disrespect or whatever the ideas. So now today when this word is heard, all that package that's associated with it comes alive, is being telepathized. So as this person got hurt after listening to this word, but this truth is contemplated, and maybe another fight later, again another fight, and that maybe a lesser amount of internal burning was experienced by this person. Similarly, the Dhamma is contemplated, that whatever he or she heard or saw was a manifestation of vibrations, or it's just created in the mind. However, it could differ from person to person. One will have to, for a mother from, farming mother who hasn't learned about science, she might not need that kind of contemplation. It will be a simpler contemplation as like, there's no such thing like that, or there's no inherited value in this seeing or hearing or whatever. So with that contemplation, there will be one day all these fights will be there, but there won't be any internal burning. There won't be any emotional reaction to these words which were hurtful at some point in time. So in that moment, the mind consciousness is not projected, anidasana, because it's just hearing is just hearing, just like what Buddha said to Bahia. Seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing at that point. No internal burning, no reaction. Just, that's the... Did it make sense, Justin?
Yeah. It's very clear. Thank you very much.
So I have a question for you. Now we've been talking about are you in the path? This is the discussion that's been happening in all these controversial discourses. If I were to ask the same question, what would your answer be?
Yeah. That is totally depend on you. So you have to investigate yourself first. So what you are doing is very important. So whatever we do, the thoughts are always flood into your mind. You can't get rid of it. So it's a automatic process. So this process is going on. But what we have to test is be conscious about is whether we have burning or not, as you said earlier. Burning sensation. Do we have burning sensation to that particular consciousness? So if that is getting faded slowly, gradually, then we can understand that we are in the path. But at the same time, we have to keep listening to Dhamma, because sometimes we might get deceived by other misconceptions. So it is very important to listen to the true Dhamma. At the same time, you can lead the path, you can go forward, but see whether this always what we feel, what type of consciousness we experience, as a result of that consciousness we experience the soul, that there is a person. This existence feeling is always there. So the the nutrient of the existence, existential nutrients are the hatred and aversion. So always we have to keep on experimenting whether I have a aversion for something, or whether I have a passion for this thing. Did I get upset? Did I get shocked or depressed? Or
Your line is
am I
a little...
overwhelmed or overjoyed? So these are the experiment. Can you hear now? Hello?
Yeah.
Right. So the thing is, without listening to true Dhamma, nobody can reach this path. So it is a gradual and very slow, but at the same time, it is effective if you follow the steps that Aryan say always instruct us to do. So you don't find anything to do here. There's not a particular object to achieved. There's nothing but listening to them and check whether you can detect, are you attached to something or do you feel the hatred. So those two things are the main nutrients of the soul. So if that sensation is there, so you are not on the, you may go on the path, but you have to be very careful, because without doing manasikara, think of what we are doing, thinking of whether you are experiencing defilement or not. So that is very important. So are you there? Are you experiencing it? Or is it just an occurrence or incident? Is there a sensation? These are the most important questions for you to ask from yourself. So nobody will experience, non-burning sensation at once. It won't happen overnight. But if you follow this slowly, there is nothing for you to do, but only to proceed. So if you are trying to do, preparing all the equipment, and if you are going to do something, it is very difficult to find this path. So listen to them and experiencing what you are doing. At the same time, see whether we are experiencing this defilement, especially aversion and hatred. So then, if you are not getting that impact that much as earlier, now you can be little bit happy because you are on the path. But you can assume that I am on the path and I am okay now. That is a misconception again. Teruan Sarnai.
Teruan Sarnai, Justin. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to clarify was when we say sensation, we know seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, all that, even for an arahat, it's not going to go away. It's just an arahant would see that they're not real. They're just created in the moment as a manifestation. And when we talk about internal burning, that goes a little beyond the sensor level, and it's because there's a self and there's an assumption that this world exists. This person doesn't see these sensations for what it is. He or she sees them as objects that are existing out there. So that clarification, because I know you probably know this, otherwise it might confuse someone. Okay, let me reword the question. So the question is, you, Justin, are you in the path, and how do you see that? How do you recognize that within yourself? How do you?
Yeah, I'll share my experience with you. That this is how it happens. At the age of 15, I started searching this to them.
15.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic, and I was searching something must be there. Something must be, reality must be there. Truth must be there. So this is not creation. The creator must have the power to do everything, but everything won't happen. The happiness didn't come to our souls, our lives. So I kept on finding it and followed different monks, different type of teachers, and so failed. Here what I found is that how self is created, and how we can get rid of suffering. So these two questions suffered me a lot for a long time. So I kept listening to this for a long time. So I kept listening throughout the day sometimes. Some days I kept on listening to, I did nothing but listening to catch what this is. So this is my personal experience I am speaking. There I found the Aryan also always emphasizes there is nothing. You don't find a thin here. The thin is the most important word I found. When thin is created, soul is automatically created there. So soul and thin will come into existence because of the consciousness. So there I searched what this consciousness is. Then I found this dependent origination. Although I heard it earlier, but that puzzle was not solved. So this is how I followed the Dhamma. So there, now I thought, okay, now I have the point. Now this is the path, and this is how I find the Nibbana. So still, I try to find Nibbana. I want to find Nibbana. So I want to do something. So Aranansi always says, there is nothing to do. You proceed. Listen to true Dhamma and proceed. So I did it. Then ultimately, now what had happened? Now, at this moment, I have nothing to do. I have no idea to do. I am not interested in anything. At the same time, I have not a particular objects, the targets or future plans, any preparation for life or existence. That is how I feel from the beginning. So very enthusiastic, energetic, and interested in doing a lot of things to make this life, this existence so powerful and attractive. So now those things are just like toys, no value at all. So that is how I feel, Harshi.
Justin. Thank you for giving that answer, sharing your experience. Yeah, I mean, when we go on this path and realize this Dhamma, that weight is lifted off and that worries and burnings are no longer there. But, it's not that we don't make plans. We can, but even before that, before we stumbled upon this Dhamma, we would make plans, but there will be like so much of stress on executing those plans and being on time and whatever is involved comes with it, that internal burning. But that is no longer there. You would still plan if you have to. You would still, nothing actually changes except for that burning, isn't it, Justin? Now your line is not clear. Now I didn't hear what you said.
Thing happened. No burning feeling is sometimes. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
sometimes there
now
are
I
little
can
bit
hear.
small clashes. Yeah, small clashes, but that is solved then and there. So there I feel that this is nothing. There's nothing. This is just an experience. This is an incident. That's all. That is how I feel. But sometimes the burning might exist for a couple of hours. Then it will fade away, and I won't remember it at all. Gradually diminishing. So no aim, just like a cloud. It seems something is changing, some kind of metamorphosis, but I don't know what it is. But I strongly feel that I am on the path. That is how I feel, Harshi.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Thank you. Yeah, as you go through the past, with all these insights, the realization deepens, and there's not even a self to look forward to some sort of fruition or whatever. That sense of self slowly diminishes. And yeah, thank you very much, Erwan Sarnai.
Teruvan Saranai, Bernard, I think there's a path is trading the defilements. It's a field. No, Bernard?
Yeah. Defilements, only the hatred and aversion.
Yeah. It's the fading the defilements. It's the path.
Yeah.
It's a field. You know that.
Yeah, that's right.
You can, yourself, you can experience it. It's your,
yes, definitely.
It's your side. Yeah, it's your side. So Buddha told this, Sandhitika, Pratyaksha. No one can tell this otherwise. You are in the path or no. So that question is not coming after that. Path or no. Because the defilements are fading. That one is the path. Otherwise.
That's right. That is the path.
Yeah, that's the path. Yeah. It's good, yeah. Good explanation otherwise. It's a practical side, no?
Yeah.
It's practical. It's an experience, yeah. So Dhamma is not the book. Dhamma is your side. Dhamma is your feel. Dhamma is your experience. Practical side, no? That's first is very important, no? Bernard is understands the truth. It's very important.
Truth Dhamma. Understand
Dhamma
is very important because
it's very important, yeah. After second one is coming, no? Automatically it's coming.
We can't,
yeah.
That automatically come. Social connection.
No, Bernard. Family is there, but no problem is anywhere.
At the same time, no problem. At the same time, no problem.
No problem. Yeah, no inside any
no
vibration.
Strong feeling.
Yeah.
Strong wall.
Yeah.
That's right. No vibration, it seems.
Yeah, inside. Not inside pain, no vibrations. That's why,
No.
That's why.
Okay. Vacant.
The duty is there, no problem. It's okay. What's happened? What's going on? You know that it's no problem anywhere. It's okay. No any doubt. No any questions. No any problems. Keep going is everybody, your family or everybody. No, you are not overthinking or coming. It's a balance. Everything. No, mind is balance. Tranquility is there. Yeah.
Tranquility.
Tranquility is there because no problem anywhere.
As you always say, just like just like a tree. No.
Yeah. Finally, like a tree.
Yeah.
That's a peaceful mind. No, that's tranquility.
That's right.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. What's you think about Harsh? Is good, no? Yeah.
Yeah, and only gets better and better and better.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think Shani is here. Shani, are you there? Shani have more questions. Sometimes listening. She's newcomer. Are you there?
Yes, I
Okay. So have any questions asking the Harshi? Sometimes you have questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually.
Harshi, you can help the Shani.
Yeah,
Shani won't Dhamma. Yeah. Shani, your questions ask the Harshi. I think it's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like when you are, so let's say there's a person who hasn't listened to Dhamma. Like I have that my own experience. Like even before I listened to Dhamma, I was like sad for something, and when time goes gradually, I didn't feel that sadness, and it goes gradually. But like, can someone who listen to Dhamma misunderstand that as like that's even that's happening to a normal person as well. So if someone listen to them and they could misunderstand that also as like I'm I'm listening to them, that's why I'm not feeling sad. But uh, someone who even doesn't listen to them also doesn't feel sad after a time. Did you get what I'm saying?
I'm not sure if I got the question right. So you've been listening to Dhamma and there's like, now there's more calmness and tranquility. You're not that sad anymore. And there's a person who hasn't listened to Dhamma, but after some time, over something, that person also won't be sad anymore. Is that why is that?
Yeah, after like a certain time period, that person also like forget or like, the sadness keep like slowly, gradually goes away. And can someone misunderstood that as like they have,
Some sort of spiritual progress.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, understand that misunderstanding belongs to that person, but the thing is, if you compare a person who has listened to Dhamma and who hasn't listened to Dhamma going through the same life situation, sad situation together, let's say, one gets out of it because that one sees the mind in the moment and the other one doesn't. For that other one who doesn't, let's say after a few months, both of you will go through the same situation again, maybe a different situation together. That one who doesn't understand or sees the mind will go through the same heartache again because he or she did not understand the fact that this world is not real. This world is created in the moment. As a process, as a natural process, as a manifestation of vibrations. So, this time he will be upset over he or she will be upset over a relationship. Next time it will be something else. Somehow he or she will get over it. Another thing will come his or her way, and they will continue to one after another get into heartaches and get out of it. Get into it, get out of it. Of course, people with time, they don't just harp on the same sadness and continue to live on it. They get out of it. That's how we've been living life. But the person who understands and realizes Dhamma, slowly the whole cycle is kind of reversed now. Now it's not accumulation of these events that gives you more suffering. Instead, that person begins to go against the flow. And what's happening is, whatever happens now, he or she sees the mind, realizes that it's not real, realizes that nothing to harp on anymore, there's nothing of inherited value there. And it only gets better and better. The defilements will get diminished and diminished and diminished, and there will be tranquility. In the shorter run, the other person might think, okay, what progress has this person made after listening to so much of Dhamma? I just got out of the heartache without any help of the Dhammas. But in the long run, there will be a clear difference because that person still believes this world is true. And every time something happens, it's still that belief of a so-called external world deepens and gets reinforced. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala is also here. She can give an answer to Dr. Sakuntala.
I pay my homage at Aryan Hansi's feet. Thiruvana Saranai, everybody. Yes, I think you explained it correctly, that is what I felt, because a person who has no understanding at all about Dhamma will do various things to suppress. If there is a sad feeling, he will use various tactics, various things to suppress that. Now, one method is concentration meditation. Then there are other various, maybe I would call non-religious methods, where these people are using in the form of counseling to suppress that feeling. So, as Harshi very correctly said, for that incident, there will be a temporary solution. And then when there is a similar or something different experience, which gives rise to sadness, anger, or maybe extreme happiness, whatever. I mean, all of them are kind of currents which erupt as a result of this sense function. So the person will use the tactics like that, and maybe there is some sort of temporary, and sometimes they will experience prolonged effect also. And sometimes the person might change his activities and the way that he respond to various situations, and try to modify the personality, but all of them are done while myself is existing. So I am trying to correct myself. I am trying to change myself to suit the situation. And I am trying to get along with those people to avoid such situations. So it's something like that. You have the solid person here on this side, and that solid person is facing various incidents in the existing world, and the person or the myself, I'm trying to get along with those things and then have minimal clashes. But on the other hand, the person who has understood Dhamma, Darshana, he will, that person will realize, when he goes to the root of it, he will find out that the causative agent at the root is the feeling of self-existence. So when you treat the root cause, there is nothing to sort of do as temporary measures. The person will understand there is no person here. This is only a system functioning, and there is continuous flow of thoughts, which are the results of the sensor functions, where there is no controlling person and there is no self here. So when the system understands that this is just simply something happening automatically, then there is no reason to specifically look at each and every situation. The system will realize that this is just ups and downs of this system, where the clinging or aversions or whatever the defilements are happening as a result, which is a kind of current. So each and every incident or each and every sensor perception is looked at in this angle, then there is understanding that there is no value which was given earlier. So the value will gradually diminish, and at the end, it's understood that there is just this system functioning. As long as the physical body is there, as long as the organs are functioning, there is sensor creation of light, hear, sound, smell, taste, and the feel of the skin. and it doesn't stop there. Instantly, along with that, as a spark, there is a thought or mind consciousness, and it doesn't stop there. It gives the feeling that it is existing, and it doesn't stop there. Also, the final result is that feeling of self. So when you realize this system, this sequence, as it was mentioned earlier, the value is the one which goes down. The current is becoming less and less powerful, less and less strong. So whatever incident happens, whatever the things that you face in the society will be kind of treated equally with no interest or with no attraction or friction or anything like that. But the system will respond in such a way that there is no difference from outside. The others will not be able to recognize even, but there will be some qualities, of course. The attraction to many of the materialistic things will be less, much less, but still the person can, show that he is enjoying and he is joining the other people in the day-to-day activities. But still, the inner aspect or the inner feel is that very neutral and calm in every situation. That's all I would like to say. Harshi, anything else to add? Dr.
Sangattarana. No, I think it's kind of complete with your answer. Thank you very much. So, Shani, if I ask, how long have you been listening to the sermons?
It's around like 2 months.
2 months, okay. So you kind of notice some sort of a reduction in the defilements, right?
Yeah, but like not too much.
Not too much, yeah. So can I ask, what have you understood so far? Just simply whatever you understood after listening to, like, what's the core of what you understood?
It's this whole process of how thoughts are created through our senses and how our mind is created from these thoughts, and that mind also create this self that things are existing, and we people are like crying and like being happy or sad over those things.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That makes sense. So I think you're still listening. You will have to, the whole how the mind is created in fully. We've been listening to it. You're still listening to it because as you go deeper, as it gets, we understand a few things in the first round of sermons, and if you do another round, you understand more, and whatever you understand right now is based on the little you understood. The next will get even deeper, and not just listen to it, but at the same time we have to kind of inquire as to if that makes sense. Why, not just accept, but like really inquire, is that the case? Is that so? How does it become that? How is it possible the vibration becomes the colors? really inquire into it, do some research, and try to try to understand what's actually happening rather than accepting, and always question within yourself and try to see how your thoughts behave. Like, okay, there was some sort of a burning, internal burning. Where did it come from? Or, what kind of thoughts led to it? And then those thoughts, do they make sense? Like, when once you have a good standing on the understanding on intellectual dhamma or the satyajnana, then we already agree on it. So okay, if the thoughts are made up of inputs of sense basis, can there be anything of inherited value? To have that questioning and investigation within you is like really important, because otherwise it just becomes knowledge, just for you to few things for you to be aware of. So that way slowly that internal transformation happens, because some people are like, yeah, I understand that, yeah, it makes sense, but I'm still getting upset over these things. That means that investigation hasn't happened properly, and that knowledge hasn't become their own direct experience. So for that kind of conversion to happen, that investigation as to what is Aryan Maharshi saying, why is he saying this, like that. If not, it becomes like you memorize the multiplication table and do some sums. So 5 times 2 is 10, 10 times 2 is 20, and okay, now this is correct, that's all. But nothing really sinks in for the Dhamma to become, for you to become Dhamma eventually, that genuine investigation. Like, what is this world? Why do these things happen? Why good things happen to good people, bad things happen to bad people? Those were like surface kind of level exploration with which we came to this Dhamma for. So it answers all of that. But that investigation has to be there. I think it kind of makes sense. Dr. Sakuntala probably has a nicer
Yes,
perspective.
yes, as you very correctly said, actually, the rust has to be cleared little by little, isn't it? The rust which got collected, which became thick and thicker, needs to be scraped little by little. So just continue listening to the Dhamma discussions, particularly if you have time to listen to the basic ones, the simpler ones, where very sort of simple explanations are given. I think that will be useful. So just continue, because all of a sudden you might sort of throw a light and say, feel that, oh, this is what was explained in that previous deshana also. So like that, all of a sudden you feel that a light is just switched on, and then you can connect up some of the things which were mentioned in the previous discussions. So little by little, the things which were sort of looked very complex and then difficult to understand, little by little you will feel that becomes more simpler, and many things are connected to each other. And sometimes, not sometimes, very often, the same thing is being explained in different ways, different angles. So when you listen to more and more discussions, you can see the same thing from different aspects, and then it will become clearer and clearer. So other thing is, it's actually easier when you haven't listened to many other Dhamma discussions of different teachers, different monks. It's easy actually. Otherwise, when you have lots of preconceived facts, from different speakers and from by reading books, etc., it becomes actually difficult because when the pot is empty, it's easy to fill it with clean water. Whereas if the pot is half filled with some other sort of maybe contaminated water or whatever, the effect of the clean water becomes less. When you fill the other half with the clean water, the effect is less. So like that, if you do not have a big ground knowledge from other facts, it's easier to grasp what is mentioned in Buddothpado Deshana. And also, if you have, what stream did you study in school?
For O levels, I did commerce.
O level, sorry?
A levels, I did commerce.
Right. So it's certain things actually that you learned as a subject sometimes is connected to these teachings. Then also the newer theories like this quantum theory, etc., which you can sort of see in these websites, and I'm sure you are much more advanced in IT compared to people like us. So you will see more and more facts where the scientific facts are also meeting the Dhamma facts. And our Lord Buddha has preached these things in different words, almost 2,600 years ago. But now they are trying to prove some of those things now with their technology. But I must say that they haven't even reached 1/3 of what Lord Buddha has found out those days. Only difference is that Lord Buddha has used the different terminology and maybe different examples. But when it comes to the present time, many of those things are being proved again and again. So as Harshi said, I mean, it's a slow travel. So you have to sort of move forward very slowly. And little by little, you will feel that things are becoming simpler, and then you can understand more and more facts. So that is where we all were at some stage. Anything else? I don't know. Anything else you want to ask? Okay, no, for the time being, I think maybe you can sort of, when you go through these discussions, when you are listening, you can jot down the facts that you want to clarify, and then we can discuss in this morning Zoom whatever you have to clarify.
Yes.
Isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. So, yeah, like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, if you did a little bit of research on science, you must have, you see that it hasn't still been able to completely explain anything about this world. Like it's just falling apart, and it's like so disintegrated in terms of how they do research and all that. So but you will see if you when you really understand this Dhamma here, that is achieved. Like Buddha has explained all the lengths, breadths, and depths of the world, the experience, the experience, the human experience, and everything in one place. So Aran Mahansa has used certain portions of science to explain it to a person who's more science savvy or whatever. So if you probably have like a good understanding of vibrations or inclination towards that. There are like nice videos out there on YouTube and stuff. Like one is called Virtual Barber, where if you wear your headsets, that it's giving like a haircut. But if you close your eyes and listen to it, it feels like somebody's moving around your head. And you can kind of get an understanding as to how vast this illusion can be. Like just by listening to some vibration that's coming through the eardrum of the ears. That is not exactly how it happens, but like for the ease of explaining, if I use those words, but it creates this illusion of far, near, all that too. So similarly, even the eyes, what we see, this space, closer, far, all that is part of the illusion. So there are many helpful YouTubes out there that you can refer to get a better understanding while you listen to Dhamma. And as Dr. Sakuntala correctly pointed out, just go on listening to, I think Darshana Samapattiya would be a good list on Buddothpado's main YouTube channel. Even though you don't understand those Pali words, just keep on listening. If you move to France, by association, you will learn some French, right? So something like that happens. And just go on listening, finish one time, listen again, continue to listen, and it will eventually become your own direct experience. So a little bit of, I guess, from our experience, what we did. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask here, as it also will help anybody else who's listening to these English Zoom discussions on YouTube. We have noticed there's quite a few who are listening to the English YouTube sermons as well. So, and it will help for us to navigate the discussion in different directions rather than us kind of explaining the basic aspect of, the wisdom of truth every day. When someone asks questions, it's properly directed the discussion. So just feel free, don't feel obliged or whatever, but it will help you to not be stuck in one place, because there are many pitfalls, as you already know, in this path where one can get stuck, because this mind delusion can play many tricks. It's like this deceitful entity that's capable of doing wonders. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what I had to add to that. Anything else, Dr. Sakuntala?
No, I think you have explained the relevant things, isn't it? Yeah, all I have to say is that what is explained in Pali, the Chanda Chitta Virya Vimasa, that means Chanda means you should have the willingness to know these facts to start with, and then you have to make an effort, that is a virya, courage or effort to learn these things. You have to put some efforts into that. And then you have to analyze and do some research, that is vimasa. Chitta means you have to, you should have the understanding that there is no existing thing here. It is just a mechanism and it is all illusions. And you have to do more research on this path. So all four of these facts actually have the basis that there is no existing world. With that basis or with that foundation, you have all these four facts built on that as four pillars, and that is where you gain little by little this progress in the pathway. Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Sakunthala. Theruvan Saranai, thank you. Theruvan Saranai Aranhansa, with your permission, if there's nothing, we can conclude for the day. We can wrap it up. Let's wrap it up for today, right, Dr. Sakunthala?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Justin and Shani, for asking questions, and let's all pay homage to Aryan Wahanse at our feet. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala. Theruvan Saranai all.
Theruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Theruvan Saranai everybody.
Theruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Theruvan Saranai everybody.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia, ever glow. With light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes,
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding.
Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. This is another session of Buddothpado PeoTV Dhamma Talk. As usual, you can listen to this Dhamma Talk. Most probably, those who are interested in English language. So, first of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse, our Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. So let's start Dhamma talk as usual. So this Buddothpado PeoTV English is a new channel where the opportunity is given or provided by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse for the seekers of true Dhamma around the world. Because it is given in English language, those who are interested in this true Dhamma can be achieved, can be gained, can be grasped this Dhamma according to the level, because this true Dhamma is very rare around the world. So with the intention of giving this Dhamma to the true seekers, this Buddothpado PeoTV in English, this Dhamma is given. So this YouTube channel operates daily, where Buddothpado Dhamma sermons are broadcast right throughout. So the Dhamma talks as well as the discussions, Dhamma discussions that happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. So if you are interested in, you can directly join these Dhamma talks and you can clarify if you have any problems by discussing with our Dhamma friends. This is a rare opportunity and also a golden opportunity for those who search for the truth of life, because the truth of life is disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. This is the only path available for the mankind to end this suffering, because all of our suffering, being a human being, all of our suffering. So to eradicate this suffering, everybody is looking for a path. So we are doing so many things to eradicate this suffering. Sometimes we have to go for medicine even to stop this suffering. So that much of suffering is having being a human. So sometimes to stop this suffering, we have taken different paths. So all these things are beliefs, misconceptions. We do not know even this. So sometimes we go for meditation retreats thinking that the answer is there for us to eradicate this suffering. So most probably we engage in different activities such as alms givings, even Katina puja, different offerings to different places. So all these things we think of the next spiritual bhava, and we are accumulating. Most probably we accumulated actually merits. So by doing even alms givings and all, so all these things we tried our level best to accumulate merits. If not, we thought that uh, demerits. So thinking of the heavens, we accumulated merits. So is this the truth? So we have to ask, is this the truth? So will these things eradicate the sufferings? Only for that moment we can be satisfied, but the suffering remains. So this is the truth. So every day, every morning, every day, every moment, that suffering is there. So we can't stop the suffering. So we can't understand this. What is the actual truth? We live in this world without knowing the reality of this world. So this is something with the thoughts. So in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse clearly shows how to eradicate the suffering, how to eradicate the burning sensation. So most probably what Lord Buddha has said, the philosophy of Lord Buddha, it is covered. We did not know what Lord Buddha has preached. What has happened is, before 2600 years ago, although Lord Buddha has preached this true Dhamma, in the middle, after 2500 years, it has changed due to different certain situations. It has changed. So that true Dhamma has covered. It was covered with dust. So that is what has happened. So we did not get the real information, the real truth, what Lord Buddha has given us. So here in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, he himself has searched it from his childhood. So he has found this truth. So he has experienced this truth. So that is why he wanted to give this to the whole world, to the whole mankind, for his compassion. He wanted to give this to the whole mankind to eradicate the suffering of the people, the whole mankind. With that intention, he has launched so many avenues for the people of the world, for you and for me actually. So those who understand this Dhamma, they will eradicate the whole sufferings. That is what the true Dhamma is. So this is not knowledge actually. This is some kind of a feeling, a wisdom. So if you can feel it, so the success is there. So you can't take this to a knowledge. Although you have to take it as knowledge, This is not knowledge. First, you have to take this as knowledge, the knowledge given by the Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse. You have to take it as knowledge first, but later on, it is really a feeling. So you have to feel what the message is, what the message is given by Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse. So once you understand this, the philosophy, that Satya Jnana, once you understand this philosophy of Lord Buddha, what Buddothpado sermons give us, there the pathway to the truth will open. So there are no doubts in this path. If you have taken this path, there are no doubts in this path. Everything goes on as usual. Because I'm going to talk about what will happen in the path to the truth. So if you can understand this wisdom, so when you understand this, when you feel this, everything goes on as usual. Nothing is unusual here. It's just like sometimes you may forget things. Sometimes you may feel that you are slow at work. Sometimes you may feel that you are not interested in worldly things, less interested. As well as this in this mundane world, you are not too serious about these affairs, worldly affairs. You are not too serious. So these are something natural at the beginning. At the beginning, when you start realizing this, because you have to start going against this natural flow of ignorant life. These types of changes are noticed at the beginning, but slowly all become normal. You have to understand this. This is something going with the understanding. So when you are in this path, in this spiritual path, you feel all these things because the reason for this is your attachment to the world is slowly fading away. You feel it, that most probably you are attached to this mundane world. So when you start realizing this path, it is slowly fading away. You know, you are a slave of this mind. You do what the mind says. What the mind says, you do that. But it will gradually stop. You behave as a slave of your mind. The doer is also there and achieving results and targets. So this way we have become a slave to our mind. So this is normally the natural tendency of an ordinary householder. If we are attached to the things, and the mundane world has become real to us. So this is slowly starting. This is slowly starting to fade away. That is what. When you are on this spiritual path, you feel a kind of a freedom, a kind of some lightness, and you are not much agitated within. So you can experience this while talking in these Zoom discussions and all. Most probably, most of the people, they will say that now I am not interested in these things. This is something normal to me. This has become something normal to me. So likewise, they are talking about their experiences. So you will witness this. Even for you, it will be the same. So earlier I was attached to this much, but now the things are happening like this. So people are talking their experiences. So this is what the real pathway to the truth. That means you feel that you are not too much of attached to these world things, not excessively dwelling with these worldly objects. You can notice this while doing in your day-to-day activities, small activities. So whether you get angry with that activity, so just imagine if the things are not in order at home, so you are very particular about your things at home, so you may think that this is the place where this thing should be, so you want as the way it was. So sometimes when you realize this pattern, so you may think that this is not the way. Sometimes if somebody comes from outside and they keep some orderly things, what you have keep, just imagine even in your living room. So if it is not in order, so you get angry. So who did this? You are fighting. So who did this? You are scolding. So while going in this spiritual path, it will not be a matter for you. You understand that things change. So you don't get angry. So even with your children or with your husband, with your family, so you will notice these kind of changing things initially. So with the time, it will become normal that you will do these day-to-day activities, things, but you have fewer worries. You don't worry about that. So earlier, it was too much of worrying. So who did this? Why did you do this? You are questioning from your outside parties. So when you start going on the path, when you are looking for the real truth, this tendency to dwell on the worldly matters and attachments will fade away. This is a kind of stabilization in your life. So you try to balance your life. So with these small activities, you realize that this is what. So you that realization starts. So I'm getting angry there. So I'm really worried about this thing. So you try to understand there. So you are not going to attach to these things too much. So that is why the balancing of life, a kind of balancing of your life, which is very, very important. You understand that. That means when you move along the Buddha's path, you will naturally awaken to see here. This is being aware of whatever you do, whatever you think, or whatever happening around you. Eventually, your life becomes completely natural. This is not thinking. So you feel this earlier, that my mind was always shaking. So now with this here, it becomes completely natural. This is not thinking. If you dwell too much on thinking, when you will notice forgetfulness, less interest, slowness. So there you may check yourself. There is any grasping, any attachment happening. This is the contemplative process. This is called uh, the contemplative process. So you try to find it out by yourself. When you progress along the path, it will become non-contemplative. This is not a state of thinking or contemplation. It is a kind of natural state. Contemplation or reflection is a thinking process. It is only when at the thinking level such apparent drawbacks that I mentioned earlier as seen. So you understand this because mind is a lot of plenty of habits. Normally we brush, we eat, we comb our hair. These are habitual actions. All these kind of habitual actions will continue. It is not an issue at all the path. Nothing will change as well. Even you do not notice of such activities are happening. So these things will happen as habitual actions when you are in the path. So what you notice is you notice this. You notice that whether you are with this satimat bhava, see here. When you advance along the path, so you have to go because the path to the truth, it will not happen within 1, 2, 3 days. It is some kind of action, progress. The progress you will notice when you advance along the path, even when you think you are aware of it. When you do activities, you are aware of these. Just think of this. If you are unattached to things, you are aware. Always, if you have been involved in any thought or not, there also you have an awareness of it. That is, you have awakened to see here. Gradually, your see here that will actually it will sharpen. Clarity happens, then you can do any activity much better with this see here. You awaken to the moment, at the moment. So you are not going to attach to this past activities too much, but you remember these. So you know that even future plans you have, but you are not clinging to these future plans. You know them, you may, the thoughts are arising, but you don't cling on these happenings. So at the initial stages, you will notice such changes. This is the state of the mind who is on the path. This is actually the state of mind. So you must aware of it. Normally you will aware of it. As well as this is very important for us actually as householders. We will come to know such by the association of these spiritual teachers, Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse. And through listening to Dhamma talks like this, in Buddothpado sermons, these stages are clearly explained by our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse. So because of that, it is very, very important to listen to this Dhamma talk done by our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse. So all the steps are clearly explained by him. Sometimes sometimes you may have listened to, if you have listened to these Dhamma talks, you may see how our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse is giving advices to them. Actually, when on this spiritual path, sometimes some people will feel disgusted with the world. In that manner, some will seek solitude as well. So all these sermons, it clearly gives, clarifies actually, we should understand that solitude and nibbida, the word nibbida is given there, are two different conditions. Solitude is not the condition of nibbida, two different things. Nibbida is the condition that you are not affected by any sensory sparks. The condition of nibbida is embodied with indifference. You are not thrilled with anything. In the household life, we seek tasty food, beautiful clothes, looking for ceremonies, parties, even festivals like New Year and all. In nibbida state, we are unconcerned about whether there is tasty food or not, whether there are parties, festivals are there or not, and whether good, even with clothes or not. You become disinterested in worldly things. You do not derive a thrill thought worldly activities. You do not derive a thrill through worldly activities. So this is the difference between this solitude and nibbida. The solitude is something else and nibbida is something else. This is the difference. Solitude is a supreme state where there is lightness, freedom, peace, and bliss. And you should clearly understand this. Nibbida and solitude are two different conditions. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse very clearly explains this because most probably people are unable to understand once they come to this stage. You will know this through See here. So this is where you have to deep very carefully, think very carefully. So because very carefully you will have to understand this stage, because if one does not know the basic of Buddhist philosophy, it will be another problem as well. You have to clear that Buddha's philosophy. Lord Buddha has advised practice only for those who have understood the key teachings. That is what, when you have the understanding of this fundamental truth and Satya Jnana, that means then only practice is to be done. That is Krutya Jnana. This is where all defilements, klesha, begin to diminish. It is not good enough intellectually to know Dhamma, but it should be seen through one's own and become a living truth. As we have noticed, most probably commonly we see nowadays everybody knows Dhamma, that is only for words. So knowing Dhamma in words is not enough. This is something that you should feel, a kind of wisdom. See here, going with see here, Sati. So maybe you have read 100,000 books. You have realized, if you have not realized what this real truth is, that is useless. Reading or knowledge is not the most important thing, what Lord Buddha has said. That is what Lord Buddha has preached there, as you all know, where Pratipadaven ma pudanno veti. Even there, that is the practical side. The philosophy of Lord Buddha is mentioned there. So this is what the Satya Jnana is. And Krutya and Krutajnana will happen automatically. That is what. So rather than studying, it is very important to understand these practical aspects of the pointing, as it is pointed by this Lord Buddha in his philosophy. That is how we should see and understand the teachings. This is not a mental exercise, although some may think this is some kind of a mental exercise. No, this is not something like that. This is not a studying as well. This is not knowledge as well. So this is the difference between Buddothpado sermons and the sermons that are done, these ordinary sermons outside. We should know that in the Buddha's path, there is no doing. It is the path of wisdom. It is non-doing, the path of wisdom. There is nothing to be done. If we say, if someone says, I will do, I can do, I-ness, if I-ness is in front, then we can notice that he or she has not picked up the right side. They have taken the wrong side of this teaching, because there is no I, me, my concept here. So this is the most important thing. If you attached to this I, my, mine. It is not the path. So you have to find who am I. When you are on this spiritual path, you have to go beyond words, because the words are simply labels to indicate these inner experiences. This experience actually cannot be explained by using a language, but Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, he himself explains this very very subtle way. He explains this. Step by step, he explains this, because this is something you cannot be explained. This is some kind of an internal transformation. So when it comes to this internal transformation, it is something that you feel. So the feeling, how can we introduce by words? Cannot be introduced by words. That is the most important thing. So Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is trying his level best to give this message to the people. So this is the message from Lord Buddha. The same message given by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. This internal transformation, as it happens, so nobody can take it into words. But in Buddothpado sermons, it is clearly explained by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. The suffering will be ended. Your suffering can be stopped. Your suffering can be eradicated. If you can follow the steps, paths given by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, you can cease the sufferings. What will happen is the heaviness to your thoughts will become zero. The thoughts will come, they will appear, and they will disappear. You will understand with this, Sita. You will understand this. This is what happens. So with that internal transformation, what happens is the heaviness to your thoughts will become zero. You will not cling to next and next and next. There will be no next and next and next. You will awaken to this moment. There will be no past, and also there will be no future as well. You will awaken to this moment. So the lightness you will feel, there are no heavy things. Everything is very simple and very light. Everything goes on as usual, as I told you earlier. Maybe you forget things. You feel that you are slow at work, so it will not be a problem. So everything happens as usual. Even your habitual actions, the action patterns, you brush your teeth, you wash your face, all these things are normal to you. But you understand something, because you understand all these things are not real. So there is no I, me, my concept here. The sensory faculties have all these things are done with the sensory faculties. There is no I attached to this. So at last you will feel that emptiness, lightness. So that is what the thought will become very light to you. Though there are no patterns in the words. So this is what happens when you understand this real truth. So you will not suffer anymore. Your suffering will become zero. The burning sensation when you get, so all these things will become zero. So that lightness will be with you forever. So this is very, very very beautiful. This Dhamma is very beautiful. So this at last you will get this in, we call in Buddothpado sermons. Buddothpado has revealed that word Sukhaya. So you feel that at the end of this journey, you feel it. So the true Dhamma has awakened, because this is the awakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. With this Buddothpado sermons, you will realize that you will not suffer anymore. So this is what happened at last when you go on this path of real Dhamma. So you have found this supreme state you have found, the freedom, the lightness, the peace and bliss. So you will clearly understand that you are in this path of nirvana. So you will eradicate all your sufferings with the support of these Buddothpado sermons. So please listen to these Buddothpado sermons, and it will definitely eradicate. Listening in the sense you have to listen to them, and you have to feel it, and at last you have to talk with Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse. He will give you the correct answer. There you will find your spiritual leader, and he will direct you to the correct path, and it will stop this sufferings. All your sufferings will cease there. So the time is up. So I will wind up my Dhamma talk right now. So as usual, I would like to wish you all this way. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. Theruvan Saranai. And I want to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitrayanan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්ස. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So, we've been discussing the book Volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 13. These two, color and sound, together form what we call a chittaya. A chittaya is a thought when a sound signal and a color signal combine. They create a chitta taranga or a mental wave. When we hear a sound, we recall the shape. When we see a shape, we recall the sound. This is what constitutes a thought. Aran Vahanse, if someone says pineapple, we remember the shape of the pineapple. That shape and sound together, is that not a thought? If we tell a foreigner the word annasi for pineapple, they would not understand. They would not know the shape either, because they were never taught that word as children. In our mind consciousness, trillions of sounds and shapes come together at incredible speed, igniting like sparks continuously. These sparks of thoughts rotate rapidly, giving the illusion that thoughts are real and external. So this we were talking about yesterday too. These two questions asked about the practitioner about how to awaken to the moment and what this Ajatta Bahidao, the external and the internal world is. So, and yesterday our discussion came to where thoughts are formed by the entanglement of sound and the image, so or the sound and the color. When they come together, a thought is created. It's predominantly color and sound. We call it a chitta too. It's the same thing. So, as a child, when the child is introduced to the language, usually it's a sound given through the ear, while they're pointed at something is being pointed at, and then the child recognizes that image or that color as the label given through the ear. So this entanglement of sound and color together creates the thought. Even now, after he grows up, when he or she hears that sound, that shape could be recalled. And if he or she sees the shape, and the sound could be recalled. This is the mechanism in which thoughts appear in our awareness. So for an example, when someone says pineapple, we can remember the color, the shape, and when we last had pineapple, a lot of thoughts that are entangled with that label or the sound pineapple. So that sound is attached to these images. And just by simply somebody saying pineapple, this thought could be brought alive. But if we tell a foreigner annasi, the word annasi, nothing will happen to him because he doesn't have that, he hasn't been introduced to this perception. And neither there would be any images attached to annasi in his awareness, because they were never taught of this as children or at some prior time. But if we teach a foreigner the word in Sinhala for the pineapple is Annasi, then after that moment onwards, he's able to, whenever we say Annasi, the image will appear in his awareness. So similarly, in our consciousness, trillions of these kind of sounds and shapes are entangled and they come together at rapid speeds, like sparks, continuously. And that continuation of firing of these sparks at rapid speeds gives the illusion that thoughts are real and external. They exist. There's meaning behind it. There's value behind it. We constantly perceive brick walls, tables, and beds, but we never perceive the four elements themselves. All these are only thoughts, every spark that ignites and fades within the mind consciousness, or chitta-aropana, creates the illusion that everything exists and is real. In truth, nothing exists outside these thoughts, their data, and mental constructs introduced to us as children. These thoughts rotate so fast that they create the sense of self, sense of life. The continuous ignition and fading of sparks makes us believe that everything is alive. But does anything exist outside? What we perceive as outside is actually just the data ingrained in our minds from early childhood. For an example, if the world has a population of 800 billion, each person lives within their own world of thought, not in a shared external world. Even if we show someone the same external object, what they see is filtered through their own mind, not the object itself. So in our day-to-day lives, we constantly perceive different objects, such as brick walls, tables, and beds. Even though that's the case, we are not able to perceive the four great elements: the solidity, liquidity, the air, and the temperature. Whatever it is, whatever we perceive as perceptions, they are only thoughts. And they come as sparks, they arise and they disappear. And this speed creates the illusion that these things, these so-called labels that we believe that exists outside, they exist and they're real. But in reality, nothing exists outside of these thoughts. They're all loads and loads of data and mental constructs that we were introduced to as children. With whatever we talk about, whatever we think is out there, mother, father, the relationships, the objects, the properties, the designation, anything and everything, all of them are mental objects created through the entanglement of color and sound. And not only that, they were introduced to us as children or at some prior time. That's why even today when we listen to these labels, that sound is capable of creating a thought in the mind that has the rest of the package in it. So when we were children, say if we were introduced to the book, the first time we were introduced to the book, the image, the label, the book, the smell of it, the texture of it, if there's a taste, all of that is kind of bundled and they kind of became one package by that entanglement. So even today, when the name of it is uttered, when someone says a book, the whole package comes into existence in this moment. And in this manner, one thought after another is created, and they happen so fast, and it feels like there's a continuous self that gives rise to the sense of self. And this speed makes us believe that they exist, that they are alive. But except for as a mental construct, nothing exists on its own independently. Everything is dependent. Even when we say the label or the image or the color, smell, taste, all that too, again, if we kind of contemplate on how the image, the sound, the smell, taste, touch, they come alive. They are manifestations of vibrations. Certain, some vibrations could be seen, and there's a different range of vibrations that could be heard, smelled, tasted, touched. So whatever could be seen is detected through the eye. Whatever could be heard is detected through the ear, so on and so forth. So this whole experience is different manifestations of vibrations that's taking place at rapid speeds and creating this so-called world in the moment to moment. So it's not, because we have, as humans, the sense faculties have similarity in terms of the ranges of vibrations that could be detected. We share a similar experience, but the world that you live in right now is whatever the thought you have, whatever the attention is focusing on. So even though it may look like we're living in the same world, that is not the case. That seems that way because of the similarities of the sense faculties that the humans have, but the individual world, the individual experience is unique to whatever the vibrations are manifested and wherever the attention is landed on. And if there are 800 billion people in this world, there are 800 billion words in these experiences. Upasikawa, this Honorable Sir, Ananmahanse, even in dreams we experience our own thought world. The Buddha said that our thoughts create our world. Chitte niyati loke. We see only thoughts. When a sound and a color combine, they form a spark, making us believe that the external world is real. Mind consciousness or manovinyana then turns this spark into a thing, and we accept it as a book, a table, or any object. This continuous firing and fading of sparks renews our thoughts constantly. Dreams are a reflection of this perpetual renewal of thoughts. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir, Aranwahanse, because of our six senses, we feel alive. We assume that everything we perceive truly exists. This sense of being alive creates the illusion of a self. We believe that we exist and that we experience sensations. We also believe the table and the bed in front of us truly exist. the book exists too, doesn't it? This is the feeling of self. It is an illusion. We're being tricked by our mind. Whatever we think exists does not truly exist. We live in a world of thoughts. This is why I say life is a world of thoughts. It is like watching a story on television. While we watch, our mind creates raga, attachment, dvesha, anger, and moha, delusion. Sometimes we like or dislike what we see, but in reality, there are no actors, no objects, no flowing rivers inside the television screen. It's only a screen, yet countless emotions arise purely in our mind. So now here, when we talk about thoughts, even in our dreams, the thoughts are, we experience thoughts to a certain extent. And Buddha said that the whole world that we experience, the world is created through thoughts, cittena niyati loko. So we always associate with the thought, whatever we think exists, it's because this thought is real, this entanglement of sound and color, the spark. It makes us believe that something is externally alive, externally real. And because of the mind consciousness, these sparks have become a thing for us. What we accept is, we accept the whole book. We don't see it for the image that is, or the sound that is, or the smell, or the touch, or whatever the constituents that it's made up of. We see the book, we see the table, or any other object that's being labeled. So this continuous arising and disappearing of sparks renews our thoughts constantly, one thought after another. First thought about a book, second thought about a wall, the next one about a flower. It keeps changing, but it's constant, non-stop. And dreams are also like that, kind of a reflection of this renewal of thoughts. Because this whole process happens because of the sense basis, sense faculties. And this speed makes us feel alive, as in it feels like that thing that is out there is really existing. And because of the speed, because of the continued speed, it feels like the self is here, that it's like the same existent field becomes the sense of self, like an extension of the existent field becomes a sense of self. And when the mind is created, there's this duality, but in the field that's experienced, there's no duality. It's one experience, one feel, one sense of existent, which is kind of extended to become the sense of self. And as long as we don't see that, we believe that whatever is in front of us truly exists. And the feeling of self, that there's a self. And that is why as long as one doesn't recognize that we live in a world of thoughts, everything is real. He lives in the illusion. World of thought. It's like watching a film on a television. While we watch, let's say there's a fight or something on the TV, and we get so attached to the characters and the incidents, and automatically it creates anger in us. It creates sadness in us, the delusion, everything. We like certain things, we don't like certain things, we get mad at certain things, we get upset over certain things. But if we really kind of focus on this, there's no, even the so-called actors, the objects we see, the fights, the rivers, the forests, whatever we see in the movie, they do not exist for real. They're just bunch of colors varying at different speeds to create that motion. And there's nothing called colors even. If we call it a TV, there's nothing to call a TV too. So if we see this truth, we realize that what we were getting upset and sad and mad over was nothing that was existing, but an illusion. So that's all I got for that section of the discussion. Peron Sarvai, I don't know, so would you like to say something or maybe ask a question so we can continue the discussion? Yeah, so I think until we get a different question, we can continue to explore the same question that we've been exploring for the past few days on controversial discourses on Dolanatmaka Deshana, which is how are you on the path? How do you recognize that you're on the path? Are you able to see your thoughts, and how do you recognize that you're on the path? So this is actually a very important question for how important it is. It's been given days and days of worth of discussion. And we saw during these discussions, a lot of people presented their questions or comments, and because of that, they were able to really get the feedback they needed, much needed, to see if there are any hiccups along the way, if there are certain areas where they lack understanding of the Dhamma, or if they're deceived by the self, because we know as we go through this journey, the mind consciousness is very tricky, very deceitful, and there are many pitfalls along the path, and you could get really be deceived by this mind consciousness. So without the help of the noble friend, it's really difficult for someone to see if someone is stuck somewhere. Sometimes one could be even stuck along the path for a long time, thinking that they're making progress. But turns out, no, that's not the case, that they're stuck and their whole journey is kind of blocked. So that is why the guidance of the noble friend is a must until one is fully realized. So even today there was this certain discussion. This person, she thought, for the past 4 or 5 days or whatever we've been talking about this topic. So she thought, I don't have any questions to ask, because what is there to ask? There's no point in words. Words don't mean anything. There's no meaning behind words. So if I were to ask a question, it wouldn't mean anything. And when she presented that she's been advised by Aryan before, Aryan has pointed out to her that too is a much stronger version of the self. And it didn't still seem like she were able to see what it was. So what's happening is, okay, eventually we realize that there's no meaning behind anything. Like we discussed even today, like the thoughts, they're created by the manifestations of vibration. So when we call something a mother or father or my child or my loved one, in our minds we feel that there's, value. Mother is more valuable than the father or the next door neighbor, or there's like a ranking system in how the value has been attributed by the system to these different thoughts. But in essence, they are made up of the same material. We can't even say materials, but like in the context, if we use it like that, which is the materials are the vibrations. So there's no way that one could be attributed more value than the other because they're made up of the same material. So when we see that, and even when we kind of zoom in on the vibrations, there are no thing called vibrations even. So when one understands that, of course they realize that there's no real use in, whatever we say becomes not true because they do not mean what we think they mean, whatever the words we speak or whatever the thoughts we have or whatever the ways in which we think about the so-called world. But if the mind says, or rather if there's a thought that I shouldn't be asking questions because words don't mean anything, one has to understand, clearly see that it is the self, because now there's another thought on top of all the understanding and realization one's supposed to have, that I shouldn't ask questions because they are meaningless. So that thought comes to a self. That thought itself is the self. So one has to, it's a very kind of a subtle truth. One has to see these things. So there are many pitfalls like that. I see Dr. Ravi has joined. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Ravi.
Therwan Sarnai Hashi, Therwan Sarnai Aryan Master, Therwan Sarnai everyone. Yeah, as you said. So whatever we try to tell using words, they become a lie. It becomes a lie. So but what I think we should use the words to communicate this message. So it is only for sake of communicating this message we are using the word. But even in that words, we know the underlying fact is not true. So underlying, there is no kind of a truth there. So anyway, we are using words. So and otherwise we don't have any kind of mechanism to communicate this message even. So in that sense, so we can say we are utilizing this illusion to understand the illusion. So then what happens? We realize that we are living in an illusion. So that realization itself push towards the liberation. So it is so beautiful. We use the illusion, to understand the illusion. This understanding will push us towards the true liberation from the illusion. So once you realize this fully, then you are not more in the illusion. So that means once you have understood, you don't need words. No, that doesn't mean like that. You can use the same words. You can speak. You can communicate. You can even spread this message to all the world using the words. But you know, these words are a part of that illusion. So that is the understanding that you have once you achieve the true liberation. So that is so beautiful. So likewise, if we are skillful enough to understand the reality of this present moment, that means that we are liberated from this thought as well. So that's why Lord Buddha said tatra tatra vipassati. So we have to see the truth. What is the truth? The unrealistic nature of the thought. So if we are well aware, so that doesn't mean that we peep into each and every thought and see whether it's true or not. No, that is not the thing. But initial phases, you will need that thing. But with the understanding, you know, even this present moment, that this thought has no value in it. So it is kind of a certain understanding. So we do not need to keep on memorizing it again and again and again, or keep on contemplating it again and again. So we understand with the understanding of the true Dhamma, we know that there is no truth here. Even within this discussion, actually, there is no kind of a real value here, because it comes as a part of the illusion. This discussion is also a part of the illusion, but we know it very well. So this is the understanding that we have. So our understanding won't make it real for us. So that is the state of kind of the stillness that we have, because we don't have such a burden here, because we know this is not real, but we do it. It doesn't matter. So we don't fully involved in this, because we know this is not true. So that moment, in this very thought, if we are skillful enough to get liberated from that, that means you see the Nibbana in this very moment. So then what we have to do is, we have to be very skillful enough to see each and every thought. That doesn't mean that we intentionally go and look each and every thought. So that is very tiresome. You don't need that, because with the understanding, we know everything we do comes as a part of that same illusion. So that's all right. So don't be bothered that much. So just let everything go. Whatever the thought comes, you know it is a thought. There is no real value in it. Then you just let it go. This is not something that you intentionally letting go. It automatically happens. So that's how you can see the truth in each and every thought that comes each and every moment. So that means you see the Nibbana in every thought. So the thought does not become a burden for you. So that means you are so relaxed. You are free. You know mind is working. You can see how the behavior of the mind, your own mind very well. The behavior of your eye, behavior of your nose, behavior of your tongue, behavior of your own senses come perfectly than ever before, we'll say. Because you are not engaged with those thoughts. You are not tightly bound with that thoughts because you know the nothingness of the thought, the valuelessness of the thought. So what you have to do, the renunciation will automatically occur because you don't hold them tightly. You don't need to forcefully renunciate everything. So we do not need to do so, because seeing it as an illusion is very sufficient for the renunciation. That's why Lord Buddha said, giving alms to even Buddha, this renunciation, this seeing the truth in very moment is very greater, will add greater merits to you rather than giving alms to a Lord Buddha, rather than giving alms to Arhat Theros. So seeing the truth in a thought is very valuable. So that involuntary push you towards the fully liberation from the mind. So you can say in Sinhala discussion, Mrs. Sarvamali expressed it using a nice example. So she used the example of the fish. You should not keep the fish holding tight. You should not keep the fish holding tight. So let fish to swim freely. That means you have to see your mind. So let the fish swim its own. So let the mind work on its own. But you should be aware. There should be kind of an awareness to and keep the mind watching. So this is the awareness that you will gain. It is the super awareness actually. It is not the intentional thing. The super awareness will remain static, keeps keeps like a flashlight. It is lit always. So whatever things come to that area, you can clearly visualize. Likewise, this super awareness remains static. So you don't need to focus again and again towards that awareness. Do I have the awareness now? Do I have the awareness then? Did I have the awareness in that thought? Likewise, you don't need to memorize, you need to try contemplate these things. So it will be there. This is the super awareness that you will gain through the understanding. So it will allow you to clearly see how your mind behaves. So mind behaves on its own. That's all right. That is the Chitta Niyame. That is the law, how the mind gets created. So that's all right. So you don't need to bother that much. So it won't give you kind of a burn to you, because you know the mind, the behavior of the mind is like that. That's so no matter. So just let it go. That is the way how this renunciation happens automatically. It is not a thing that someone does. It has to be happen automatically, because as long as you don't hold your thoughts, the renunciation will automatically happen. So I think that this is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give. It is not the so what we used to do as the meritorious things, as giving alms to the monks, clerics, and so on. So, but we give them physically. We think this food will keep that monk alive. So we give some certain value to that food we offer to that monks, those monks. We believe we know that the food, with the ignorance we are thinking that food is real. These monks are real. I am the one who is offering alms to the monks. But Lord Buddha say is something very different from that. So you have to see this this entire scenario is an illusion. Entire thing is an illusion. So if you are live in that illusion, if you can live in that illusion without engaging into that, so how you can find out whether you have engaged or not? Through the feeling of the burn. So if you are not burning, if you have no desires within you, if you have no intentions, if you have no any kind of burn within you, that means you are not there. That entire scenario has not become a true thing for you. It has become very, very valueless. So you can do those things as usual without engaging into that, because your super awareness is always there. Keep on watching every time your mind, how your mind behaves. So everything is in your mind. That's the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give us. Chitte niyati loko. So whatever the things we do in this mundane world is done with our mind. So that is why the second stage of this practical in the practice of this Dhamma is very important. So seeing that every thought is a creation of a mind. So even we see things, even we deal with things, even we talk in this present moment, even this is the way how our mind gets created. So without a mental image, can I speak now? No. I'm speaking with an mental image. So do I feel that I am talking to such a big forum? No. Because this is how my minds get created then and there, now. So if I realize this very correctly, so there is no need to have kind of a burning sensation in this particular moment as well. So that means that I am not engaged in this moment. So ability to seeing this moment as not real is the skill that we should have. This is the kusala. So that means that we are seeing the nibbana in this very moment. So if we can keep on doing it each and every time, if it happens each and every time, so that means you will be able to fully liberation from the mind. So you see the movie is running in the TV screen very well. So you can actually enjoy that movie than ever before because your mind does not flooded with so many thoughts. You can enjoy this very moment with the peaceful mind because you have understood the truth. So you know how your mind behave. You can see, you can keep sitting and watching your mind very peacefully, very quietly, because you have now you have the ability to see your senses, the behavior of the senses. So that's all right. Let them happen. Let them work. Who bother? Will there be a person behind for that? No. Because you know there is no doer here. No soul here. That means that you have liberated from your own mind. So it is some kind of a beautiful thing that has never been taught by anybody else in the world. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give to this world. So the illusion is the illusion. What you think is not true. You are creating your own mind from your mind. Just don't assign a kind of value to this illusion. So if you put value, that means that you are still in the drushti, that you are empowering the illusion. So that will lead to continue the illusion furthermore, continue to happen. So what you can do is you can put full stop to your samsaric journey in this moment. So you have to, you have your own responsibility to put the full stop into your samsaric journey. So how you can put the full stop there? What you have to do is you have to understand, you have to realize this truth. So how you can realize? You have to understand the thought. So then you will be not engaged in the thought. There would no be a kind of a pain there. There would no be kind of a suffering there. There would no be kind of a burning there. So it is felt. It is felt. That is why Lord Buddha said, Akasena Sakuntana. Likewise, it's like a bird who is flying in the sky, which leave no traces. Which leaves no traces in the sky. No trail marks are there when a bird flies in the sky. So that is the nature of the relaxed mind. That is the nature of a person who have got the fully liberation. Because if you assign a value for that, it will leave a trace. So if you don't put a value for the illusion, that won't leave nothing. That will leave nothing. So Harsh is Terwan Sarnai. Do you have any comments on that? Or
Terwan Sarnai, Dr. Navi. No, actually, yeah, thank you very much for the valuable explanation. What happens is and as we go through the journey, this value that's been attributed by the system slowly goes to zero, gets diminished. And as you pointed out, and then we also can experience it. And that's kind of one of the very first things a listener would notice after getting to this journey, after a few months of practicing this, that the lightness, that burden of this so-called world is slowly lifted off, even in that knowledge that they take in of what Dhamma is. Even in that knowledge, there's some sort of a liberation. But the real transformation, internal transformation happens when one sees this Dhamma within themselves, within their minds, in their day-to-day activities, isn't it, Dr. Arvind?
Yeah, as you said, so we can't, by looking at a person, we can't say he's a person, he's a real Buddhist or not. So Buddhist, being a Buddhist is something that happens internally. So if we don't have a burn in a thought, if he doesn't have kind of a burn in thoughts, he's the real Buddhist. So we can't see by looking at a person who is walking very slowly, who is doing his works peacefully. We can't say he is a person who has a very good insight.
Buddhist explanation is wrong. Yeah. What Buddha said, something existent is real. Someone getting. He's not a Buddha. He's not a Buddhist. He's an Anusawatana. Outside is existent. Outside or inside. Something is there. That's a Bhava Sanya. It's a Bhava. Nirodha. Bauddha. Bhava Buddha meaning is Bauddha. What is it? Non-existent is the Buddhist guy. Someone is thinking everything is it's not real. He's a Buddha. He's Buddhist. What do you think about Harshit? I know you know this. What do you think? Not any other meaning is there.
Yeah, he sees that it's not real in the moment.
Yeah, that's Buddhist. We won't explain real words. What's Buddhism? What is Buddha words? What is Buddha? What is finally coming Buddha stage? No, everything's our mind. Mind also not real. There is nothingness. The meaning is no, but no one is here. No being, no living being, nothing existed. That's Buddhist. That's a real. Someone understood this. Peace and tranquility. Because why? How is inside pain is coming? Stimulus are coming, but not pain. It's tranquility, that's one. No? That's real Buddhism. No? Dr. Ravi, what do you think?
Yes, Aranwasa, yes.
Yes. There's a Bhapacha Jati, meaning is something is there, exists and feel. Otherwise, is there I feel the same. That's why. It's a pain. It's a fire. No, it's a mind. So, no, it's okay. Nobody's here. Everything is happening. Nature like that. So, these feelings, it's a feel. It's a non-existent feel, otherwise non-alive feel. No. That's a non. There is not There is, how is this? This is non-soul. This is important. Non-soul feeling is the Buddhist, is Buddha's feeling. That the Buddha's stage. That the super awareness is there. That's the stage of awareness, super awareness. That's the stage of Adhigata Samadhi, Buddha's word. That's super awareness we are talking about, Adhigata Samadhi. So enlightenment word is using Hindu guys. So they are thinking someone is there in enlightenment. So okay, someone is there. But it's different. Absolutely. It's a opposite word is the Buddha's word. It's Hindu's words. Opposite word is the Buddha's word. No. What I
Yes,
say, yeah, what I want to say, do you, I think you can, you have that feel, not perfectly, but you have this face because new Nibbana is everywhere, but you're not becoming a Nibbana, but you know this is the Nibbana. These two meanings here. No, there's a new you can so you can see Nibbana, but it's not happen. It's two sides, no? You can see Nibbana is a Sotapanna state. You know this is Nibbana. It's okay. 1 second or you have this experience. That's a Sotapanna. No? It's a permanent coming nothingness feel. Is a non-soul. Especially the non-soul feel. It's a nature like that, everything is happening. That's the stage of that's Arhat Samadhi. Yeah, okay. It's is the final. Is Arahat. No, what is that? Raha, and Araha. You see, you want something. You don't want that. The meaning is you want, you have the power. But it's don't care because it's necessary, not necessary. No value is there. How is telling this? Not easy because it's feel. No, nothingness feel. It's not normal guys, normal Mandarin guy talking about nothingness. But they are talking, there is no anything material. They are talking material nothingness. But Buddha is not telling this material nothingness. Buddha is telling everything is here. But you haven't a value. Value is gone. Everything is there. This other one is the Buddha's explaining. I think we want given the message, the real experience, no, real message. Perfectly, we want given this experience. No ego is there. We can tell these words only. You have that ego, but you are talking about non-ego. It's not real one. Because you have that experience. What you want to do? Yeah, you try it. You want to do that. Because you know that one is the that's important because that one is the final. Your circle of birth and everything. Circle of birth is not after the death. Is this present moment is the everything is happening. Circle of birth also here, now, here and now. Everything is happening here and now. This moment, this 1 second. This one is spark. Is the everything is one is spark. You know, nothing, anything here. One is spark, the everything. That is spark, how powerfully That's your circle of work powerfully. That sparks not powerfully. There is no circle of work or anything. That's the really message. Just understand coming this finally. This inside meditation is understanding one. That's why it's not concentration meditation. That's why I never heard before Dhamma Buddha explain this 5 teachers after becoming a Buddha. What do you think about Harshi?
Yeah, Renhans, it's very beautiful. And, before coming across this Dhamma, we also didn't understand what the real meaning of being a Buddhist was. Now, as we see moment to moment that this whole thing is an illusion that's created due to the sense faculties, that internal burning is diminished automatically. So it's a very nice journey, Aryan. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Harshi, today's picture, you know what is this picture?
Meditation center.
International Meditation Center. You know, Buddothpado International Meditation Centers. This is the place of, this is the picture. This is the picture inside there. Very, very nice picture. No, Dr. Ravi? This picture?
Yes,
I think you saw. I think you saw this.
Yeah. Once you get entered to the this monastery, you will see this site, beautiful site. It is in front of the main door.
Every day there is that's place. This present moment also happening is a Pindapata. There's a spectacle is there happening. So all of them are doing this. Monks are coming Pindapata, and they are that's one is practical is happening there. And so also what is that word? Vandana. They are doing this present order in this time. So what is this times now? 8 o'clock? Yeah, 8 o'clock is happening. So beginning time is programming on time before they get in the breakfast. So Pindapata. So that timetable is very important because 5 o'clock they want to be wake up and concentration and silence themselves. They are doing that. After 6 o'clock, working meditation is there. You know what is that working meditation? It's very important because your action is happening, but no one is doing. That's the meditation. We are teaching. So that teach is very important. Teaching is very important. Otherwise, the practically is your ego want to be fading. That is why it's doing working meditation. It's very important. It's not a walking meditation. It's a working meditation. It's very important because your ego won't destroy. That ego, you have the ego. You have knowledge, you have ego. That's very dangerous because knowledge is more ego given to you. That's why you won't know everything, but it's not good. Ego is there. That's why timetable is very important practically experience. You want that experience. That's why. You know, after 7 o'clock, becoming a Vandana. What is that English word? Is chanting. Is okay. Harshit, is that one is chanting, no? You know that timetable, I think. Harshit. We want to introduce that timetable, everybody. Dr. Ravi, are you saw that timetable?
Yes, sir. I saw it.
It's very important. Yeah. After you see that Vandana is there. What is that Vandana? Chanting, no? Chanting.
Yes, I can't get that.
Morning. There's a timetable there. Is words there. Morning prayer. What's that? Ashit. Yeah. You say no, you know the timetable. That's the words. 6:45, no? That time. It's okay. After 7 o'clock, it's a breakfast is time, but Pindapat is there. They are doing that. After monks given the words, all of them, vision. So after the 8 o'clock is coming, that's a beginning program. There's a 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock is going. It's explaining what the Buddha's words. Insight meditation. So we are talking about that. Dependent origin is how is our mind are creating, how is our thoughts are coming, how is our alive feel is coming. That one is the teaching. After 10 o'clock is free time is coming. It's a tea time. It's a coffee time. It's your self-services. Everything is there. No one is that one is doing. You yourself, everything is preparing. Otherwise it's everything is not. Everything is happening that they are volunteer, It's volunteer. So that's very important. Otherwise, everything is there are nice feelings inside there. Otherwise, that place is very relaxing place. So, when you're not doing anything, it's no problem. Relaxing is there because the environment is very important. It's relaxing. It's automatically happening. No any noisy, no any sounds. Very important that one. So that's the nature. Nature sounds are there. Nature feel also there. Early morning, very, very nice feelings coming. Today I'm in my father's place. Last couple of days, I was there. So I had that experience. I know that now so you don't want anything to do. You are still you want to stay there. Automatically, it's relaxing coming. It's a nature relaxing. It's a nature I think given to you. Your depression or your everything is recover. You can recover. It's cool down. Cool mind is coming. So healing is there. It's very important that healing. Your mind not coming anything. That's very important. Your memory, your future, your inside is monkey mind is fell down. It's happening. It's a nature feelings. It's happening that all everywhere, all around. It's happening. Not the thinking. It's a practically happening there. You stay there 3 days, or you can feel it. One day I know one day it's enough. You can feel it one day. But 1, 2, 3 as day by day is going, that's your inside is coming. Unbelievable stage is samadhi stage. It's unbelievable samadhi is your mind is coming. I know that. You don't want anything. You don't want sometimes conducting or anything. So you can choose this. I'm ready. Given you to chance. It's okay. You want relax. You stay there. You relax. It's okay. No problem. It's okay. We are given to you what you want. We are given to you everything. Yeah. And your foods also is okay. No problem is there. Breakfast or lunch or dinner, no problem is there. And coffee or tea, no problem is there. Everything is there. You want relax? Yeah, you can relax. Very important that. So you can't get in. You can't get this 5-star hotel or anything. No 7-star or 5-star or you can't get this because they are artificial. This one is not artificial. It's a nature. You are close to the nature. You have healed the nature. You feel the nature. It's disappearing you. without you, you can experience. Everything is happening without you. It's my experience. I'm telling you. I don't want telling anything to you. Any other. I don't want any other. I haven't any business or anything. I don't want to do business or anything. I won't give you to free mind. I won't give you to this this is the truth. No, nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is happening like a nature. I won't give you this real but message. This word. Unbelievable message is here. That's why Buddothpado International Medicine Center is coming to you. It's my field. It's my vision. It's not a personally. It's not a person. Buddothpado. Please don't get the person. Get the nature. Nature is the everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. No one is doing. You are also not here. But you can't. Yeah, you don't believe this. You don't trust this. You can experience it. No, it's nice experience there. This place is very, very worth. This photo. You see what's that? What's the word is spiritual? And what's that word is spiritual? Dr. Ravi, do you know? We want words. Sudharma, are you there? No.
Sudharma is not there.
So I don't know. Bernard, are you there?
No, he's not there.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah. Spirit chant. Yeah.
Chanted strings.
Yeah. It's very nice. Otherwise, there is a Puskala. What is that? Puskala book. How is telling this? English words. Harshi, why are you silent?
Harshi has left, I think. I don't know.
It's okay. She's busy. This is night time.
Yes.
It's night time. Yeah, it's okay. It's very nice feelings.
I don't know, sir. If you go for the first time, so will there be a person to guide you in that place?
No.
Uh-huh.
No, it's a foreigner, no? It's a UK, no? Yeah. Or that message is given me to Janaki, UK. And UK sent me Janaki sent me the message, and I visited there. It's my feel. It's nice. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. My mind is coming relaxing. Yeah.
I'm asking Arena, someone who is very interested to go there. So if he goes for the first time, so will there be some kind of a trainer there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. There's there's a monk is there. Otherwise, nun also there. You see, I manage everything because everywhere outside that our friends there, no nuns there and the monks there. So what's the situation? There is a group, so some program. I arrange the conductor, the teacher. It's okay because I know who's the suitable is that place. I know. We are in behind. Yeah, I also in behind. So it's very important because many guys with me. They are. I also teach to you. Otherwise, I teach many guys. So Sri Lanka here everywhere. Nisant also there. Otherwise, is the Pradeep Kaminians also there. So not inside. They are in outside. But I can arrange. No, Few minutes they can come there. They can be there. No, they it's happening because many guys teach. Many guys I know can teach this, but I'm conducting everything. I'm conducting them. Otherwise, how is teaching? How is doing this teaching? So I know what we want to do. It's my hand, everything. I'm the conducting everything. So I'm using the experienced guys. Yeah, you go there. There's the persons. You can teach them, but you won't do this like this. You want silence, keep there. I teach everyone there. How is this International Meditation Center want to be go? They know now. They know everybody wants silence. They know what is the time of silence, what is the want to be, what's the they want to do. Everybody know now. 6 guys I train. Yes, this cover this period last week. I trained 6 guys. There's our Bernard also there. I trained the Bernard. You want to do this, and Chani also there. I trained the Chani. You do this. This is what I want happen there. Yeah, I'm conducting them. So Pradipika means also the nun. It's okay. Pradipika. I teach Pradipika. I teached Pradipika and nuns many. This part is want to be. Yeah, woman is there. She know what she won't do. How won't this train? So because 16 camera is there, my phone have 16 camera. So otherwise I speak also there. My voice is there. I'm teaching. Where am I? No problem. I am teaching everybody. Is okay. I'm explaining the Dhamma. Otherwise, so I'm using everybody to this staff. Is uniform also I given, and who's they are coming getting the train. I'm given them also uniform. So they can't dress their own dresses. They won't wearing our uniform. Otherwise, we want everybody's want to be similar. That situation we want given the everybody mind cool down. That's why. That's a program. It's very important. But it's okay. We can give the relax. Someone want to relax, it's okay. Without program, he can stay there. It's okay, no problem. Because I want given the relaxing, no? What's meaning is relaxing is the best. No, not any other. So first main point is the relaxing. That's why. It's cool down the mind. That's a relaxing center. That is why. It's very important. Because inside meditation is very important. Because otherwise inside meditation is understanding. First you want what is the truth. So most of people don't know the truth. Is teaching is very important. So someone know this, he is going there, he wants that Dhamma, that truth. It's okay, I'm ready for given this truth. I'm using everybody. You know Dr. Ravi, Kokila also, Kavindya also, Harshi also, you also, everybody. Helping me, this time. So your recordings these days, this Dhamma discussions, everything is there. We can play there. They can hear. They can get in the truth. So otherwise, this Dhamma forum, this Dhamma forum is going. Time is 7:45 to 9:30. No, so this Dhamma forum connecting that time, connecting that newcomers. They can ask the questions. Dr. Ravi also, this Dhamma forum teachers, Dhamma friends can teach them otherwise. What do you think about?
Yes, Arana, sir. Yes. Yes, this is the opportunity that they have, Arana. So they can ask directly questions from us and even
everybody
from
can.
Arana.
Everybody can support him. It's very nice, no? Because he can ask the questions. You can ask the answer. Dr. Ravi, you are in other place, but at that time you are hearing the questions. No.
Yes.
You can guide that guy other place. How nice this, no?
Yes.
It's very important. It's not difficult. It's simply happening everything. Nice, no? Nice arrangement, yeah. Everything is nice. Otherwise, they can go village, bicycle also there. They can visit there, the village farmers, paddy fields. So they can stay there, village places. I arrange everything. You want get in hoppers? You can get in hoppers. That village, there's a home. I arrange. I have numbers. I'm telling them. It's okay. Foreigner is coming. You support him. So you want one duo, pittuo, something to eat to Sri Lankan dresses. It's okay. I will give the number. So foreigner can tell our monastery's guide and guide. So he arrange everything. It's okay. He can bike and ride and go in there and few times stay there and village home and get in the dresses. So it's okay. Getting then dress what that is food. It's okay. After he can come cool mind. So cool mind is the very important. No, relax is very important. So every activities we are aim the relaxing. So other place is there. So 1.5 kilometer is going. It's a river side is coming. There's a river nearby. Our another place is there. It's relaxing place. This place and that place is connecting. There is monk otherwise in relax. So they can stay there otherwise. The other place. So 1.5 kilometers you can go by bicycle or foot. It's okay. Walking, it's okay, no problem. There's the cabanas, the cottages. It's okay. You can stay there otherwise. No problem. Because that every places are ours. That place and this place and link. Our other part is there. Is otherwise is the tea. Was a tea factory is there. The tea, the fatty field also there, and there's as the plantations, many type of the timber plants, timber plants known for. I was telling that Dr. Ravi, you can explain now.
Rubber plantation.
Rubber plantation, not only the rubber, tea also there.
Right.
Yeah, for your 1.5 kilometer, there's a tea plantation. That's middle of there is the other place is Buddothpado International Medical Center is the other places there. 2 places there. Not only the 3 places there. The riverside is the other one. 3 places there. Triangle. It's nice, no? Nice arrangement, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's very nice.
So, Aranase, will there be housekeepers in those
Yeah,
places?
there are 6 guys.
Ah, right. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I arrange. So it's easy to me because everybody helping me this everything. The not only the Sri Lankan guys, no, many guys helping me. So it's okay. One call I'm given, all of them are coming. But I don't want many guys. I want few guys. Who is the suitable for that? I know that. I'm and it's my side. Is doing this best. It's my best. It's mine for my side. No, it's okay. I can arrange. No, it's my fee. Yeah.
Yes, Aranas, and also Lord Buddha also said that the physical relaxation is very essential for the mental relaxation. Isn't it,
Yeah.
Aranas?
Yeah. Automatically coming. Physically is mentally is physically you are in cool. You are in relax. This is mentally also automatically coming. It's easy, but you can do everywhere. But it's easy for that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. I think now our time is going, no? It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. It's okay, everybody. Yeah, Dhamma friends. Yeah. Terosana, everybody. Terosana, Dr. Ravi. Tomorrow we can discuss again everything.
Yes,
I
sir.
like this picture, especially. Who's this made? I don't know. Thanks, everybody, doing this. Because we are going nice. It's the truth, no? Truth is very nice, I think. Someone have this experience is a tranquility. It's a Nibbana Paramasukha. It's a tranquility is there. It's very nice because not death or birth. You beyond the everything. You are in relax. You are in cool. You are in tranquility. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Tomorrow we
Aranas.
can join again. Terasarnai.
Tiruvasarnai, everyone. Tiruvasarnai, Aranas, Tiruvasarnai.
Pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Vahamse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahamse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we finished the discussion of the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened yesterday. And as instructed by Aryan Vahansi, today we are starting from the beginning with volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. So once again, this is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, volume 1. The subtitle of the book is Understanding the Illusion Called I. And it has 4 discussions, and today we are starting with the first discussion, that is on page 9. Again, we're back to the dialogue format between the meditators and Aryan Vahansi. So this is a dialogue between a practitioner and Aryan Vahansi. So This is a lady, Upasika. I'm speaking from Gampola, Aranhansi. May I speak with you? Aranhansi, may I know your question? And Upasika, Aranhansi, for the past 10 years, we've been practicing Sila and also listening to various sermons. About 3 months ago, I started listening to your sermons on the Metmalana Buddothpado YouTube channel. I have learned a great deal from them. I have listened to approximately 40 to 50 sermons, but I still have some questions I would like to resolve. I feel that you have truly realized the truth, Aranhansi. Aranhansi, please ask your questions. Vasika, I would like to know, the first question is, what is Muhurtatavadiya? Or what is, in other words, awakening to the moment? And her second question is, how do we observe Ajata Bahida, or inside and outside? How can one achieve enlightenment from this? Aranhansi, you said you have listened to 40 to 50 sermons, right? Upasika, yes, Venerable Sir. Aranhansi, you should continue to listen to more sermons. May I know your age? Upasika, I'm 63 years old. Aranhansi, the two questions you asked, awakening to the moment and Ajatavahita, or the inside and outside, or the external world and the internal world, are closely connected and lead to the same understanding. The meaning of Muhurta is this moment. Our thoughts are called Nama and Rupa, name and form. The Muhurta, or the present moment, is usually clouded by our thoughts. We are constantly engaged with thoughts in everything we do and in all our speech. An aramuna is a stimulus from one of our 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind consciousness. When we accept a stimulus or an aramuna as a thing, as an existing thing, it becomes a siddha, or a thought. A siddha simply means a thought. At every moment, a stimulus or thought arises in the mind and immediately disappears. Aranhansi, the thought you have when you see a brick wall changes when you see a book. The thought when you see a flower changes when you look at the ground. When you turn your head, a thought arises and disappears even before the next one appears. If we are able to fully observe just one thought, it is equivalent to understanding all thoughts. Unfortunately, most people cannot even see one thought properly. Each moment, a thought arises. Even thoughts about the past or future occur only in the present moment. Therefore, it is essential to understand that there is always only one thought at this moment. That is all. So, this conversation between this practitioner and Bhagavan about awakening to the moment and the so-called external world and the internal world. So they're kind of interconnected. And closely connected. Every moment, this, give me a minute. So every moment is clouded by thought. The present moment is kind of muddied by thoughts. We constantly have all kinds of thoughts about everything, anything we see, anything we hear, anything we smell, taste, touch. And these thoughts are also called aramuna or stimulus. They kind of mature into thoughts from aramuna or stimulus. They come into existence from one of the six senses. It could be something we see. It could be based off of that. It could be even when we say based off of, it means that same input from these senses matures into thoughts. So it could originate from the sight, the hearing, the smell, taste, touch, or mind consciousness. So when we accept these inputs as something that is existing, it matures into a thought. And they appear and disappear. Say for an example, you look at a brick wall, the thought arises that it is a brick wall, but the experience of seeing is different to that thought. And that thought that says that this is a brick wall, let's say now we are focusing the attention to a book. Now the thought appears that it is a book. Now the thought that says this is a brick wall is already disappeared. And the thought that says this is a book is appeared. And say now in the next moment you see a flower. Because of the sight, a thought arises that it is a flower. And That's a totally different thought that is totally different to the book, the thought about the book, or the thought about the wall. As you continue to, as the system continues to switch attention from the brick wall to the book to the flower, as you turn your head around, it is like it is equivalent to understanding the whole mind. What is the mind? Mind is nothing but a flowing of thoughts. But if you try to grasp the mind, experience the mind, what you will end up experiencing is just one thought that arises and disappears in this moment. When we say a river, when we talk a river, you will end up touching water because momentarily a snapshot of a river is nothing but water. A snapshot of a mind is nothing but a thought. So, understanding one thought, how one thought is created, is understanding the whole mind. For an example, if there is a mango tree with 5,000 leaves, if to understand Venetian patterns of all the leaves in the mango tree, you do not have to examine all 5,000 leaves. Just by examining Venetian patterns of one leaf, the whole tree, the Venetian patterns of the whole tree is understood. Just like that. By examining but unfortunately, people are not able to do that. People are not even able to observe just one thought. Because if we contemplate on it a little bit more, what we feel like there's a person that has been living this life since the day we were born. But the baby just born, the newborn, doesn't have any idea about the birth. He or she doesn't have any concept of a birth, no any concept of death. As the baby starts speaking the language, and as the thoughts appear and disappear in the baby's awareness, baby starts speaking, ask questions and inquires about how he or she came about, how he or she came into existence. And the mother or the father would explain how the baby was born. Probably initially wouldn't even explain properly, wouldn't even go into all the details. But as the child grows up, he may look into this further, inquire about this deeply, and learn how the birth of a child happens. So until he or she learns this fully, There's no birth to this child. And as this child grows up, you probably have experienced this with your own children. They may ask, Amma, how was I born? And you probably wouldn't give the proper answer at an early stage. And similarly, you would go to a funeral house and this child would ask, your child would ask, what is this? Why is that uncle in the coffin? What is that? He or she wouldn't even know what a coffin is first. He or she would ask, what is that box? Why is that uncle in that box? And then you would explain that that is called death. This uncle is not going to come back again. And even then, it doesn't mean much to this child. Probably the own child of the person who died may play around the coffin, thinking it is something funny or something weird. Or we've seen this. We've gone to funeral houses where children of the deceased would be playing around the coffin, under the coffin, doing hide and seek. So they have no idea of a death. But as time goes on, as this child notices the father or mother who passed away is no more, that they don't have any access to them, then they realize the depth and breadth of a death. And they will ask around, ask the elders about a death, and form concepts, thoughts about what a death is. And eventually, once this child fully absorbs and grasps the gravity of death, then fears people I love. And death, then they would ask around to see if death is what kind of an experience, what happens, how would one die? Then the elders would say, due to disease, due to accident, not being careful of life. And it's a painful thing. And then it adds to this fear. And then people always live with that fear of death kind of attached to everything we do. So and in this moment, before we started talking about death, there were no thoughts about a death. There was only what we were talking about. Whatever the thoughts you had in the moment, and now all of a sudden you're contemplating about your own death. So was the death in some place? Could we have attributed some physical location to the death? Or was it in a thought that was called upon by the label death? As soon as you heard the word death, you started contemplating about it. As soon as you heard the word birth, you started contemplating about birth. So isn't birth and death, aren't they thoughts too? And you feel like you've been living for a long time from that moment you were born, yet besides all these facts we just pointed out, the fact that even birth and death is a thought in this moment. There's no event called birth or death that we can attribute a memory to or a location to. Everything about you, the fact that you've been living on this earth for however many years you've been living, that's a thought. You just thought about it. Prior to this moment, you had no thoughts about it. What kind of a childhood did you have? Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, no thoughts about that whatsoever. Everything is like that. Everything is a thought. If it's called upon in this moment, it becomes a thought in this moment. If not, it doesn't belong to the reality. For an example, you may be thinking, I'm going through so much in life. So many challenges, difficulties, adversities that I faced. Such a sad life I have. Now you're thinking about it. Prior to this moment, you were listening to this discussion. You had no thoughts about the hardships you are going through in life. So, didn't we call upon it as a thought? Aren't all these